I'd been keeping tabs on Panchenko's movements all day. He'd left the UltraPack office in the morning and hadn't been back yet. I was toying with the idea of phoning Vicky to find out what the hell was going on, but then I thought better of it. Panchenko had spent most of the day somewhere in the suburbs. I had a feeling it wasn't work that had brought him there. It must have been Mr. Ivanov, who'd promptly reacted to some curious information about his commercial director's activities and taken the necessary steps. Once I'd felt strong enough to tackle new heights, I'd headed over to Ibrahim's gym. That was the coach who'd trained me for the boxing tournament. There I'd spent an hour whacking a punching bag, immediately followed by 4 sparring sessions, deliberately not giving myself a break. The system had seemed to appreciate my efforts. Your stamina has improved. +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 19. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. XP points left until the next social status level? 11,340 of 20,000. So now that my meditation was open, I was trying to level it up, but I couldn't do it for the life of me. A quick brainstorm with Martha resulted in a few prompts about the way to clear one's mind and concentrate on pure contemplation. But then I had to unsummon her in order not to get sidetracked by her shapely forms and doe eyes. I'm enveloped in a healing white light. It's healing me. By inhaling it, I feel connected to the divine energy. I deserve being healed by the light. I can feel my body being cleansed. The same night, I walked down a busy street, famous for its abundance of bars, cafes, and restaurants. I'd completed each and every task on my to-do list. All but one, that is. I'd leveled up my stats, I'd brought meditation to level 3, and upped my English to 4, which roughly corresponded to advanced level. Now I had less than 7,000 XP left until social status level 20. I had only one unfinished task left on my list. So there I was, looking for trouble in order to artificially lower my environmental safety index. With this in mind, I did the rounds of the local watering holes, prepared to enter into a brawl with anyone, as long as they started it themselves. Still, most of the local crowd turned out to be quite friendly and pacific. Either they hadn't yet reached a sufficiently aggressive stage, or my athletic physique dampened their ardor to hassle me. In the end, I'd broken one fight up, then fended off some lecherous drunk who'd been coming on too strong to a young girl. But in both cases, it hadn't escalated to an actual fight. I'd almost lost all hope when I finally came across the bustling, colorful little forecourt of an Irish pub, packed with soccer fans sporting their team's colors. I headed there only to heave a disappointed sigh. Although they were all shouting at the top of their voices, our team had just won, so everybody seemed to be in a good mood. Still, I decided to go in just in case. Where else could you look for relative safe problems if not in a pub buzzing like a beehive with excited sports fans? It was so packed I couldn't even elbow my way in. The amount of decibels produced by all the hollering way exceeded safe limits, drowning out the TV commentators' voices. People continued to come and go, leaving the place for a smoke break, while I was looking for a spot. Finally, I saw a free space at the bar. Apologizing to some of the girl fans surrounding the bar, I squeezed myself in, climbed on a free stool, and met the barman's inquiring gaze. "Just some flat water, please," I said, then turned my attention to the room. I didn't have to look for long. 2 stools down from me, I saw a beer-bellied guy in a wife-beater, drunk as a skunk. The system message over his head helpfully informed me that this was Alexei the Boar Gaschenkov. Even though I was no wuss anymore, he was head and shoulders above me. His heavy, unkind glare circled the room, seething with fury within. His aggression, adrenaline, and testosterone were coming out of his ears. The man was looking for trouble. He didn't give a shit in what form it came, as long as he could let off steam. He must have sensed my stare as he swung around. "What?" "Nothing." I averted my gaze. The guy wasn't in a good mood, so I really didn't feel like having a punch-up with him. I'd hate to use his bad day in my own interests. Everything's fine. Fine my ass, he growled. For once, those assholes have won, and I back the opposition. I shrugged, noncommittally. Just one of those things, isn't it? What did you just say? He moved closer to me, breathing stale alcohol in my face. You got a problem with that? The guy seemed to be one of those who blamed their bad luck on everybody else. Did he just want to vent on me? Very well. I decided to take the situation a step further and see where it might take me. No problem at all, I smirked and added, copying his tone. Why? My provocation worked. The guy leaned over toward me and shouted in my face over the noise of the TV and the whole pub. Your face doesn't sit well with me, that's why. He slammed his beer mug down on the bar. Let's step outside. He didn't seem to be fond of talking much before a brawl. I hurried to weigh up the situation and size up my potential opponent. Although for his 35 years of age, the boar was admittedly in a pretty poor shape, he was a typical endomorph, stocky and big-boned, with large forearms. He was evidently powerful, but equally as clumsy. The next system message confirmed my deductions. The guy wasn't an athlete. His agility numbers were even less than mine. The only sport he was good at was the 20-pint sprint. And still his strength was at 33. Not that it worried me after my bout with a super heavyweight sledgehammer in the club. Leave it out, man. Why would you want to spoil your evening? I said, just to give him the chance to back down. He must have drawn his own conclusions, thinking that I'd chickened out. With a satisfied grin, he tousled my hair and gave me a hug, pressing me to his sweaty, hairy shoulder. Now that's what I'm talking about. Fancy a drink? Your water. The barman appeared next to us. That'll be 100 rubles. Take it away, the guy ordered. Bring us some vodka, and write it up to him. He was getting a bit too much, wasn't he? I grabbed my water, removed his heavy arm from me, and turned to the barman. Thanks, we don't need any vodka. I reached into my back pocket for my wallet. The next moment, I was sent flying off my stool by a heavy blow from the boar. I still managed to get my glass of water vertical as I tucked up. Then I lay sprawled across the floor, watching the boar's twitching belly as he guffawed. That's when I received a righteous fury buff. Suppressing an unstoppable desire to launch myself upon my offender, I rose, set the glass with the remaining water on the bar, and dusted myself down matter-of-factly. Then looked him in the eye. His name was highlighted in red. Logically thinking, this was the program's way of telling me that I was facing an aggressive mob, which meant that attacking him wouldn't result in any detriment to my social status. It might, in fact, teach him a lesson, which could help him readjust his behavior in similar situations in the future. Still, I'd rather it didn't happen in the pub. Well, we can always step outside if you want, I told his grinning face. Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Wait up. He downed his remaining beer, gave a long belch, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and jumped off the bar stool. Come on, boys. Let's get a breath of fresh air. Boys? What the? With a confident waddle, he headed for the exit, whistling. Two of his friends jumped off their stools and trailed after him. The situation was taking an unpredictable turn. I hadn't expected him to have had his hoodies with him. How come I hadn't noticed them earlier? They must have been in the John. As the boar walked past a waitress who'd just bent down in front of a table to unload a tray full of beer mugs, he lifted her short skirt and gave her G-stringed backside a hearty squeeze, then just walked on, guffawing happily as if nothing had happened. The girl yelled and dropped the tray, then looked around in search of the culprit. "Are you freaking nuts?" she shouted. "Get stuffed," the boar snapped without looking back. The girl's face flushed with the insult. She hurried to pick up all the broken glass, apologizing profusely to the clients while trying to hold back the tears. Her mood had plummeted deep into the red. I followed the boar while studying his sidekicks' profiles. Their main characteristics were more or less the same as his. Bags of strength with little intellect and plenty of alcohol debuffs. I still hoped somehow they would only act as spectators, but there was little chance of that happening. Still, I now had good healing and regeneration properties, and I didn't really think they were planning to kill me. Thus thinking, I walked outside, purposefully lagging a few steps behind. They headed for an arch between some buildings, taking frequent looks behind to make sure I was still there, and talking between themselves, guffawing loudly. One of the boar's minions, the one with a shaven head, was prancing around with impatience. We walked through the arch and found ourselves in the small yard of a dilapidated house, barely illuminated by the light in the windows of a few sleepless inhabitants. The boar waited for me to approach, then came on to me, winding his neck out with every word he spoke. "What did you want, eh? You wanted to have words, right? And what now? I don't hear you, asshole." What did he mean he didn't hear me? I hadn't said anything yet. Although I had the situation under control, I could easily imagine some other guy in my place. The thought alone gave me a surge of fury. I tried to suppress it, just like old Ibrahim, my boxing coach, had taught me. But I was already being swept up in some sort of adrenaline rush, which, together with a righteous anger buff, felt like the combined effect of 3 cans of Red Bull. My heart pounded in my chest, threatening to rip it open as the adrenaline, the fear hormone, coursed my veins, improving the functioning of skeletal muscles, while noradrenaline, the anger hormone, was pumping blood around, priming me for a fight and raising my pain threshold. Now I really looked forward to this bit of PvP. "Come on, boar, punch his lights out," the 2 onlookers encouraged. The guy with the shaven head even tried to show him how to do it. "Yeah!" The boar threw his head back and, in what he must have thought was an unexpected move, tried to butt my nose with his cast-iron forehead. "Have this!" He missed, though, because his intention was so obvious that I was already prepared for it. I swayed to the right and gave him an uppercut to the chin. A spray of blood spurted from his mouth. My enhanced perception allowed me to see one of the droplets land on the skinhead's cheek. How's that for Mortal Kombat? "You've dealt critical damage to Alexei Gashchenkov. 263. Punch." The boar's head snapped back as he collapsed to the ground. His fan base fell silent, trying to reassess the situation. It seemed like their alcohol-soaked neurons couldn't keep up with events. Shit. I still had to receive some damage, otherwise all this would have been for nothing. I needed the interface to reevaluate the environmental safety index. Thinking about all this made me lose the initiative. Next thing I knew, several things had happened. First, I'd lost the Righteous Fury debuff, which in turn resulted in a bout of weakness as the cooldown set in. Next, I heard the boar's buddies howl their indignation as they went for me. One of them was holding a stick he must have picked up earlier. And finally, I heard shouting behind me. "There they are! Over there!" I spent some time consciously offering my body to the blows, keeping an eye on the damage counter. As I tried to retreat, I tripped up over someone's outstretched leg. A spiked knuckle duster grazed my cheek. Great gods! Talking about which, I probably had to thank Netsuke Jurojin, the Japanese god of luck, for my lucky escape. With my left hand, I blocked the stick which was aimed at my head, simultaneously trying to dodge, or so I thought, the skinhead's approaching fist. Still, my body proved slower than my reflexes. I got a whack in the head anyway. A flash of pain surged through my forearm. My ear felt like it were on fire. Straight away, I got a kick to the back of my knee, followed by a fist in my solar plexus, neither of which I was ready for. My field of vision turned red as the interface flooded in with warnings and damage messages. Damage received, 64, a blow from a wooden stick. Current vitality, 91.64501%. Damage received, 109, a punch. Current vitality, 90.43389%. Damage received, 82, a kick. Current vitality, 89.52277%. Showered with blows, I'd missed the moment when the pub's security had arrived, apparently itching to punish the bastard who'd offended their waitress. They must have worked out that I wasn't one of them, which was pretty apparent from the way things were going, and proceeded to teach the boar's friends a lesson by giving them a professional hiding and bringing them to the ground. One of the security helped me back to my feet. As I rubbed all my aches and pains, the boar and his buddies writhed on the ground, groaning, while promptly sobering up. "Are you with these assholes?" the burly middle-aged bouncer asked. "No, he's not." The waitress hurried to take my side. "I saw how this moron was picking on him by the bar." "What should we do with them?" the younger of the bouncers asked. "What can we do? Let them pay moral damages for Katya, and then they're free to go." I saw the girl's mood soar. After all, her assailant had been punished, and she could always use a bit of money. Did she even know that the elder of the two guards had feelings for her? You didn't need an interface to figure that out. "Thanks," I said. Had it not been for them, I might not have come away so easily. I'd grossly overestimated myself and underestimated my opponents. "You should say thanks to Katya," the elder one said. "Thanks, Katya." The girl nodded, then promptly forgot all about me. I took stock of my injuries and headed off home. I staggered along, nursing my aching arm. Luckily, there was nothing broken. Everything else would heal quickly. That would have been good. But unfortunately, it had all been in vain. My environmental safety index had remained the same. I'd failed to cheat the program. Chapter 17. There ain't no such thing as free lunch. You have my respect, Stark. When I'm done, half of humanity will still be alive. I hope they remember you. Thanos to Iron Man, Avengers, Infinity War. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, Liquidator. I repeated mechanically the last words of the message. Joe perked up. Liquidator? Is that what you are? What does that mean? I popped the red balloon and spent some time studying the description of the class that the observers had assigned me. Predictably, no one had bothered with a detailed description. It was as if the text was being generated in a trial subject's brain, using their mentality and worldview. These are the results of the observers' vote. 50.8% have voted for the Liquidator class. 49.2% have voted for the Lord of Monsters class. The test subject has been assigned the Liquidator class. Test subject's name, Phil, human, level 10. The decision is final and cannot be reversed. Liquidator, class level 1. The trial subject receives a new class level automatically with every 5 levels gained. Liquidators are melee fighters. They mainly deal damage with daggers, causing bleeding effects to their targets. Although their various skills allow them to adapt to any combat situation, their best bet is to deal strong explosive damage to a single target. They stun and paralyze their enemy. First level talents. Treacherous Shadow. Allows a Liquidator to vanish, then immediately reappear behind their opponent's back. Active range, 150 feet. Stun. Allows a Liquidator to paralyze their target for the duration of 5 seconds. Unable to resist the temptation of trying both talents in action, I cast a look at the unsuspecting Ola, who was lovingly studying his new toy, Carter's Spear. I gave a mental chuckle. Ola? He raised his head. I activated Treacherous Shadow. I should have shut my eyes because I'd very nearly lost all coordination when, instead of the view of our shelter and my peacefully conversing friends, I was suddenly facing the Cameroonian's back. I activated Stun. The spear dropped to the ground, and his head to his chest. He remained on his feet, staggering slightly. Instead of cartoon stars, a timer appeared over his head, counting down the seconds. Once he came back to his senses, he spouted African invective, asking all evil spirits and Jesus himself to be the witness of his fury. Giovanna laughed, pouring oil on troubled waters. The cheerful Ola joined in, unable to help himself. "Phil, what was that?" he asked, grinning. "Sorry, man. I just couldn't help myself. I had to see how these class talents work. My class is Liquidator, a melee fighter. So far they've given me 2 talents. The first one basically teleports me behind the target's back. The second one complements it perfectly. It's a 5-second stun. By the way, what did you feel?" "What did I feel? I didn't feel anything. It was as if my arms and legs had gone to sleep. My whole body had gone to sleep. I didn't feel a damn thing. I couldn't even bat an eyelid. Hey, wait a sec. I hope neither of you has done anything untoward to a poor, unsuspecting African." He wriggled this way and that, trying to get a glimpse of his back, and whatever was located below it. Having made sure everything was in order, he pointed his forefinger at me. "T'es un sorcier." "A charobniak," Giovanna agreed in Serbian. The ease with which we understood each other, regardless of the languages we all spoke, was incredible. We seemed to communicate by instantly recognizing the words, without the need for translating them into our respective languages in order to create corresponding images. Now, too, as soon as Ola had called me a sorcier in French, and Giovanna had said charobniak in Serbian, the corresponding image of an evil sorcerer flashed through my head. If you consider how often people misunderstood each other, even when speaking the same language, this alien technology was impressive. Having finished with my class description, I moved over to the next system message. This particular balloon was colored black with white spots like a soccer ball. When I activated it, it didn't explode like all the others, but simply unfolded to form a translucent square at the edge of my field of vision. Prototype of the trial site. Pibalau, Sagittarius Sector. Participants in the trial. Planet Earth, Humankind Faction, Homo sapiens race. These are self-designations. 2018 according to local chronology, 4th wave. Number of observers, 28,410,290,821. The last number kept flickering, constantly changing, which might mean that the data was being transferred in real time. And still, 28 billion observers? This definitely didn't sound like a small council of judges or supervisors. Could they be viewers? I might not be an expert on alien psychology, but such a number of onlookers could only mean one thing to the artless mind of a 21st century man, according to local chronology. This had to be some sort of reality show. Its alien creators might not have television, but the idea remained the same. Below was what appeared to be the trial rankings, apparently also in real time. One of the lines turned red and disappeared just as I was looking at it. Number of test subjects, 72 of 169. Current ranking, Juma, human, level 18, class, predator, hexagons captured, 146. Tafari, human, level 17, class, executioner, hexagons captured, 131. Philip, human, level 10, class, liquidator, hexagons captured, 50. Nagash, human, level 15, class, necromancer, hexagons captured, 6. 46. Zach, human, level 7, class, not applicable, hexagons captured, 1. 68. Shlomo, human, level 5, class, not applicable, hexagons captured, 0. 69. Bjorn, human, level 4, class, not applicable, hexagons captured, 1. 70. Ola, human, level 4, class, not applicable, hexagons captured, 0. 71. Morana, human, level 4, class, not applicable, hexagons captured, 0. 72. Rubix, human, level 3, class, not applicable, hexagons captured, 0. At the very bottom of the list, I saw a few familiar names, including Ola, who was one of the last, together with a couple of Nagash's surviving minions. The fact that the necromancer had made it back to the top almost immediately after his crushing defeat, having lost everything but his talents, was amazing. His determination commanded respect. The colorful column of nicknames was followed by the list of the dead, numbers 73 to 169. Their names were colored gray, Carter amongst them. I conveyed all this to my fellow clan members. We then went through the list, trying to second-guess our current situation. Unfortunately, or luckily for us, the rankings didn't reveal the players' clan affiliations, or the number of minions each clan leader had. But at least this gave us some starting point. We began by suggesting that every player who didn't have a single hexagon to their name was already someone's minion. In this case, it appeared to be that only 11 trial participants still preserved their independence. All the others had either already lost their hexagon and were risking disincarnation, or they'd already joined someone else's clan. Which meant that 61 persons were already affiliated with some clan or other. And while my own clan only numbered 3 players, the likes of Juma and Tafari must have already had about 20 or 30. I went through the list several times, marking down all the landless players. Their levels were all low.
"Those 3 definitely keep investing all the resources into themselves,"
Giovanna said, meaning Juma, Tafari, and Nagash.
"We've got to get rid of my lord. Oh shit, I mean Nagash,"
Ola said grimly.
"If we don't do it now, we'll have our work cut out for us."
Joe nodded.
"Absolutely. Think for yourself, Phil. If the entire center of the map is taken by Tafari and the whole east is occupied by Juma, where do you think Nagash can be?"
I agree. We need to finish that brainfucker off now, before he can recruit another army of minions from the north. That's sorted then. Let's finish up here at the base and get going. We all got up. I walked over to the command center and laid my hand on the stone, activating the upgrade. It cost me 2,500 existence resource points. The stone emitted 3 invisible waves, reinforcing the hexagon, the base, and the shelter. "This is what we have," I said. "The hexagon's limits can now delay all intruders for 60 seconds. They can't be breached straight away. Also, the weakening debuff now strips all attackers not of 5%, but of 10% of their stats. The height of the base's fence has been raised to 10 feet, and its structure reinforced. I'm afraid Rex won't be able to break through it so easily anymore. Plus, our weak plasma turrets, which were only good to scare off whistlers, have also been reinforced, and their numbers doubled along the base's perimeter." Ola made the sign of the cross.
"Thank God for that."
"And as for the shelter, you can see the changes yourself. This hangar is now big enough to accommodate all of our dinos." My friends turned their heads in unison. A translucent dome was now towering above us, looking like something out of a shopping mall. Pieces of furniture formed below it, beds, couches, and armchairs, which made up our living quarters. There was also a sanitary module with a shower, as well as a chest serving as an extra-dimensional inventory. A round table appeared next to us. I would have said it was oak, but I really wasn't sure. You couldn't study local materials just by sight and touch. When you looked at the fence, it seemed to be as plastic as could be. But when you knocked on it, you could distinctly hear the dull ring of metal. And as for our extra-dimensional trunk, it appeared to be made of a multitude of intertwined force fields.
"That's cool," Giovanna gasped. "Just imagine what kind of bastion it could be if you upgraded the whole place completely." "I'm gonna go and take a look outside,"
Ola said, then disappeared behind the dome.
"I'll come as well," Joe added. "Phil, see you outside."
I nodded, but stayed behind to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. Base 1, level 3, number of modules 5, rate of existence resource generation 50 points per hour. Total generation of existence resources from all bases 154 points per hour. You may not upgrade until you reach level 15. Cost to upgrade base to level 4, 12,500 existence resource points. Now I had 2 new modules available, 1 research and 1 artifact. Having pondered over it, I purchased the former, spending the 500 points I'd set aside. While it was being generated, I studied the second one. My eyes popped out of my head. How much? 50,000 existence points? Were they nuts? Where do they get such prices from? The module generates a random artifact every 24 hours, not eligible for upgrade. That was it. Short and sweet. The module was geared up to create a battle-ready army in the long term. No need to go down into dungeons anymore to smoke bosses and elite mobs in the hope of chancing upon some random loot. This way, you had a guaranteed artifact every 24 hours, for free. And knowing the kinds of powerful boosting and killing mechanisms the trial field was capable of generating, you could easily imagine what a module like this was capable of. What a shame that we couldn't really afford to install it in our situation. Its price tag, including the discount, could buy me level 35. No artifact could possibly level me up that much. The research module was entirely virtual. A new active icon appeared in the command center. When I opened it, I saw a list of all possible improvements. Plus 1% to damage dealt. Cost 100 existence resource points. Affects all damage dealt by the base owner's clan members, as well as their fighting units and defense turrets. Plus 1% to armor. Cost 100 existence resource points. Affects all armored gear, including that of fighting units. Plus 10% to fighting units' characteristics. Cost 3,000 existence resource points. Plus 100% to working units' productivity. Cost 10,000 existence resource points. The full list contained all kinds of upgrades to everything you could think of, from the fence's durability to the scout's range of vision. I gave it a quick think, then invested the remaining 500 resource points into 5% to damage dealt. Talking about which, I'd completely forgotten about the 2 characteristic points I'd received with my new level. My new talents demanded some powerful explosive damage. Strength, plus 2. Excellent. Not only would it improve our damage, it would also double the resources mined by our working unit, a veritable harvester plowing through the trial field. Combined existence resource generation for all bases, 156 points per hour. Wait a sec. Why 156? Where did this number come from? The level 3 main base gave me 50 an hour. The working unit brought in another 27. The remaining bases gave me 49 in total, at 1 point an hour. Something didn't sum up. I opened the control panel of the non-combat unit module, then stared blankly at it, unable to work it out. A working unit, 55 existence resource points an hour. Since when? I opened my clan members' profiles and finally saw it. Their strength numbers counted too, bringing in the missing 55 points. And this was going to radically change our entire strategy. If you visualized the trial grounds as a rectangular map, then the right-hand third of it would be under Juma's control. The middle would be occupied by Tafari, while the left-hand part wasn't as clear-cut. Almost half of the bottom part of it was occupied by my clan, while the space above us remained uncharted territory. One thing we knew was Nagash was lurking somewhere there, together with a number of yet independent participants, which meant that we might need to go through every hexagon with a fine-toothed comb in order to make sure we hadn't missed anything, including the seizing of neutral hexagons as well as those already captured, and the searching for any yet undiscovered instances, as well as looking for any potential allies from Elindy's list. Complicated shit, Ola said pensively when we'd stopped for a break. We just smoked a pack of especially obnoxious nebulas and were waiting for the yellow acidic goo to dry and disappear from our clothes. We'd already worked out, by scientific trial and error, that it vanished sometime after the disappearance of the nebula's bodies. Do you mean that we need another 750 resource points to get a harvester? Ola asked again. That's right. 500 for another upgrade, 2 for the module, and another 50 for the working unit. In less than 12 hours, it's already paid for itself. I've been thinking, if we upgrade all of our bases, they'll be able to generate over 3,000 resource points an hour. If we do that,
By the end of the day, we'll already be getting profit back on our investment, Ola said. By his own admission, he had no problem mentally multiplying large numbers. Apparently, he'd had this thing about being able to count well, so once he'd gotten the interface, he'd used it to level it up. Good idea, he said. Let's just hope no one has a go at us in the meantime. Very well. That's settled then. I want you both to make sure you always have an emergency supply of resource points to be able to heal yourselves by leveling up. The rest we'll invest into upgrading the bases, building the modules, and creating working units. All right, let's be off. Croc, come to me. Croc came stomping and wheezing, followed by Tank and Rex, who'd been on patrol while we rested up. We hopped on his back and continued on our journey toward our northernmost hexagon on the very edge of the map. Once we'd explored it, we were going to turn off and start skirting our domains. We captured 5 neutral hexagons, one after the other. Our travails weren't without their challenges. The mobs that had attacked us were about my level, so my 2 guys didn't have it that easy. Both Joe and Ola had used up their resource points to level themselves up just to avoid dying. So in the end, we were obliged to allocate them another emergency reserve before starting upgrading the bases. Ola had very nearly died again. He'd been attacked by 4 semi-sentient nebulas at once, who'd first fled from my dinos into the bush, only to come back and select the African as their new target. That required more point injections in order to level him up, after which he'd caught up with Giovanna. Both of them were now level 6. I stopped at the border of the next hexagon, which was apparently neutral. Now you can do it on your own. No arguments. I interrupted their indignant remonstrations. This is non-negotiable. We've been farming like idiots for an hour already, but we've only got enough resources for 4 upgrades. So that's what we're going to do. Take all 3 dinos and seize this hexagon in front of us. This way, the mobs will be no hassle for you. Without me, they'll be level 6 or 7 at the most, which is the same as you, including the dinos. Once you seize it, you initiate the upgrade process on all the bases bordering the main one. After that, you set the integration module to automatic. I'll give you access authorization. The module will then initiate all the necessary procedures once it has the resources required. Once that's done, I'd like you to update your gear and continue farming mobs of your own level. Where are you going? Joe squinted at me suspiciously. I'm going to do some recon in the north. I'd like to find out where our necromancer friend is hanging out so we can attack him at first light. By then, you should be leveled up well enough. Normally, by then, we'll have farmed enough elite items plus whatever points the bases give us. He won't have a hope in hell. We'll do him up nice and good. He's for sure gonna pay for Carter's death. Ola threw his head back and threw his arms wide, shouting something unintelligible, but obviously militant. His relationship with Nagash had been complicated, to say the least. Giovanna gave me a peck on the cheek and asked me to be careful, then disappeared behind the bank of mist enveloping the hexagon's border. She was followed by Ola, Rex, Tank, and Croc. I stood there, alone. It was now close to evening. The 72 hours of independence granted to Zack would expire tomorrow. I might actually accept him into the clan. We could always use a few extra strength and charisma points. The hexagon which I was about to enter was a new type. It was neither neutral nor captured by anyone. As I went in, I received a new message. Warning, you're about to enter a special-purpose hexagon. Its territory cannot be captured. Special effects. Maximum duration of stay, 60 minutes. Exceeding 60 minutes will activate a permanent debuff, making the intruder lose 1 level per minute. They didn't give any further explanation, so I just continued skirting the hexagon's perimeter. Everything seemed to be perfectly normal, apart from the silence. I could neither see nor hear any mobs. The landscape here was evidently artificial, its surface covered with the same material as the base's floor. The place was studded with neat, decorative installations, some geometric, others resembling statues on pedestals. I walked over to one of them.
A crab-like figure half the height of a human stood on a pedestal covered in a decorative script. Although its separate elements said nothing to me, I understood the meaning straight away. Born to defeat. A Macrur. Level 37. The Trial Champion. Race. The Macrurs. Wave 6. His name was transferred to me as a visual image. How strange. Could it be that the Macrur race didn't use audible speech at all? In which case, how did I know that it was pronounced Macrur? Was it a self-appellation too, or was it what the senior races called them? I glanced at some of the other statues, looking for the figures of either Valiadis or Elindi, to see if my assumption had been correct. I couldn't find them. In fact, I couldn't find a single humanoid shape nearby. I'd have liked to continued looking, but the distances between the statues were quite big, and I wasn't on a guided tour. My countdown timer, too, kept reminding me not to waste time. So I just headed to a small, opaque dome at the hexagon center. I touched its side, feeling my fingers penetrate it, and walked in. There was nothing inside, apart from a new system message hovering in front of me. On the 6th day of the trial, the special-purpose hexagon is pronounced a trade zone. Do you want to see the artifacts available for sale? Do you want to sell your own artifacts? Of course I did. I pressed accept. The entire stock of a whopping 3 items unfolded in front of me. The Rock of Rebirth, a single-use artifact, allows you to bring a disincarnated trial participant back into the trial. Cost, 500,000 existence resource points. The Rock of Time, a single-use artifact, allows you to go back to the beginning of the current day of the trial. Cost, 750,000 existence resource points. The Rock of Disincarnation, a single-use artifact, allows you to eliminate your enemy and annihilate his additional lives, provided he has any. Does not require contact with the target. Cost, 1 million existence resource points. Once I'd studied all 3 artifacts, it took me a bit of time to pick my jaw back off the floor and stop gloating. I realized very well the trial organizers' agenda. All they wanted was to add an element of unpredictability to the show and give a chance to even the lowest-ranking clans. And as for the deadly artifact, it could come in handy if the participating clans began to drag the show out. I also realized that none of the participants could afford these kinds of prices at the moment, even if they'd been 10 times cheaper. But in the future, say in about a week's time, I closed the virtual shop and decided to try and sell something myself. A slot appeared in the air. I set the devious pauldrons of eternal rest into it. They were immediately priced at 4,000 resource points. The ordinary clan ring of leadership was valued at 5,000. Both my power fist and the dagger of obfuscation I'd taken off Carter were priced more or less the same. I paused, pondering over what to sell, but in the end, I didn't have the heart to part with any of them. I would have gladly sold the megalomaniacal dagger of absorption with its lifesteal effect, but it was now back at the base. There was also Giovanna's lightning rod, but where was I supposed to look for her now? The place didn't even have a clan chat for me to contact the guys. Having scratched my head over this, I finally left the shop and continued on north. As I left the special-purpose hexagon, I noticed 5 level 10 strangers confidently heading for Nagash's base. My high perception allowed me to follow them unnoticed, while the fog of war prevented them from noticing me. No, I wasn't suicidal enough to attack them, but I needed to find out who they were and how their meeting with a necromancer would pan out. I moved parallel with them. As they approached Nagash's base, they deployed into a combat formation, while their leader announced at the top of his voice, "My name's Striker. Listen up, Nagash. Our leader Tafari is offering you and your vassals to join his clan. You have 1 minute to respond. If you refuse, we'll kill you all." Instead of Nagash, a swarthy, mustachioed man with a crew cut and a beer gut walked out to the fence. "Where's Tafari himself?" he asked. "Our leader's too busy to waste his precious time on you. Who's speaking on Nagash's behalf?" "This is Manu, my lord's voice. My lord will never join another clan. That's his answer. Peace off now, before we eliminate you." Stryker shook his head. "I don't think so." Manu? That was one of the guys on Elindi's list. While I was trying to think how to drag him out of the battle, Tafari's group went on a well-choreographed offensive. Although they didn't have any fighting units with them, they didn't need any, judging by their talents. Stryker, who was the same warrior class as Carter used to be, darted toward Manu, smashing through the base's weak fence and ramming into the man, sending him flying behind other clan members' backs. Ignoring the skirmish, Nagash just stood there casting a spell. Next to him stood two of his bodyguards, Morana and Rubix, whom I'd already met. Manu, whose life had been halved, was covering Nagash from behind. In the meantime, Tafari's fighters were battling their way through the undead hordes, which were being decimated very quickly. Finally, the necromancer had finished reciting the spell. I watched its effects from the sidelines. Suddenly, Stryker stopped fighting the undead, who in turn also gave up attacking him. Instead, Stryker assaulted an axe-brandishing fellow fighter, burying his two-handed sword in the guy's back. The blow proved deadly. The warrior with the axe stopped moving. Soon his dead body disappeared into thin air. Their crossbowman was next. As he was busy shooting at the undead from a safe distance, Stryker leaped toward him and lopped his head off. Even I could see the surprise on the guy's severed head. Still, that's where Nagash's success came to an end, because Tafari's men weren't born yesterday either. Their second long-range fighter must have put two and two together as he loosed off a burst of either plasma or some sort of energy. That disrupted Nagash's concentration and put an end to his magic, allowing Stryker to return to his senses. Stryker growled something to his team. All three of them lunged at the necromancer. Morana and Rubix attempted to shield their lord with their own bodies, but seeing as both their levels and their gear left a lot to be desired, courtesy of Nagash, who never splurged on his vassals' needs, the two were promptly cut to ribbons and disincarnated, their names disappearing from the active trial participants list. Nagash himself scurried to the shelter, ordering Manu to do the same. The remaining undead hung on to Stryker and his two sidekicks, blocking their way. That's when I noticed Nagash's new talent. Accompanied by Manu, he'd gone around the back of the dome, reappearing on the other side. I could see him clearly, but Stryker and company couldn't. Nagash raised his hands high in the air, shouting something, then dropped his arms to his sides. The spots where two of Tafari's fighters had just died started emitting a black haze, which left two raised dead men in its wake. The crossbowman was still headless. With another wave of his hand, Nagash raised his two slain vassals, Morana and Rubix. The four zombies then attacked Stryker from behind. He must have sensed something at the last moment because he swung round. Too late. The undead hung onto his arms and legs, gnawing and biting him, ripping off chunks of flesh and clawing his eyes out. Manu eagerly helped them, brandishing his club. Nagash came closer and resumed casting his mind-controlling spell while his undead servants finished off Stryker's fighters. Just as I thought the intruders were done for, Stryker let out a guttural growl. In one powerful swipe, he launched himself onto the necromancer. Nagash must have been in a hurry to finish the last words of his spell because he didn't attempt to run off, just opened his eyes wide and continued to mumble. With an upward thrust, Stryker buried his sword into Nagash's chest, its point exiting the base of his skull. He then yanked it out and took a wide swing to finish him off. Nagash's head rolled to the ground. An invisible wave swept from the dome to the hexagon's perimeter, signaling the change of its owner. The place was now Tafari's property. His life deep in the red, Stryker staggered toward the remaining undead. With a few swipes of his sword, he sent them back to oblivion, then headed toward the sole remaining survivor, Manu. Manu was a sorry sight. A crossbow bolt stuck out of his head. He didn't even have any gear worthy of a warrior, just some stupid civilian clothes. His level 6 was no match for an even half-dead Striker. Striker stuck the point of his sword in the ground and leaned on it. A flap of skin hung from his face, ravaged by the zombies. "You can go," he croaked. Manu was about to say something, but Striker didn't let him. "My leader is fair. He gives each of his vassals enough resources to buy level 10 and receive a class. Bobby has died the final death today. I need a replacement for my team. Would you like to join Tafari's clan? I won't offer it again." My turn. I stepped closer and sent Manu an invitation to join my clan, then shouted to attract his attention. "Sorry to interfere. Manu, before you reply, I need to tell you that our mutual friends Giovanna and Ola are sending you their regards." "Phil? I know you." His eyes widened. "How on earth?" He did accept the invitation, though. "Who the hell are you?" Striker growled, backing off. "You sure know how to pick your timing." His glare darted round. I activated both my talents, grabbed his slackened body, and, in a couple of bounds, had cleared the base's perimeter. Now he wouldn't be able to teleport out. Manu staggered after me, dragging Striker's sword across the ground behind him. "Finish him off, Phil. You saw what he can do. He'll be a problem." I brought the tip of my dagger to Striker's throat. Although he was already restoring, he wouldn't survive a stabbing. "You gonna kill me?" he asked nonchalantly. "You can't imagine how I'd hate to do it," I replied. "You're too good, man. You're awesome." "Fuck you." He turned his head away and spat blood on the ground. A skull's grin froze on his ravaged face. "This is my last life." Here, yes, but not in real life. Softly, my dagger pierced his flesh, robbing him of the last percentage of his life. His name on the list expired, confirming that this indeed had been his last life. Still, this wasn't the right time to indulge in remorse. I took his spirit crystal. "Manu, quick, the loot." Having picked up all the loot, we hurried away. We'd been lucky that no one had yet responded to the emergency. The moment we'd cleared the base's perimeter, we heard the popping of teleports. I looked back. Tafari's combat team of 5 had just arrived. They promptly appraised the situation and came running after us. The heavy loot slowed us down. The distance between us and our pursuers kept shrinking. There was only some 150 feet separating us when we'd finally cleared the special-purpose hexagon and found ourselves on our own turf. "Leave the sword!" I shouted. "No way!" Manu wheezed, momentarily overtaking me only to drop back again. His speed wasn't up to it. Our pursuers were almost upon us. We had only a few paces left to the safety of the base from which we could teleport out when an arrow pierced my shoulder, promptly followed by another one in my back. I tumbled head over heels, breaking the arrow's shafts and screaming in pain, unable to even understand what Manu was shouting. "Madre mia! Dinosaurs! Look, Phil! They're for real!" All 3 of my pets trundled past us. I could make out Giovanna's and Ola's silhouettes running behind the fence. "It's all right, Manu. They're all mine. We're home." Chapter 18. Gods Are Blind. No good deed goes unpunished, Outlander. Sinet Jalene, The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. Normally, the motion-sensitive lighting in our apartment block stairwell goes on automatically. This time, though, it didn't work. The moment the elevator's doors closed, the stairwell went dark. I used a flashlight to unlock my apartment door. Just as I opened it, I heard the hurried stomping of feet down the stairs. Then I felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed to the back of my head. "Don't move," a vaguely familiar voice whispered in my ear. I was bundled inside, stumbling over the doorstep. While I was trying to get to my feet,
The front door slammed shut behind me. The lights went on in the hall. I turned round, only to see Panchenko. Shit. Why hadn't the alarm gone off? I'd set up a special warning against Panchenko on my interface. He grinned. You didn't expect me, did you? He asked in a nasal drawl. A level 19 interface user. Do you really think you could hide it from me? Even as he spoke, I was calculating the direction and sequence of my assault on him. He must have second-guessed my intention to jump to my feet and give him a good hiding, because he pointed his gun at me, discouraging any move on my part. I heard the cocking of the hammer. Don't move. Lie face down. Anybody else at home? No. Just to disprove me, Boris ran out of the bedroom, meowing desperately, and began poking my face with her little nose. Aha! And you said there was nobody home. Puss, puss, come here, kitty. Boris was too trusting of strangers. Twitching her ears in alarm, she did approach him. The next moment she yelped as his heavy boot sent her flying against the wall. With a thud, Boris dropped motionless to the floor. Boris! Panchenko grinned. Ignoring his orders, I crawled toward her. Boris lay unmoving, a tiny droplet of blood forming on her nose. I got a lump in my throat. My eyes started to sting. Just as fury and righteous anger welled inside me, the back of my head exploded in pain. My lights went out. Feeling better? I was sitting strapped to a chair in the lounge. Panchenko was looking around, frowning. I raised my head. The room was a mess, all the upholstery ripped apart, all the drawers trashed, their contents strewn across the floor. But that wasn't what worried me. My second life, which Martha had shown me, had taught me to keep my cool in situations like this one, calmly reassessing it and trying to come up with an escape plan. This wasn't the right time to dwell on my losses. I could always take stock of them later, once I'd gotten out of this mess. Provided I did get out of it. A new debuff icon appeared in a corner of my field of vision. Delayed Curse. Your opponent has cast a lethal curse on you. Effect: Delayed Death. Time left until the user's death: 168 hours, 19 minutes, 6 seconds. The last number kept changing, counting down the seconds. Panchenko laughed at the sight of my long face. You saw it, didn't you? You've got a week left to live. How did you manage that? I interrupted him. My voice was hoarse and weak, but he'd heard me. He paused, thinking, then pulled out a cigarette and lit up. This isn't the movies, he said, exhaling the smoke, and I'm not an evil overlord. I was given a chance, and I'm not going to waste it now by explaining my motives, objectives, or methods to you. Come on, spit it out. Caress your ego. I'm as good as dead, and you know it. The interface is never wrong. I have 7 days, then I'm toast. How did you do it? He chuckled. The interface? He bit his lip, thinking. Somebody took a hit out on you. A hit? He raised his head as if listening to something, then nodded. That's right. Boss isn't happy with you. You haven't lived up to his expectations, so he ordered me to take you out, and to make my job easier, he granted me the Erol ability. When you die, I'll have it on a permanent basis. I'll become a perfect hitman. No one will dare step in my way to greatness. This would have sounded as corny as hell had I not known he was deadly serious. Wait a sec. What boss are you talking about? He brought his forefinger up to his temple. The boss. The higher being. He came to me because I was a chosen one, just like you. He gave me the ability to see people's nature. He taught me to convince and manipulate them. He chuckled. You did well grassing me up.
You've put some very serious people on my back. It was you who told them, wasn't it? They're gonna regret it. All of them. Once you're dead in a week's time, the ability will be mine to use. Then anyone who dares stand in my way will sooner or later be cursed. As if reacting to his words, the program issued me a quest without the reject option. Stop evil. Use the interface's temporary uninstallability in order to neutralize Konstantin Panchenko and prevent him from committing socially detrimental actions. To activate the ability, touch the target. The ability will only affect the target designated by this quest. Rewards: +3 to your social status level, +3 to all main characteristics, +3 available main characteristic points, +30 points to your global reputation with every member of the human race. A round red button of the new ability appeared in the lower right corner of my field of vision. All I had to do was touch Panchenko. Problem was, my hands were still bound behind my back. In the meantime, Panchenko remained on his guard, keeping a safe distance. He must have paid heed to all of my stats and combat skills. "You've any idea what awaits you now?" I asked him. "What do you mean?" He peered suspiciously at me, expecting a catch. "Did your boss or whoever it was tell you about the trial?" "Which trial? What are you talking about? Your tricks won't work with me. You'd better quit stalling and tell me where you keep the money." He chuckled nervously. "You won't need it anymore anyway. Not where you're going, you won't." According to my lie detection skill, he was telling the truth. He knew nothing about either the Valfours nor their abductions. He sincerely believed in some sort of boss, probably the interface itself. Only now did I notice that he'd scooped out all the money and valuables he'd found in my apartment. That was all I'd managed to save after my memorable poker tournament, including my boxing championship winnings and the prize money I'd received for defeating the Sledgehammer in the Super Final after having paid for Julie's treatment and investing in my company. I could make out the white figure of Netsuke Jurojin in the heap, as well as the lucky ring of Velez that Panchenko had ripped off my finger. Could he see their stats and the bonuses they came with? "That's all I have," I said. "I'm not a millionaire." "What a shame. Well, if this is all you have to offer, I don't need you anymore. I'd have gladly strangled you myself, but I don't want to soil my hands on you. You're gonna die soon enough as it is. Sooner than you think." Humming some little ditty out of tune, he scooped everything up into a plastic bag, twisted it closed, and stuffed it into his jacket. Then walked over to me. His eyes were laughing. He spat in my face, then pistol-whipped me on the temple. The world went dark. I collapsed to the floor, chair and all. "How awful!" Veronica exclaimed. "Holy crap!" Alec whistled his disbelief. "Phil, did you see those jerks? Who did it?" My friends walked around my apartment, studying the damage. Unable to help herself, Veronica found a brush and a dustpan, and started clearing up the mess. "Please, leave it," I asked her. "Could you make us some coffee? My head feels like shit. I'll tell you everything in a moment." I'd come around early in the morning, and spent a good 3 hours trying to work myself free of my bonds. By expanding my muscles and straining against the duct tape, I'd finally managed to loosen it enough to free up my hands. The first thing I'd done was locate Panchenko on the map. I cussed in disappointment. Judging by the speed with which his marker was moving, the bastard must have been on board a plane flying over Poland. That put a lid on my initial idea of reporting him to the police in order to stop him. I'd still called both the police and the ambulance, simply to file the facts of the burglary and the physical assault, just to create some more problems for him. Having said that, I didn't think he would be coming back, considering the likes of the people who were unhappy with him now that I'd grassed him up. Yawning, the cops studied the place, asked me all the necessary questions, and filed my complaint. A couple of neighbors who stood witness to its registration shook their heads, tut-tutting sympathetically. That's when I'd found out that on top of my ID papers Panchenko had also taken all the paperwork that was in the house. I stated very clearly that I'd reorganized my assailant and reported his name and all relevant information to the sleepy noncommittal cop, making sure he'd taken everything down. The ER people suggested they take me to the hospital, but I refused. When I'd finally gotten rid of them all, I gave Alec a ring, asking him to come over. By then, Panchenko was already in Germany, waiting for his connection in Frankfurt Airport. While I was waiting for them, I managed to speak to Martha. As soon as she'd arrived, she zoned out for a good 40 seconds, but failed to report anything encouraging. "I've managed to work out the nature and the mechanism of the curse debuff. Once the countdown runs out, your heart will simply stop. Your brain activity will cease, and all vital organs will stop functioning. In the meantime, all of your body glands will start producing copious amounts of toxins. You can't abort the process because it's been programmed at cellular level. The curse is encrypted, so it can only be removed by the one who cast it. Judging by what's available to you, I can't see a single possibility to undo it. I'm very sorry." Ilindi was my last hope now. She'd already removed curses and debuffs from me once during my previous abductions. I couldn't contact her directly, but Valiadis was obliged to know where to find her. Alec arrived with Veronica in tow, which was even better. It didn't look as if I'd be able to stay in control of the company now, at least for a while, so I had to find someone to run it for me. Veronica seemed to be the best option. With some help from Mr. Katz, Rose, and Kesha, she would do well. I was sure of that. Alec brought us some chairs from the kitchen, which we arranged at the center of the room. Gingerly threading her way through the mess, Veronica brought us 3 cups of coffee on a tray. I picked one up and took a large swig. I needed a quick fix. Veronica offered me a pill. "Take this. It'll sort your head out." I swallowed the painkiller and told them what had happened. "Last night I came home from my English class. Somebody was waiting by the door. They gave me a whack across the back of my head. I didn't see who it was. When I came round later last night, the place was already trashed." "Did you call the cops?" "Yes, straight away. I filed a complaint. But you know how it is with them. They'll drag it out and come up with nothing. So I'm afraid I might need your help." "Absolutely," the two replied in unison. "Listen up. I think I know who it might have been." I couldn't tell them the whole truth, so I had to beat around the bush. I might need to go into hiding. This is what I would like you to do. Veronica, I want you to look after the company for a little while. You know what to do and in which direction we're heading. If there's a problem, just give me a ring and I'll sort you out." Veronica blushed, but promptly got a hold of herself. "Don't worry," she said confidently. "I'll manage." "Good. Tell everyone that I caught a cold and have to take a few days off. If they want to come and see me, tell them it's contagious. No house calls, please. Next up. Alec, I have something to ask you, too." "Yes, what is it? I'll do anything you want." "It would be a shame if my landlord saw the state of the apartment. Do you think you could give it the once-over? I'll give you the money. I just need to go to the bank. Having said that, damn it, they've taken all my documents for some goddamn reason, haven't they?" I knew perfectly well that the goddamn reason was to make sure I couldn't come after them. Panchenko had thought of everything. Still, Alec and Veronica didn't need to know zip about that. "I've got some money," Veronica offered. "I can do it. Knowing Alec, he might splurge on a pile of flat packs." Alec shrugged. "I'm not an expert, I know." "Thanks a lot," I said. "I'll pay you back." "Well, that's it then. One last thing. I'd like you to take me to a hotel. One of you will have to book a room in their name. Which one of you has a passport?" Alec patted down his pockets, then shook his head. Veronica reached into her purse and produced her passport. "I've got mine. I can book a room. Let's go." She rose. "No, wait." I rose and headed into the bedroom, where Boris lay stiff and cold under the bed. I reached out and pressed her little body to my chest. Her eyes had glazed over. Her hair was dull and tousled. My heart was breaking. I wanted to scream at the top of my voice to release all the anger and pain pent up inside. Instead, I just wheezed. We need to bury her.
Good morning, Phil. Valiatis greeted me energetically.
I'm afraid it's not so good, sir. I was calling him from my budget hotel room booked in Veronica's name. The moment the room door had closed behind her, I dialed his number.
Spit it out.
Panchenko has cast a lethal debuff on me. I can't remove it on my own.
How long have you got?
Less than a week. I need to meet up with Elindi. For a while, he didn't reply. Then the silence in the receiver was broken by a sigh and his angry cussing.
What a shit! Yes, I'll tell her. Are you in the Meridian?
That's right, room 904.
Stay put and don't go anywhere.
Thank you, sir.
There's nothing to thank me for yet. Keep your chin up.
I wandered around the room for a while, finished off all the snacks that I'd found in the minibar, then fell asleep to the monotonous noise on the television. When I awoke, it was already getting dark. Someone was stroking my head. Elindi's hot, gentle hand brushed my cheek. She was sitting next to me on the bed in her real Roa form. Elindi, you came. I sat up and gave her a hug. She hugged me back, pressing me to her body. We didn't say anything. Her hot breath tickled my neck. Then I realized that her eyes were wet. The Roa were human too. I focused on my interface. The debuff icon was still active, the countdown timer clocking up the last hours of the first day. I'm sorry, she whispered. It was my fault. I eased myself away and looked her in the eye. She didn't avert her gaze. Valiatis did suggest we install in him our version of the interface. I refused. His heart is too black. You can't wash it clean. You can't reform him. People like him view the world as their own stomping ground. They think it exists simply to satisfy their own ends. Wasn't I a bit like him, too? You? Of course not. She sounded offended. True, you were very lazy. Very lazy. Your selfishness was the result of your childishness, because in your heart of hearts you were a child. A good child. This guy is completely the opposite. Why are you telling me this? Does that mean you can't help me? She shook her head. Her iridescent eyes turned black. I can't. He's the only person who can do it. Can't you two help me catch him and convince him to lift the curse? You, or maybe Valiatis? We haven't got the right to. The senior races won't allow this kind of intrusion. I'm so sorry, Phil. I got off the bed and started circling the room. There must be some way of doing it. I opened the map and checked Panchenko's whereabouts. Forget it. He's already in the States. Knowing our bureaucracy, I won't even be able to get a new passport in time, let alone an American visa. There's still one more possibility. I stopped and stared at her. Well, speak up. The second Phil has to win the trial. I'll make sure I transfer all your memories to him. She got up and walked over to me. She laid her hand on my forehead and closed her eyes. My legs felt rubbery. My mind seemed to go black. I collapsed, but Elindi caught me in her arms, preventing me from hitting the floor. She gently laid me on the bed, rearranged the pillow under my head, and kissed me. The last thing I heard was, "Sleep, now." Whether it was due to Elindi's magic, or I just needed to recuperate, I woke up late the next morning, having slept for over 12 hours. I was alone in my hotel room. The elusive but unmistakably Rowan scent The mixture of spices, ozone, and pine needles was the only proof that I hadn't dreamed up Elindy's visit. Unfortunately, the curse debuff hadn't been a dream either. The timer kept counting down the hours, minutes, and seconds until my demise. 136 hours, 14 minutes, 12 seconds. 136 hours, 14 minutes, 11 seconds. 136 hours, 14 minutes, 10 seconds. The realization of the futility of it all had immediately plunged me into the dark depths of melancholy. My interface numbers were deep in the red. Fear, 99%. Mood, 3%. Self-confidence, 2%. The meager but still positive percentage of mood and self-confidence were solely due to Elindy's visit. I could avoid my dying the final death provided my doppelganger successfully passed the trial. But could Phil, too, really handle it? Was he up to it? I spent the next hour in bed, fighting off the temptation to send him a message through Martha. In the end, common sense prevailed. This kind of news could easily drive him, me, over the edge. On the other hand, it wouldn't change Jack. If he failed the trial, me, would lose anyway, and have no memory of it whatsoever. And if he won, Elindy would simply upload my memories into him, allowing us, me, to live on. That made me feel a bit better. The microscopic surge in the relief I felt was enough to prompt me to call Veronica back. I checked my phone. Lots of people had called me from the office in the meantime, but 18 missed calls from Veronica? That was a personal record. She'd started calling already last night, then resumed her attempts at 7 a.m. Phil? Fuck you. Are you all right? Is everything okay? How are things? I've just woken up. What happened? What happened is that you've been mugged and very nearly killed. She laughed hysterically. That's what happened. I was worried sick, you know. Don't worry, I'm okay, I lied, surprised at the ease with which I did. How are things at the office? It's okay. She paused, pondering about something, then changed the subject. Your apartment has been cleaned up. We've sent all the broken and damaged furniture for repair. It'll be cheaper than finding everything new. Now you can go home, if you wish. Thanks. I had no intention of going home, but telling her about the curse would also serve no purpose. I could feel that she was trying to hold something back from me, apparently unwilling to bother me with trivialities. Suppressing the cowardly desire to play along, I dismissed my lack of interest in something that very soon would become irrelevant. Even if I didn't survive, I owed it to my friends to make sure they were okay. Spit it out, I said. I can hear something's not right. It's the rumors, Phil. They just don't stop. On the contrary, every day they come with even more detail. Clients refusing to work with us? They are. They keep treating us like shit. They cancel meetings and revoke their contracts. The old clients whom we already placed are our sole source of income at the moment. Without you, even this trickle will soon dry up. I've no idea how you do it. Do what? Find employment for them? Of course. I try to do it through my channels, but nobody wants them. Should I go back to event organizing, maybe? That might help us keep our heads above water. Judging by her whispered tones and the voices in the background, she wasn't alone. Still, her voice rang with anxiety. Okay, I said. Keep your hair on. Ask Kesha to email me the names of all the problem clients, including all the potential contracts. I'm going to see them myself. As soon as I'd finished talking to her, I calmed myself down and checked on Panchenko's whereabouts. Apparently, he was already in Las Vegas, and judging by his marker, frozen at the Bellagio Hotel. He was there for the duration. I had 5 days left. I could have circled the world 5 times had I so wished, but all I needed was to cross the old world of Europe and the Atlantic Ocean. I weighed up all the possibilities. There were too many ifs and buts involved. According to the internet, a whole number of companies could restore my stolen paperwork in a matter of hours. The problem was they were all in Moscow. And how was I supposed to get there without any ID papers? Hitchhike? Think, Phil. Think. I couldn't book a flight to the U.S. without a visa. Then again, an invisible man has no need for paperwork. I could activate stealth and vanish. Even though it only lasted 45 seconds, that would be more than enough to clear all the controls. The ability's base cooldown was 60 minutes, but my spirit numbers brought it down to 20, which meant I had plenty of time to sneak past the check-in, the passport control, and later board the plane unnoticed. I could do the same during my European connection. That left me with the American customs. Once I got to Vegas, I'd have 4 days to find Panchenko and intimidate him into lifting the curse. Provided he didn't fly the coop. Then I remembered. I still had my invitation to come to the U.S., didn't I? How could I have forgotten? The answer was simple. Not only had I been distraught and out of sorts, but last night there'd been no way of telling where Panchenko might end up, as he'd been constantly on the move. So should I get a new passport, make a dash to the U.S. Embassy in Moscow to see this Angela Howard person, and suggest we reschedule our meeting to Vegas? Or wherever Panchenko might be at that moment? I could say I'd only come on this condition. I paced the room in excitement as I dialed Ms. Howard's number. Having greeted her, I blurted out that I was ready to see them as agreed, but only in Las Vegas, not in Washington. She put me on hold as she conferred with her superiors. "Very well, Mr. Panfilov," she finally said. Was it my imagination, or had I detected a note of triumph in her voice? That must have been my advanced perception at work. "We'll be expecting you at the embassy the day after tomorrow," she said. "You'll be flying to Las Vegas the same night. A car will be waiting for you at the airport." There's one other thing, Ms. Howard. I seem to have a bit of a problem with my travel documents. I've just been burgled. The thieves took all my ID papers. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Would you like to put it off for a while? You probably need time to replace your passport." "Angela, let me be completely honest with you. I'm afraid if I don't see your colleagues within the next few days, they can forget it entirely. I simply won't be able to be of any use to you." She paused. "I'll need to discuss it with the party involved," she said dryly, then hung up. The next hour seemed an eternity. Clenching my fists, I watched Panchenko drinking cocktails and lounging about a festively lit indoor pool. Finally, Angela's number rang again. "Get ready," a strange male voice said with a foreign accent. "You're flying the day after tomorrow from your city's airport. We'll send you the instructions." The phone went dead. I kept rereading Angela's last letter. The Americans' persistence was setting my alarm bells off. The ease with which they'd agreed to move our meeting to Vegas, their eagerness to pay for my flight and travel expenses, even their promise of pocket money and a guided tour of the city. As far as I could work out, they were flying me in on a diplomatic passport using a Black Ops plane. Did that mean they knew something about me? Or were they simply so interested in catching that terrorist guy? Just think. I used to be afraid of Major Igorevsky. Here I was confronted by one of the most powerful organizations in the world. Once they had their sights on you, you were sure to end up in the crap, no matter the amount of sweet-talking they did. Anyway, it was irrelevant. I needed to have the curse lifted and strip Panchenko of his interface. My objective was to do as much as I could in the little time I had left. It might turn out that I wouldn't get back at all. I made a mental assessment of the order of all the tasks, then went unflinchingly about them. I cleaned myself up and went downstairs to have breakfast, then spent some quality time busting a gut in the hotel's gym. You've received +1 to strength. Current strength, 20. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 19. XP points gained, 13,670 of 20,000. Congratulations, you've unblocked one of the requirements for following heroic abilities. Regeneration, Sprint, Taming. Strength, level 20+. I closed the message without even reading it. Later. All later. I left the weight machines and moved over to cardio. Just as I was approaching my 20th kilometer on the treadmill, my smartphone pinged with a new text message. It was Kesha Demitko, sending me a rundown on the clients. I'd look at it later. I cranked up the treadmill's angle to maximum and gave it my all for the last kilometer. Yes! You've received +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 20. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 19. XP points gained, 14,670 of 20,000. Congratulations! You've unblocked requirements for following heroic abilities: regeneration, sprint, taming. Stamina, 20+. I'd hardly finished reading it when another one turned up for no reason whatsoever. You've received +3 to luck. Current luck, 19. You've received 3,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 19. XP points gained, 17,670 of 20,000. +3 points to luck. Way to go. What was that now? What could have triggered it? Had I done something really meaningful? Something that could make my life take a new direction? Wait a sec. Why 19? Shouldn't it be 17? Where had the 2 extra points come from? I checked my profile. Strangely enough, luck showed no item boost anymore. The Ring of Velez and Netsuke Jurojin I could understand. Panchenko had taken both, but he'd ignored the red wristband given to me by Stacy, a.k.a. Ilindi. I looked at my wrist. The fine thread was gone. All I could see was a faint pink line circling my wrist like an old scar. It was as if the protective red wristband had worked its way under my skin, merging with it and becoming part of me. Over the course of the next night, I leveled up perception 3 points. Then at sunrise, I left the hotel where I'd first lost all hope, only to have it restored. Kira dropped by to give me a lift. "I'm not even going to ask what you're doing here and why you have no money," she said as she ushered me into the car. We had breakfast in a cozy coffee shop. I told her that I'd been burgled and that I needed to leave for the U.S. the next day. I tried to make her buy some story about me winning an essay competition, but I could see she didn't believe me. Despite this, she didn't ask me any questions. She took me first to apply for new ID papers, then to the bank, where I filed an application to restore my bank cards. From there, we went on to a notary that she knew and had him draw up a power of attorney to allow her to do everything in my absence. "A man shouldn't ever be without money," she said grimly, handing me an impressive wad of banknotes. "You can return it when you come back." If I come back, I thought, although I didn't say it out loud. We agreed to spend the evening with our parents. I really wanted to enjoy what could become my last family get-together. That out of the way, I went home. Kira dropped me off at the front door, warning me she'd come and get me in the evening. Thanks to Alec and Veronica's hard work, the place was now ship-shape and shining. Although some of the furniture was still being repaired, I didn't worry about it much, as I only had to spend one night there before my flight. To tell you the truth, the curse's ticking countdown had put everything else on the back burner, so I had to make an effort to shed my apathy. I needed to spend my last day at the office working hard on everything that my coworkers wouldn't be able to do for me, like searching out jobs for the existing clients and shopping for new ones. I also had to try and negotiate with those who'd canceled their contracts with us. I paused in the kitchen, staring long and hard at Boris' 2 food bowls. The cleaners invited in by Alec had polished them up, like everything else in the apartment. After some thought, I decided to keep them and a half-shredded teddy bear as a memento of my purring companion. Boris had stayed with me longer than any of them. Yana's Chihuahua boy, as well as Yana herself, and later, Vicky. Boris had befriended Richie. She'd been witness to my downfall and degradation, followed by my return to a fulfilling life. Then some petty, vindictive little shit had done what he'd done. I opened up the map to check on his whereabouts. He was still in the Bellagio Hotel. I had an alarm set up in case he left the area. After that, I spent some time admiring the illuminated swimming pool of Caesar's Palace, where the Americans were planning to put me up. I made myself a promise to take a dip in it at least once, regardless of whether I'd found Panchenko or not. I remember the hotel from the set of The Rain Man, which was my favorite movie. I wondered if that was why the Americans had booked it for me. I'd never stayed in five-star hotels before. I was one of the first to arrive at the office, but Veronica was already there, sitting at my desk, scribbling in her agenda, her tongue poking out with the effort. "Hi, Ginger," I said. "Don't call me that. It sucks." "I've brought you some money." I laid the banknotes on the table. "Thanks. You really helped me out." "Don't mention it. You better sit yourself down and sort through those 4 files over there. Those are all the questionnaires for the last few days. There are at least 100 of them. Do you think you can manage that today?" "I'll clear them by lunchtime." Having finished with the clients' questionnaires and found suitable jobs for them, I asked Kesha to give me the rundown on all the clients that had canceled. I had no idea whether I'd have enough time to meet up with all of them, but just talking to Kesha might boost his spirits and assure him that his boss wasn't going to throw in the towel. If only he knew. While he was giving me the details, I noticed something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The interface began to lag, burning through my spirit resources. I absolutely needed to be alone before something untoward happened. I raised my hand to stop Kesha. "Mind if I step out for a couple of minutes?" Our commercial director nodded and turned to discuss other pressing matters with our coworkers. They were so busy coming up with new ideas, they didn't even notice me leaving the office. I walked outside and sat down on a bench on the boulevard across the road. Whatever my interface was about to throw at me, I'd better adopt a safer position. I didn't have to wait long. Soon I was showered with messages. Waves of ecstasy rolled through my body, growing in their bliss and intensity as I received a new level. Several minutes and what felt like an eternity later, I was finally able to read the messages in their entirety. "Congratulations! You've performed a socially meaningful action. You've created a new temporal branch of reality and restored the integrity of the Bekhterev family, namely Konstantin, Kostya, and Julie, preventing their respective levels from dropping and creating new favorable conditions for improving their social status. You've performed a socially meaningful action by donating a sum in excess of your entire annual income to somebody who needed it more. As a repeated action, it is awarded with a multiple increase in XP points. You've received 39,000 XP for performing a socially meaningful action. Congratulations! You've received 2 new levels. Your current social status level, 21. Characteristic points available, 4. Skill points available, 2. Congratulations! You've received a new system skill level. Skill name, Heroism. Current level, 2. Now you can activate the Tier 2 heroic abilities, Regeneration, Sprint, and Taming, provided their requirements are met. XP received, 1,000. XP points left until the next social status level, 12,960 of 22,000. Receiving 2 levels instead of 1 didn't come easy to me. The cooldown left me drenched in sweat. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. But the bout of artificial bliss was nothing compared to the news of Julie, the little handicapped sister of my boxing partner Kostya Bekhterev. She was making a good recovery. Now I didn't give a damn about losing the interface. I didn't care anymore if I forgot everything and turned back into the fat, beer-gutted Phil proud to be a high-level rogue in World of Warcraft. The Phil who had no idea that real life was much more fun than virtual reality. I'd already left my little mark on the future. Overwhelmed, I returned to the office. Just as I approached the business center building, my phone rang. I looked at the screen and grinned uncontrollably. It was Kostya. "Hi," I said. "How are you doing? How's Jewel?" "Everything's great," he shouted into the receiver. "The surgery went really well. Her recovery is going great guns. We're coming home next week." "I'm so happy for you, man. "Thanks. Me too," he said, then went on to tell me all the details. "How about you?" he finally asked. "I'm fine," I said, trying to control my voice. "Once you're back, you can come straight to the office. The guys are waiting for you." "I won't be able to start working straight away, I'm afraid. I'll have to look after Jewel, 'cause she can't go back to kindergarten. She has to stay in bed for a while. I'll talk to my parents. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy to be useful." For a while he kept protesting, trying to assure me he could take care of it all himself. I barely listened. Once he'd finished, I said calmly, "The decision's been made. No further discussion about it. I might be away for a while." "Really? Where are you going?" "I have to go on a trip. It might take some time. When you arrive, it'll be either my dad or the guys from work that meet you at the airport. The main thing is, I won't be around, so I'd like you to start working as soon as you've settled in and sorted Julie out. Money doesn't— I know. Money doesn't earn itself." He repeated my favorite expression. "Okay, I got it. Gotta go now. This roaming costs a fortune. Say hello to Julie." As I was entering the building, I bumped into Vazgen. Despite being in a hurry, he stopped to say hello and exchange a couple of niceties with me. Knowing that I might be seeing him for the last time, I bade him an especially warm goodbye. I headed up to my office, which was temporarily Veronica's domain. We had visitors. A lady of about 30 years of age, looking good and well-groomed. According to my interface, she was in fact in her 40s. She was wearing a pencil skirt just above the knee, a light-colored blouse, high heels, and perfect makeup. A businesswoman if I'd ever seen one. "Philip Panfilov." She rose and proffered her hand. "I'm Sarah Bergman. Mr. Valiatis sent me." "Nice to meet you," I said. "How can I help you?" "Mr. Valiatis asked if you could arrange for all your workers to be present at our meeting. Would that be possible?" "Absolutely." Veronica, who'd been entertaining her in my absence, nodded and walked out to fetch the others. Soon, everyone was present and correct. Kesha, Veronica, Greg, Mr. Katz, Rose, and Alec, who was eating on the run. When I cast him a quizzical look, he mouthed, "It's lunchtime." Blushing, Veronica prized the food container from his hands and took it away somewhere. When she came back, she gave him the evil eye. The woman was watching the scene, a smile lurking in the corners of her mouth. I coughed, attracting their attention. "I'd like you all to meet Sarah, who's representing the interests of Mr. Nicholas Valiatis, whom we all know." "Sarah?" With a broad smile on her face, the woman walked out into the center of the office. "Thank you, Phil. I'm very happy to meet you all. The great job agency has an excellent reputation, which was why Mr. Valiatis and myself have studied the list of services you offer and come to the conclusion that we'd be interested in striking up a long-term relationship with you. This will concern both J-Mart and all its branches and affiliated companies." With every word she spoke, the faces of those present grew ever longer. This was indeed a very extravagant gesture on Valiatis' part. He knew I was about to lose my interface, which meant we were about to become a very average company run by ordinary people. The scope of his gesture was such that now I didn't have to meet any of the smaller companies that had refused to work with us. So even in the worst turn of events, both my partners and my company were looking at a bigger and brighter future. Chapter 19. This happens to everyone. We fight as one. Ursa, Dota 2. If I had to choose the most epic scene in the entire trial, it would have been this one. Tafari's 5 fighters, stunned and frozen in full sprint with their heads thrown back and their weapons in the air. My Triceratops and the crocodile the size of a railroad car coming at them at full tilt. The beautiful Giovanna drawing her bow, hair flying and eyes flaming. Ola screaming his head off as he ran to launch his spear, whose tip pointed predatorily toward the nearest enemy. Manu's long face as he began to realize what was going on and assumed a combat stance, prepared to fight to the last % of his life. And finally, the T-Rex, towering above the scene and rearing his head, stunning our enemies with his furious roar. While at the back, a group of whistlers stood in amazement on their hind legs, their crests lowered in an act of fear and submission. While the croc was chewing a soldier, Tank impaled another one on his horn as Rex was busy trampling and mauling all the others. Giovanna and Ola kept dealing focused damage on their selected targets. Having noticed one of Tafari's men, a burly blonde guy with a plasma staff, trying to crawl out of the range of Rex's roar, I activated Treacherous Shadow, slipped behind him, and stunned him. A brief combo was enough to finish him off. An open-mouthed Manu watched our well-choreographed routine, which we'd already perfected on a good 100 packs of nebulas. He then bared his sword, bellowed something about the grace of God, and lunged at his opponents. He even managed to bury the weapon's tip in the ground exactly where one of Tafari's vassals had just stood. A cute, but quite vicious harpy, who was already climbing Rex's back, trying to pierce his neck with something that looked like a tomahawk. Giovanna's arrow hit the creature in the air, downing it. The entire battle had run its course in minutes, if not seconds. Ola and Giovanna walked over to me and gave me a big hug. The girl pressed her body to mine. She didn't let go for a long time, until I could take it no longer. Unable to restrain myself, I gave her a kiss on the neck, smeared in somebody's blood. "Thanks for coming," I said. "In theory, we could have teleported out, but we'd have lost the base and left the enemy group prowling all around." "We came as soon as we heard the alarm," Ola explained. "You want us to meet the new guy?" Both he and Giovanna nodded at Manu. "Later. First, we need to sort out the loot and get back to the main base. Once we're back in the shelter, I'll tell you everything." "No! Wait." I raised my hand, stopping them. "Why? What's up?" Giovanna asked. "We need to sort out the spirit crystals. They're non-transferable, so let's check them first. How many do you have? I've got all 13. There were 8 crystals dropped at Nagash's base, but I could only pick up 4. Manu took the rest." Giovanna and Ola looked at each other and shrugged. "We don't have any." "In this case, you'd better pick up these 5. "Bullshit," Giovanna protested. Ola agreed with her. "Phil, if you die the final death, we will all lose. You need to take them." "Manu?" He grinned. "What have you got here? A democracy? In that case, I agree with the others." I looked through my interface until I found the crystal status. 13 of 13. Then I remembered Carter. If there was the slightest chance of buying him a new life, I had to take it. I browsed through the clan members list. His icon was inactive. I sent a mental command. "We are sorry. The trial participant Carter died the final death. You have to use Resurrection module to give him one last chance." "Sorry, man. Not now." The Resurrection module would cost the clan almost 200,000 existence resource points. Also, it required the base to reach level 5. I wasn't even sure that the trial would last that long. I returned to the line depicting the crystal status and focused on it. It disappeared. "Greetings, Liquidator. You've destroyed the sacred number of your enemies, 13. You've collected their spirit crystals and transformed them into an additional life. Current lives, 2. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, Liquidator." "Did it work?" Joe asked. I nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. 2 lives were better than 1. Now I had a margin for error. I wiped the sweat from my brow, smiled, and looked down at my feet where the spirit crystal had just been. It wasn't there. I checked the entire battlefield. Nothing. There was gear lying around, but no crystals. The interface didn't mention them either. "Listen, guys, can you see any spirit crystals?" I was pretty sure they could, but I asked, just in case. "There's one lying under your feet," Manu said, "and 4 more scattered over there." "Why?" Ola asked. It looks like I can't pick up any more crystals. It seems to be a one-off ability. I can't even see them. So we'll have to change the plan. What do you suggest? Ola asked. Do you want us to share them? Sharing them would be fair, but not really rational. There's a high probability of you not picking up any at all. Now, if only one of you picked them all up, that might be safer, I think. You're right, Giovanna said, and seeing as the new guy already has 4... 6, Manu corrected her. I got 2 more myself when I just started out, before Nagash had enslaved me. Hearing the necromancer's name, Ola opened his eyes wide. I ignored his silent question. Great. If you pick up 5 more now, you'll only have 2 left till the cap. Go ahead and take them. Joe and Ola, I want you to pick up the gear. We need to get back to the shelter. It's almost dark. I removed the devious pauldrons of eternal rest that I'd taken off Nagash and offered them to Manu. Put these on. They give plus 65% to the chance of dropping an additional spirit crystal. You never know. It might work. It did. Instead of 5, Manu picked up 7 crystals. With a triumphant cry, he started dancing and hopping around on one leg, stomping with the other and sticking his backside in the air as he spun around, shaking his belly. This is Mapale, our national dance, he explained, seeing our bewildered faces. I'm from Colombia. He removed the pauldrons and handed them back to me. He had no need for them anymore. As for the others, Giovanna still had 2 lives left, while Ola was already on his last one. We all agreed he would be the next one to pick up any spirit crystals. I solemnly handed him the pauldrons. I hope it won't take you long. He grinned, casting a quick glance over our victorious ranks. It'll be a piece of cake with you guys. In that case, everybody please meet Manu. As we walked back to the shelter, I told them everything that had happened to me, describing the circumstances of my meeting Manu as well as everything I'd seen. My 2 friends were especially interested in the artifacts available at the Special Purpose Hexagon. Still, their price tags quickly dampened their spirits. If that place serves a different purpose every day, I wonder what would be there tomorrow, Giovanna asked. Should we go and check it out tomorrow morning? What's the point? Manu said. If it changes purpose every 24 hours, I don't think the shop will be there tomorrow morning. We could always check it out, of course, but all this time it's been just a regular hexagon, like any other. I was the first one to capture it before Nagash took it from me. I frowned. And then it passed on to Tafari. We'll have to fight for it. Wait a sec. Ola raised a hand. What happened to it then? Where is this regular hexagon now that this place has been taken by the special purpose one? Manu scratched the back of his head. The others turned to look at me. I was the only eyewitness to the special purpose hexagon's existence. I paused, trying to remember how I'd gotten inside. There's something I forgot to mention, I offered. When you cross into it, it feels like you're passing through jelly. What if it just loads, like a new location in a video game? And? They asked, impatient for me to tell them what happened to the old hexagon whenever a new one was activated. They both exist at the same time. It's just that the access to the old one is denied for 24 hours, so that you automatically get teleported to the special purpose one, and the gelatinous barrier you have to cross when you enter it is in fact a portal. Wait a sec. Ola's eyes lit up. In that case, could the barrier serve as a portal in all of the hexagons? Because if it is... Enough, please. It's a good theory, but pretty useless, I'm afraid. We'd better check the loot. The loot wasn't particularly exciting. It mainly consisted of standard-issue Level 2 gear, plus some knives and clubs. Tafari's group had dropped 2 artifacts, the plasma staff and the tomahawk, with a bonus to critical damage, and a chance to cast a bleed DOT. Manu got the staff, which allowed him to deal long-range damage. He already had Striker's sword for close combat. Ola got the tomahawk. Manu and I also managed to lay our hands on a few things dropped by Nagash's group. The sword, a self-loading crossbow, and yet another staff. None of them were particularly useful. So once we'd ported to the main base, we left both in the chest in case one of us died and lost all of their stuff. All of the artifacts had comparable damage stats, only differing in attack force and speed. Then we went to the shelter to chill out, while the other guys told me what they'd been up to. We'd managed to upgrade at least a dozen bases, a great result considering that every level 2 base and every working unit we received improved our leveling chances. Ola, with his great math skills, had already calculated that if our farming progress didn't slacken off the coming night, all of our bases would produce the planned results by the next evening. I had to temper his ardor by saying that we really should follow Tafari's example and make sure that each clan member made level 10 as soon as possible in order to receive a class. I already knew from experience that class talents played the decisive role in our encounters with other players. Finally, we decided to leave the counting of our chickens, or rather our resources, till the morning. Then we'd decide how to proceed. At 40 years of age, our new clan member, Manuel Fuentes, turned out to be a real drug baron. He was originally from the Colombian city of Medellin, which was notorious for its illegal drug trafficking. If Manu were to be believed, he'd even met Pablo Escobar when he was younger. He'd had the interface for 3 months now. When he first received it, the program had showered him with penalties for socially detrimental actions until he was so weak he couldn't even lift a spoon. For some reason, the interface had attacked his strength, probably because for someone like him, physical weakness was the worst form of punishment. In his mind, Manu decided it must have been punishment from God. He left the drug business and spent all his waking time trying to redeem his sins through prayer. Seeing his wholehearted repentance and generous alms bore no fruit, he began sabotaging cocaine deliveries, cooperating with the drug police, and being a general do-gooder, helping everyone he came across. Apparently, God started showering him with grace. Or so Manu thought as he received new social status levels. Penalties were cancelled, and his characteristics improved, so that by the time of his abduction, he already had a taste for good deeds and joined the powers of light. By the same token, he hadn't lost any of his old gangster skills. So now he could show them off during our nighttime farming session. As darkness fell, new yet unknown elite mobs stomped toward the base. Called limbins, they were basically shapeless lumps of flesh twice the size of a human, without any limbs or heads. Personally, I dubbed them doughboys. They attacked us in waves, each at a considerable distance from the next. The weakest wave counted 4 of them. Fighting them had proved a challenge because they had no vulnerable spots. Every time we stabbed them with our knives, the holes closed up the moment we pulled our weapons out, as if we were poking dough. As for arrows, they just swallowed them, with no obvious damage to themselves. When I sent my dinos to attack them, the doughboys simply flattened themselves out, only to arise in a different place. True, their health kept dwindling, albeit slowly. But the moment one of them enveloped Rex's leg, my pet whined in pain and collapsed to the ground with one missing limb. The doughboy itself had swollen up and turned red, gaining volume from the mass ingested. That's when Manu had the first opportunity to show his quick thinking. He laid his sword aside, took the staff, and riddled the nasty creature with plasma charges. The monster duly absorbed them. But have you ever tried to keep plasma inside? The charge went right through its flesh, burning a channel and stripping the mob of health points. "Got you, you bastard!" Manu shouted with abandon, loosing off a stream of plasma charges. Giovanna understood me straight away. She rushed to the shelter and returned with 2 more staffs, her own, which fired lightning bolts, and the one which released energy charges. I ordered the dinos to back off and told my team to start pulling the doughboys toward them. Rex was still lying where he'd fallen. What a shame I hadn't rid Zack of his healing staff. By the time Rex had restored and grown himself a new leg, we'd already repelled 3 more assault waves. The doughboys kept dropping generous amounts of resources. The integration module continued to automatically activate new base upgrades and generate more modules and working units. By the morning, not only had we reached our scheduled objectives base-wise, but we'd all made level 9. All of us, but me, that is. I'd made level 11, because I'd been forced to heal myself ASAP when I'd lost an arm inside a doughboy. I could have lost my life had it not been for Manu, who'd pulled me out, risking being swallowed by the carnivorous blob of dough. According to our new strategy, we invested all of our available characteristic points into strength. Thanks to that, every working unit was now bringing in 11 more resources per hour. That's not mentioning our improved damage numbers. Except for Giovanna, whose bow damage depended on her agility. With the first rays of the sun, we deployed toward the special-purpose hexagon, from where we set off to reclaim Manu's territory. If my assumptions were correct, and Tafari, who was tied up fighting Juma, would once again send a fighting group, we would make short work of it. Which was exactly what happened. In actual fact, it was even easier. The special-purpose hexagon wasn't there. Instead, there was Nagash's former base, which Stryker had seized for Tafari. By breaching its borders, we received some debuffs and triggered an alarm. We made it to the shelter and got inside, constantly expecting to hear teleports popping behind our backs. Still, nobody arrived, so we captured the base without a fight. We continued moving from one hexagon to the next, farming all the mob packs that we came across until we'd captured all 4 of Nagash's former bases. We got so cheeky that we even went further and reclaimed 2 of Tafari's. Now our clan was the proud owner of 62 hexagons. The rankings kept updating in real time, showing that 13 more trial participants had died the final death within the last 24 hours. Number of test subjects, 59 of 169. Current ranking, 1. Juma, human, level 23, class, predator. Hexagons captured, 142. 2. Tafari, human, level 21, class, executioner. Hexagons captured, 135. Phil, human, level 11, class, liquidator. Hexagons captured, 62. But even though the size of the area claimed had brought us closer to the leaders, the level gap was getting even bigger. It looked like both leaders invested everything generated by their bases into their own leveling, not bothering to spare any resources on either their hexagon's economies or their vassals' progress. "You know, Phil, I've been thinking," Ola said, using our 5-minute break to draw something with his spear tip on the ground. "Joe, everybody, look! If we upgrade the working unit module to level 2, which would cost us 2,000, would that simply mean that all of the harvesters on our bases would automatically upgrade to level 2? I immediately knew what he was getting at. "Ola, you're a genius!" This is how it worked with the fighting units. Once we'd upgraded the integration module, it allowed us to max out all the fighting units at the main base, and a level 2 working unit would farm 5 times as much. "We'll have to try it." Giovanna perked up. "Should we go back to the main base?" "I'll go there alone." I stopped her. "You all stay here and keep on farming. I might also pop in on our friend Zach. His independence deadline expires in an hour." "Can't I go with you?" Joe begged. "The boys can do very well on their own." "Sorry, Joe, but you'll have to stay. Meet you in 3 hours at the base of this hexagon or whichever one you capture. By nightfall, we should be able to make it further north." I left them and hurried toward the base to teleport back to our main hexagon. Once there, I launched an upgrade of both non-combat and inventory modules. Each of us could use an individual, extra-dimensional backpack, where we could keep a few gear sets and spare weapons just to make sure we weren't left naked in case of death. Once both upgrades had run their course, I received my backpack. It was small and snug, but more importantly, it was truly bottomless and synchronized with the clan's extra-dimensional inventory. But as for working units, it didn't quite go as planned. All the other base's modules weren't eligible for a free upgrade. So Ola's idea of a cheat, which could turn us into trial oligarchs, had failed miserably. What a shame. His plan had been so good. Had it worked, we would all have bought ourselves level 30 by the following morning. Once that was out of the way, I ported to the base closest to Zach's and ran to see him. Warning: you're about to enter a hexagon captured by another test subject. Owner: Zach. Level 9. Base level 2. Special effects: -5% to all characteristics. I staggered ever so slightly from the razor-sharp drop in strength, agility, and stamina. 5% may sound like nothing. I'd only lost 1 point of strength, but I could still feel it. On my way to Zach's base, I came across several packs of aggressive mobs level 9 to 10. Kirpi and Krekniks mainly, but they didn't give me any hassle. There were so many whistlers I had to kick them out of my way. I had more existence resources than I could wish for because my chances for a bigger loot had kicked in quite a few times, resulting in over 100 points in total. All this considered, by the time I reached Zach's base, I was quite happy with myself. No one was there to greet me, with the exception of the few turrets positioned along the base's perimeter. I whipped past them until I reached the blind zone and stopped by the shelter. I found the absence of the base's owner alarming. He must have received a penetration warning. Should I capture the base, or wait for Zach and offer him to voluntarily join my clan? I decided to give him 10 minutes, then initiate the process of capturing another player's hexagon. In order to do that, I had to spend at least an hour alone in the command center. Zach arrived at the base as the 10 minutes were almost up. Surrounded by his retinue of a dozen spiders, the man whose name was on Alindi's list grimly walked over to me and warily shook my hand. "I need another 24 hours, he said without further ado. "Zach, it's either you join my clan now, or I'm going to kill you and capture this hexagon. Here's the invitation." He declined the invitation straight away, then gestured conciliatorily. "Listen to me. First, are you really sure you can beat me on my own turf? You're alone, and I have all my fighting units with me, and believe me, their bite is worse than their bark." "I'm afraid you're going to die before any of them gets the chance to get anywhere near me with their mandibles. I don't believe you're in a very good position to threaten me." "You started it." "I gave you the choice, which is more than you gave me." "Then listen up. Secondly, as far as I remember, you really liked my healing staff, didn't you? I'm prepared to give it to you, for a 24-hour delay. It's only 24 hours, Phil. What difference is that going to make? I have a theory regarding the local gameplay that I want to check, and I can't do it in a clan." "Phil, please." His voice quivered. He dropped to his knees in front of me. "Now what prevents me from killing you here and now, then take everything you have, including the staff?" "The staff is in the inventory module. You know what I mean, don't you? I'm sure you do. You can't get to it without me." I remembered Rex whining in agony as his leg was being devoured. Once again I weighed up my chances, including my bluff that Zach was so easy to kill. If a dozen of his spiders laid into me, I might never come back. In which case, I'd lose everything: my life, my gear, and all the artifacts. And if I left now for reinforcements, that would be a total loss of face and would slow us down considerably. 24 hours, I said. "Now go and get the staff." I got to the northernmost base before my team and wandered around it to ease the boredom, smoking whatever mob packs came my way. Finally, by my third round, I saw the dinos appear from below a low hill, accompanied by my clan members riding the croc. I could see there were actually 4 of them, not 3. Had they taken on somebody else? No. The number of clan members in my interface hadn't changed. Who was it then? Giovanna, Ola, Manu, and... At this distance, the person's tag name hadn't activated yet. After a while, his identification finally kicked in. His name was Eddie. Another person from Elindy's list. I just couldn't believe it. How come almost everyone on the list had ended up in this part of the map? It was a mystery that only Elindy could reveal. As my team approached, I wondered whether it would be possible to send a query back to Earth. If they'd managed to do it, Surely the opposite was also possible. I rummaged through my interface logs, looking for the message with the list, but it wasn't there anymore. My dinos were doing their thing, forcing their way through the rickety fence and invading the base. The place immediately bustled with activity. "We've got company!" Ola shouted, leaping from the croc's back. "Come and say hello." The others followed, carefully lowering themselves down, holding onto the croc's scales. Manu, the new guy, and Jova. Oh no, this girl wasn't Giovanna. Ola must have decided to start with the good news. "Where's Joe?" I asked. The men shuffled from one foot to the other, averting their gazes. The new girl replied instead. "She got herself killed. After we met your team, we were heading to the base through some woods and walked right into a nebulous ambush." "She can't have been killed by mobs," I interrupted her in disbelief. "They weren't even elite ones." "We're sorry, Phil," Ola replied. "They distracted us, so we didn't notice Tafari's team attack us from behind. While we turned to confront them, they'd already killed Giovanna and run off. We failed to engage them because we hadn't even noticed them at first. We couldn't even chase after them because we had a pack of nebulas to fend off." "Oh well," I said. "It looks like Tafari has switched to guerrilla tactics, in which case the reinforcements can't arrive too soon." I pulled myself together and offered my hand to the curly-haired new guy. "I'm Phil, Russia." "I'm Eddie, Orlando, Florida," he said. "I know you. My Earth-based prototype sent me a mental message." "I'm Letty," the new girl said. "I'm from Italy. I'm currently in Eddie's clan, but we're both prepared to join yours." "We've got 3 hexagons," the American explained, "plus 26 charisma points and 25 strength between the two of us. We have a level 2 main base with all modules activated." "Excellent." I nodded grimly, still unable to come to terms with the stupid loss of my Oops. So that's what I consider Giovanna now, was it? "We'll discuss everything in the shelter. In the meantime, Eddie, here's the clan invitation. Letty will probably join automatically once you're in." Eddie appeared to be about 25 years old, his intense tan unable to conceal his Irish freckles. Letty was a fit brunette in her 30s, or probably older, but she looked younger. Eddie's brief and concise report had revealed a bunch of important information for the clan. In the coming hours, we had to decide how exactly to reinforce our dinos group. Would it make more sense to build 3 more bunches of velociraptors and Dilophosauri, or would we be better off making another mega monster? We still had Manu's charisma points to invest. Or should we just reinforce the 3 dinos we already had by rebuilding them? We heard the soft but unmistakable popping of a teleport, followed by a loud outburst of Giovanna's emotional speech, consisting mainly of Serbian invectives with a smattering of French gros mots. She must have learned from Ola. Now Ola was running toward her with her bow in his hands, trying to preempt her bout of anger. Mechanically, Giovanna slung the bow behind her back, strode toward our group and demanded, "Phil, I want my own dinosaur, one which would never leave my side." "We'll consider it, absolutely," I replied. "Can you just wait a moment?" Sensing that I was about to tell them something important, my team stood around me. "Listen, guys. All of us here have committed some socially meaningful actions. That's why we're together. Zach is still toying with his independence. As for Ken, we haven't found him yet. But the rest of us here, Ola, Eddie, Giovanna, Manu, Letty, and myself, are humanity's best in this trial. We're not Phil's clan. We're Elindi's clan. Valiatis put his hope in us. The entire Earth puts its hope in us. If we lose, so will humanity." "Phil?" Giovanna tapped me on the shoulder. "You wanted to say something, didn't you?" I realized I'd only said my passionate speech in my mind. Should I repeat it out loud? For some reason it now sounded so pompous and unnatural. Artificial, even. So I said something else instead. Oh, yes. We're almost all here now. Let's get down to work. Chapter 20. Scars on the Body of Fate. If anyone asks where I am, I've left the country. Mike Wheeler, Stranger Things. A vodka for me, I heard a voice to my right. The guy in the seat next to mine, who'd been asleep for most of the flight, had finally woken up. Make it 2. He showed 2 fingers to the air hostess, and a tomato juice. No, 2. The excitement in the cabin of the Moscow flight to Las Vegas was palpable. All the films had been watched. Everybody had had the 2 obligatory meals and a nap afterward. So now the 12-hour flight was nearing its completion. The well-rested passengers spoke in cheerful voices, discussing our final destination. The air hostess handed the drinks to my fellow traveler, then turned to me with a pleasant smile. "What can I get you, sir?" "Just some water, please." Having received my order, I drank half the beaker and set the rest down on the little table. "Less than 2 hours left," my fellow traveler announced, looking at the screen. "Las Vegas. The city of dreams. The city of leisure." He stuck his hand out. "I'm Alex." "Phil." I returned his handshake. "This is to us both, Phil, and screw the rest of them." He downed his 4-ounce shot and caught his breath, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Then slurped back all his tomato juice, his Adam's apple twitching as he drank. His Russian accent was good, but his attempt to pass for a native Russian had been hilarious. Alex Tomasik, age 54. A secret agent. I bet anything he was a CIA operative. This was the first time he'd spoken during the whole flight. I'd been lucky with my ticket, as my American friends had splurged on a business-class seat. Tomasik was sitting to my right. To my left, across the aisle, sat a depressed-looking girl, a high-cheekboned blonde wearing specs, her face concealed by the raised hood of her sweatshirt. Her name was Laura. She'd spent the whole flight staring at her iPad with a pair of earbuds stuck in her ears. To all my attempts to speak to her, she replied monosyllabically, making it clear I was infringing on her personal space. In actual fact, it was the other way around. It was her who was intruding into my personal life because, apart from some professional-level skills such as firearms and bladed weapons, she also possessed some very peculiar abilities like operational security, vigilance, self-control, and observation skills, which spoke for themselves, betraying her real purpose on this flight. "Is this your first time in the U.S.?" Alex asked unceremoniously. He may have looked groggy and disheveled, but it couldn't have been further from the truth. On the inside, he was focused, the watchful stare of his observant eyes scanning me, reading my body language and gauging my reactions. "Fancy toasting our meeting?" "Thanks, but I don't drink." "This is my first time in the U.S., you're right." They'd started tailing me already in Moscow's Domodedovo airport, to which I'd been flown by a regular domestic flight. At the appointed hour, I'd arrived at our city's airport, where I'd been met by an inconspicuous man with a lived-in face. He materialized next to me out of nowhere, handed me an envelope, then disappeared back to wherever he'd come from. The envelope had contained my plane tickets and my new passport for international travel, which looked identical to the one I'd had, the only difference being that this one was brand new with an American visa already in it. Out of sheer boredom, I'd spent the time before my flight playing I Spy, IDing my fellow passengers. That was when I'd noticed both Laura and Alex with their very peculiar skills and statuses. So when the two had ended up in the seats next to mine, I wasn't even surprised. That's when I finally knew that whoever was interested in shipping me to America were really interested in me. The only remaining question was whether they needed me as a potential lead to terrorists or because they suspected me of having some ESP abilities. Neither option promised anything good, but at least I could use the latter for my own purposes. "Business or pleasure?" Alex asked. I cast a sideways glance at Laura, who appeared to be consumed by some anime on her iPad, then looked back at Alex. Both sported indecent amounts of interest in humble me, much higher than a fellow passenger should. In theory, I could suspect that my high charisma levels might have been the reason for Laura's interest. Still, I somehow doubted it. Her heart rate was within the accepted norms for her age, which was in fact 34. Without my interface, I would never have guessed and would have passed her off as a 20-year-old student. Both, I replied. I've won an essay writing competition about the role of the English language in today's society. I've been invited to the award ceremony. All expenses paid by the organizers. You don't mean it, Alex exclaimed, almost sincere. Respect, man. Okay, enough pretense. The trial wasn't going to last forever. I might lose the interface even before Panchenko's curse had expired. I want you to tell me something, guys, I said. Are you from the CIA or the NSA? Although my question had caught them unawares, neither of them betrayed it. Had it not been for the program's readings, I would have been none the wiser. The two exchanged glances. Alex gave the girl a barely perceptible nod. Sorry, Philip, he said, suddenly serious. We just want to make sure you arrive safely on U.S. territory. What can possibly threaten a novice writer who wrote an essay on the importance of the English language in today's society? You know, Alex leaned closer and whispered, you're not the only one. There's been quite a spate of such novice essay writers just lately. Unfortunately, none of them give us a chance to work with them. Work with them? Doing what? Writing new essays. Accompanied by Alex and a silent Laura, who appeared to be completely consumed by chewing her gum, I jumped the line to the passport control. An officer stamped my passport, wished me a good day, nodded to my escorts, and swung open the little gate, flagging me through into the territory of the United States. Alex, I really need to pop by somewhere. It's very important, I said, having checked Panchenko's position on the map. He was still in Vegas. I need to do it right now, before anything else you've already planned for me. It's extremely important. Where to? Alex asked, while Laura mouthed something into a concealed wire. I'll tell you when we get in the car. I kept the interface map open, watching Panchenko leave the hotel. I needed to wait until he stopped somewhere. I might need to go to Bellagio. Then again, I might not. I can't give you the exact directions yet. Very well, Alex nodded, after having run my request past his superiors. Leaving the McCarran International Airport was like stepping into a steam tub. The sun was blazing. The tangy foreign air ripped the mask off my poker face, which I'd managed to preserve throughout the customs control. We chatted while waiting for the car. I tried to speak English, but on hearing me murder the language, Alex winced and switched back to Russian. We talked about neutral subjects, not once mentioning the essay. He told me how he liked Moscow, and that the girls were beautiful there. With a nasty laugh, he then told us a rather lewd story of some Russian oligarch's escapades, complete with some TV celebrities and the full staff of one of Moscow's modeling agencies. Laura reacted by uttering a stream of complex English invective I'd never heard before in my life. She gave Alex an indignant look and fell silent again, casting sideways glances at me. Finally, a small black minibus pulled up next to us. The three of us climbed in. The driver waited for us to take our seats, then pulled away sharply and sped off. Where do you want us to go? Alex asked. You mentioned Bellagio. I checked the map. I need to get to the T-Mobile Arena to watch some all-in wrestling. I could barely speak, my throat dry with both anxiety and the fact that the whole thing was about to come to a head. I think it's already sold out, Alex said dryly. Do you think you could help me in? Laura rolled her eyes. Alex chuckled. Why on earth would you want to watch that? I've been dreaming about it since I was a child, I replied, trying to sound as sincere as I could. If it didn't work, I might have to wait for Panchenko outside. That's not a problem, Alex replied. I can get you in. He made a couple of phone calls, speaking in a soft voice, then gave me a reassuring nod. The rest of the way, the two agents preserved a tactful silence, watching me peer excitedly out the window. I'd never left Russia before. I hadn't even been to Turkey, and now here I was, stateside. I spent the whole way staring greedily at all the streets lined with beautiful buildings, at the shop signs, cars, and even passers-by, trying to spot all the differences. The palm trees. They were the most amazing thing about the city, one that so vividly illustrated the difference in latitude. Cursed, and only 3 days away from my potential death, I was seeing palm trees for the first time in my life. An attendant was already waiting for us by the arena. When we pulled up, he opened the car door with a friendly smile. "Mr. Tomasik?" he asked, switching his gaze from me to Alex. "The same. Can you bring our friend Phil here to his seat?" The attendant smiled. "My pleasure. Follow me, please, sir." "We'll be nearby," Laura said. Was it a promise or a threat? I curiously studied the colorful giant screen mounted on one of the arena's outer walls, backlit with purple. Somewhere inside, Panchenko was sitting smugly, enjoying a life of luxury. We entered the building, finding ourselves within a giant, seething cauldron of people. Try to imagine a soccer pitch with a boxing ring placed where one of the goals should have been, with all the remaining space filled with seats. Then add 20,000 people to the mix. Finding Panchenko here would be some job. My interface was little use here because the arena's roof prevented it from pinpointing his exact location. The only point of reference I had was my own marker. The attendant took me to one of the VIP seats below, close to the ring, then left me there. There was already a bout underway, but that wasn't what I'd come here for. I tried to figure out whereabouts Panchenko was sitting. I'd have to somehow walk around the ring in order to get to the opposite stands. But first, I really should try and search for his face in the crowd, seeing as my high perception allowed me to do that. I began scanning row after row of human faces. Then, on a hunch, I decided to try a different approach, and told the program to highlight the object identified as Konstantin Panchenko, as I had him in the database already. It worked. One of the silhouettes in the VIP stands opposite lit up, outlined in green. That was him, sitting in an almost empty row, flanked by two hot mamas. He was red in the face, shaking a furious fist and yelling something. For a brief moment I thought he was shouting at me. But no, he was simply rooting for one of the fighters in the ring. Trying not to attract anyone's attention, I gingerly slipped out of my seat, rose, and headed up the steps away from Panchenko. I decided to carry on all the way round the stadium in order to avoid coming into his field of vision. I kept brushing up against other spectators because I had him firmly in my sights, gradually heading toward him to make sure I approached him from behind. Because of this, I finally bumped into somebody, my shoulder hitting their forehead. I mechanically apologized. A short but burly guy stood in front of me, rubbing his forehead. He too must have been consumed by the fighting in the ring. "Sorry," we said in unison. I pulled an apologetic face and tried to walk around him, but his eyes were still glued to my face, filling with recognition. "Phil?" he asked in amazement. "Yes," I said, desperately trying to work out how this so obviously local hobbit knew me. "Do we know each other?" "I'm Mike," he shouted in my ear, trying to make himself heard over the crowd. "Mike Hagen." The name rang some bells. "And?" The guy scratched the back of his head, apparently embarrassed. "Mike Bjorn Hagen. Age 29. Current status, professional athlete. Social status level, 6. Class, fighter, level 18. Unmarried. Criminal record, yes. Reputation, amicability, 15 of 60. Interest, 81%. Fear, 0%.
Mood, 75%. Although his interest in me was suspiciously high, his amicability reputation was somewhat reassuring. Could it be that? But no, we'd only just met each other. Hadn't we? I put my hand on his shoulder and continued toward Panchenko, using the guy as a shield. We must have looked like two old buddies chatting. A perfectly mundane situation. "I know it's stupid," he said, cracking his neck the way boxers do. I could see he was pretty nervous. "I saw you in a dream. Shit! I'm sorry, but I did see you. And I can't say you were very friendly then." Despite his rambling, I managed to get the gist of it. Of course. Could he be a fellow interface user and trial participant? "Tell me," I said, "do you think you're special? Can you see words and numbers?" If he didn't, he wouldn't know what I was talking about. "You too?" "No way!" he exclaimed. "That's why I saw you in a dream. But what?" It was a funny place. He muttered so softly that I could barely hear him, and then only thanks to my enhanced hearing. There was some sort of orange forest there. The sky was purple. The trees were really strange. But that was a long time ago. A couple of months, I think, when I was still doing time. I finally began to understand what he was getting at. According to Alindi, some users could have dreams showing them whatever was going on with their replicas undergoing the trial. Could Mike and I have somehow come across each other there? But a couple of months ago. Either he was capable of seeing into the future, or these were some more of those alien games with time. "So, what were we doing there?" I asked, my voice slightly more tense than necessary. "Dunno," he said with a childlike grin. "You told me your name was Phil. I said I was Bjorn, but you kept calling me a worm for some reason." He gave an embarrassed shrug. "You have a strange accent." "I'm Russian. Do you know about the trial?" He stared at me, uncomprehending. Instead of answering my question, he stopped, brought his face close to mine, and whispered conspiratorially, "Your level's too low, Phil. You need to fight more." "Pardon me? All I'm saying is that you need to fight more, bro." "Fight whom?" "Just fight." "Why?" "To level up. You're 32 years old, for Christ's sake, and you have less than 20 fights to your name. That's nothing. This way it'll take you ages to level up." He kept talking, describing various training routines and the right way to level up particular fighting skills like kicks and punches. His own interface was probably an analog of a fighting game, like Street Fighter or Tekken, and somehow I didn't think it was Alindi's idea. "I'll tell you what, bro," I said, mirroring his manner. "Even with my low level, I just might beat you. Instead of fighting, you really should level up doing good things and being useful." He burst out, laughing. "You? Beat me? No way. I hate to disappoint you, but starting next season, I'm a professional UFC fighter." "And I'm my city's boxing champion," I parried, enjoying our banter, especially because by then, Panchenko was less than 30 feet away from me. "Boxing? You're joking me. A chess champion for disabled seniors, more like it. You're fit enough, but your fighting stats are ridiculous. You should have seen some people I had to fight." He trailed after me, telling me about jail and the wooden ring where he'd apparently had to fight 3 men to death. I wasn't really listening. My target was too close. Panchenko was busy giving tongue to a bootylicious blonde whose T-shirt left nothing to the imagination. He was only a few feet away. Mike kept blabbering something about some Russian he'd shared his jail cell with. I turned to him. "Listen, man." The kid startled and promptly shut up. "We definitely have a lot to discuss," I said. "We might even have a go in the ring. Why not? I'm a bit busy at the moment, but next time—" "Sure!" "I need to get going, too. I should be getting ready." A happy grin lit up his face as he pointed at the ring. "Rip 'em," I said, unable to suppress a smile. Strangely enough, I seemed to like him.
He reminded me of Alec for some reason. I gave him a hug. "I'm staying at a motel." "I'll find you." I gave him a slap on the back. "Now that we've met, I won't lose you again." Provided I kept my interface. Provided he managed to keep his. I didn't say that to him, though. If it happened, neither of us would remember any of it. I watched him jaunt away, stretching his muscles as he walked. His physical stats were very decent, his fighting skills going through the roof. The list of his skills was much more detailed than mine, which listed vague abilities like boxing or jogging. He had 4 different types of punch to begin with, all levels 10 and above. I'd have loved to discuss a few things with him, provided I managed to lift the curse and keep the interface once the trial was over. I was almost upon my target when a giant, thick-set figure rose in front of me. A shaven-headed beefcake in a business suit stood cross-armed in my path, blocking my way to Panchenko. "I need to go through," I said in reply to his silent question. "You can't, sir. The entire row is sold out." "To whom? To him?" I nodded at Panchenko, realizing that he'd noticed me too. The gorilla ignored me, but Panchenko didn't. He gave me a contemptuous finger, then called the rest of his bodyguards, 6 in all burly as hell, while he, his female escorts, and a couple more men in black hurried to leave. I needed to touch him, that's all. It might not lift the curse, but at least he'd lose his interface and I'd complete the quest. You never know, his losing the interface might in fact remove the curse. Why not? I stepped onto the next stair and leaped, trying to get past the bodyguard. My inadequate agility did me a disservice as he swept my leg from under me. I collapsed in a heap. All around me, spectators yelled at us for interfering with the show. Panchenko's bodyguard surrounded me and forced me out, showering me with blows and snapping expletives at me. Arena attendants watched us in alarm, mouthing something into their walkie-talkies. Panchenko's bodyguards took me to the gents and gave me an almighty whack over the head. When I came round, someone was splashing water in my face. "Phil?" Alec's voice demanded. "Who was it? What happened?" Before replying, I opened the interface map. Nothing. No matter how many times I tried, it kept telling me that Panchenko didn't exist anymore. There was no such object on planet Earth. Which meant I had less than 72 hours left to live. Chapter 21. You don't speak of eternal bliss in hell. All men are mortal, he tells us, but some are more mortal than others. Robert Sheckley, Mind Swap. "Boss, how about some nighttime elite mobs?" Eddie asked. "With your dinos, it must be a piece of cake." Ola grinned. "Our baby lizards will make short work of anyone and anything that tries to trespass. You can't even imagine the amount of resources they bring in." Giovanna shook her head. "The dinos are nothing. Phil used to farm nighttime mobs long before he got Rex." "You mean the one that's now trying to munch his way through the fence?" Letty asked. "No, that's Croc," Manu explained with the air of an expert. "Rex, the name speaks for itself. Tyrannosaurus Rex." While my team explained to the newcomers all the intricate details of fighting elite mobs, I was trying to come up with a strategy considering the new developments. Do you have any idea how to satisfy unlimited needs with limited resources? As a wannabe economist, I was supposed to know the answer to this question, considering this used to be my specialization of choice at uni during the rare breaks in partying and compulsive gaming. Still, I just didn't know how best to use the sudden windfall. I had lots of ideas, but our new team members had brought us more existence points, but also strength points, increasing the amount of resources farmed by our harvesters by 40 points per hour. That brought the combined influx from all our bases to 4,000. Tafari would have simply invested every point into buying new levels for himself. However, I had to keep in mind the kinds of surprises the trial had to offer, like Nagash with his mind control. In my opinion, we should all level up equally. The only question remained whether we should alternate our progress with the leveling of the main base. Having posed the question to my team, I suggested we went to the command center and did all the calculations. After a brief discussion, which met with no objection from anyone, we teleported to the main base in order to perform a few upgrades and decide what to do next. Firstly, we needed to upgrade the base to level 4 and level up the existing modules. Secondly, we had to bring the clan members' levels to 10, which would allow them to choose specialization. And thirdly... This thirdly was the most interesting bit. We now had 36 extra charisma points, most of which we had courtesy of Leticia, or rather, her stunning, swarthy looks. She was one fiery lady, literally, who used plasma cutters in battle with frightful precision. But we still hadn't decided which ones of our fighting units would profit more from her charisma points. "Oh, wow!" Letty enthused. "Teleportation!" Eddie turned his head this way and that, flabbergasted. "Boss, this is incredible. We've just been over there and now we're over here? And your base? Oh, wow, is it level 3? "Not your base, son." Manu flashed him a pearly smile. "Our base. While we were wasting time up north, these guys over here didn't waste theirs." My dinos thumped away to guard the perimeter. Looking at them thoughtfully, I invited everyone into the shelter. "Get in, guys. We need to decide how best to upgrade our little reptilian army." I stood by the white rock of the command center, opened the catalog, and made it visible to everyone. "Now look," I said. "My reinforcement rings give us +3 to the fighting unit's level. That's level 6, which is the limit anyway. No good us trying to level up the module because it won't affect the units themselves." "Phil, you promised." Giovanna cast me a sly look, reminding me of her request to give her a personal dinosaur. Her gaze held a promise of something bigger than a prehistoric lizard, especially considering she stood slightly closer to me than the situation required. "I remember," I replied. "So this is what I suggest. There's 6 of us. I suggest that each of us generates a reinforced mount for themselves. Tafari has a rhino. Zack gets about on a spider. We have a croc who can carry all of us, but not if the group needs to split. A mount like that could become a clan member's personal protection in a fight. So I suggest you choose ones with good combat skills." "Something fast, powerful, and strong enough to carry a rider?" Ola asked. "That's a lion." "A bear is stronger than a lion," Giovanna replied with a condescending smirk, "and it's easier to ride, too." "A grizzly bear?" Eddie suggested. "Could be. Still, I doubt that our generation choices can be this detailed. In any case, a bear is a good idea." I smiled, thinking about humongous. I like it. The images in my head assisted me through my search through the catalog. Very soon, I came across a black bear just like the one I wanted. Still, my joy quickly turned sour. Warning: the selected fighting unit does not correspond to the unit branch you chose. Chosen branch: dinosaurs. Liquidator: do you want to open the available dinosaur species? I heaved a sigh, but I wasn't too upset, really. Never mind. Let it be dinosaurs. After another half-hour of heated discussion, we became the proud owners of 6 Utah Raptors, with +2 to charisma each. My clan members who'd streamed out of the shelter to take a look at our new stallions froze in shock. "I'm not riding this." Letty shook her head. "No way." Eddie laughed. "Come on, Letty. Look, it's so cute," he said, trying to climb into the saddle. The level 6 Utah Raptor, a 15-foot, 1,000-pound version of a velociraptor covered in feathers, hissed, then emitted a guttural roar right in Eddie's face. He recoiled, but stumbled and ended up on his ass. "You're too quick off the mark. Let me distribute access first," I said, searching through the clan control interface and pinning the dinos' icons to their respective riders. "That's it. Now you can control them. Try it." After much cussing and falling out of saddles, Ola was finally the first to master his mount, closely followed by Manu. Together they started playing chase around the shelter. The others soon followed suit, including Letty, who seemed to have gotten a taste for it. I spent 30 more fighting unit points on creating a Spinosaurus, whose arrival completed our base's transformation into a Jurassic Park. The only difference being, our lizards weren't so eager to fight each other or hunt down those tasty, crunchy humans. While Rex, Tank, and Croc were studying our reinforcements, more curious about the Spinosaurus than the Utah Raptors, we too surveyed our new addition. Spinosaurus. Name: Spine. Level: 6. Close Combat Fighter. Phil's Fighting Unit. Health points: 15,000 of 15,000. Attack: 4,200 to 6,300. Damage absorbed by armor: 60%. Maximum travel speed: 20 miles per hour. Weight: 15 tons. Talents: Meat Grinder, Shredder, Smasher, Crusher. I stared at the amount of the resources saved. According to my plan, we had only a couple of minutes left to wait until it reached the required number. Clan, prepare yourselves. There's freebies coming. By my estimation, we should have enough to make level 10, all of us. We still had lots of things to sort out before nightfall. We had classes to distribute and practice. We also had to decide on the best tactics against mob packs, elite mobs, and other clans. We approached the dome, a cheerful, noisy crowd. Then, the sky turned dark. The whole world froze as a giant global system message took up my entire field of vision. The first stage of the trial has ended. Prepare for the decisive battles. From this moment on, the surface area of each hexagon will be shrinking by 13% every 24 hours until the end of the trial. From this moment on, all neutral units will receive +1 level every 24 hours, all elite units will receive +2 levels, and all location bosses +3 levels every 24 hours until the end of the trial. From this moment on, the amount of existence resource points available will be shrinking by 13% every 24 hours until the end of the trial. The message lingered before my eyes for a long time, while all of us remained motionless, as if the trial had been paused. It looked like the program was waiting for each of us to take in the information. When it finally happened, and our group sprang back to life, I heard my own voice break the thunderous silence with a torrent of the choicest invective which could be summed up in a single word. Bummer. We spent all night repelling wave after wave of doughboys, duxios, and two-headed Oddsey snakes 70 feet long, each wave more powerful than the one before it, had it not been for the defense module we'd installed. The previous evening, all of us, except Ola, had voted for upgrading the main base. The African, however, tried to convince us to stop investing resources into the base because that might cause their deficit in the future and lead to a considerable level gap between our and other clans. To a point, I agreed with him, but that was exactly why we needed new modules, in order to strengthen our defense and lower the attack potential of any intruder. In order to upgrade the base to level 4, I needed level 15. Luckily for us, resources still kept flowing in, which allowed me to buy 4 new levels the moment we'd taken the decision to do so. Level 15 came with a class upgrade and new level 2 talents. Liquidator. Class level 2. Level 2 talents. Inconspicuousness. Allows the Liquidator to blend into the shadows, stealing up on his opponents and penetrating enemy hexagons. Dodge. Increases the Liquidator's chances of dodging enemy blows for the duration of 10 seconds. In reality, inconspicuousness proved to be almost perfect invisibility, which was disabled the moment I switched to combat mode. But dodge made me virtually invulnerable for as long as it remained active. At least Ola couldn't hit me with a spear no matter how hard he tried, even though I stood motionless in one spot. It was as if the very fabric of space had distorted, preventing his predatory spear tip from as much as touching me. I'd invested all the characteristic points into strength, which in combination with the new talents made me a perfect killing machine. I had one hell of explosive damage, inconspicuousness, stun, and teleportation behind the enemy's back. Now I could take on anybody, one-on-one, Tafari or even Juba because, considering my achievement bonus, I already had 15 characteristic points more for the same number of levels than they had. After that, we upgraded the base and built 2 more modules, one for regeneration and the other for defense. Now we had the highest possible number of modules available at this level. The only thing we didn't have was the artifact module. We decided against building it because it sounded like an unnecessary waste of resources. Base 1, level 4. Number of modules 8. Rate of existence resource generation 250 points per hour. Total generation of existence resources from all bases 8,180 points per hour. You may not upgrade until you reach level 20. Cost to upgrade base to level 5 62,500 existence resource points. Now the fence had turned into a proper castle wall, complete with moat, and a ring of laser cannons lining the perimeter topped off with predatory barbed wire. The plasma turrets and the glaive throwers had all been upgraded, while the weakness debuff cast on any potential aggressors had now risen to 15% of all characteristics. Our main base had turned into a veritable Stalingrad for anyone who dared attack it. The regeneration module could restore our health instantly the moment we entered the shelter. It might sound simple, but you can't imagine how easy it had made night farming. And if you remembered that the defense module also strengthened the dome, while allowing us to position turrets anywhere on the base and place watchtowers all over the hexagon, you knew why our investing into the base's development had been worth it. Even Ola had to admit it when he'd made it back to the dome half dead with 1 life point to spare, then received an instant health refill. By dawn, we'd already got our battle tactics choreographed to perfection. Each of us had already received a class. That's when we finally came across the local boss. Our group was busy smoking a new wave of doughboys, which wasn't why we hadn't paid much attention to a humanoid figure about 8 foot tall. But we should have taken a closer look at the boss's stats. Maybe then we would have taken him seriously instead of sending Rex to sort him out. Bloodscar. Location boss. Level 15. XP 120,000. When Rex's teeth closed around him, the Bloodscar vanished into thin air, then reappeared upon Rex's shoulders and took a swing with his vibrating sword. Blood gushed everywhere. After another series of blows, the earth shuddered as the dinosaur crashed to the ground. The healing staff I'd taken from Zack didn't help me one bit, as the process of killing had been infinitely faster than that of the healing. The reason I'd noticed it, because I didn't even have to fight the doughboys. The team's staffs and Letty's plasma cutters were plenty. I teleported behind the boss's back and stunned him while giving the orders to all the surviving dinos to attack. Spine was the first to react. He grabbed Bloodscar, who was tiny in comparison, with his jaws and began chewing him up. The Utah raptors started springing up, trying to grab hold of his limbs protruding from Spine's mouth. Tank skidded past at full speed, while Croc stood expectantly with his jaws open, waiting for the boss's body to drop directly into his throat. Nothing of the kind happened. Spine's mouth exploded from within. Croc snapped his teeth, catching the Spinosaurus's smashed lower jaw. I hurried to pump Spine up with health points, hoping to heal him before he was disincarnated. But it was too late. The location boss paid no heed to any of his attackers until he completely destroyed the Spinosaurus and sent him to join Rex in their dino heaven. By then, my team, who were busy finishing off the last doughboy, had realized something was going wrong, and that they hadn't yet received the order to switch target. Now was the time to do it. Clan, get ready. Focus on the boss. Bloodscar chose me as his next victim. The moment he'd vanished in order to reappear next to me, I instinctively activated dodge, then waited as he showered me with blows. Luckily, none of them landed as yet, so I waited the few seconds until the ability expired, then stunned him. "Smoke the motherfucker!" Manu screamed, trying to take his head off, only to see his sword stuck in the creature's neck. The team all joined in simultaneously. Ola, our shaman, got busy casting power curses. Manu, our warrior, bared his sword again, trying to hack the creature to bits, while our archer Eddie and our hunter Giovanna were shooting from long range, their weapons the only difference between them, because Eddie had a square-shaped fire-spewing gun, a bit like those used by the jellyfish in the secret instance. All in all, the class distribution tactic had proved quite balanced, resulting in a combined damage of thousands of points per second.
Within the first 4 seconds of the 5-second stun, we'd managed to strip him of almost 3/4 of his life. But then Tank ruined everything. He'd gotten so fed up with running to and fro that he let out a triumphant roar when he'd finally managed to impale the boss on his horn. Unable to stop due to his momentum, he trundled toward the fence, shaking his head as he ran so that the only damage the boss was now receiving came from Eddie and Giovanna's long-range attacks. Ola's spells couldn't reach him anymore. In the heat of the battle, Ola chased after Tank, hoping to get to the target. The boss had less than 5% health left when he'd wriggled around and buried his sword between Tank's eyes, then twisted it in the wound and hit him again. Tank's legs buckled, his dead body sliding over the base's flooring. Both Croc and our Utah Raptor mounts, who were just about to spring onto the boss, were once again left with no target. Bloodscar microported toward me again. We attacked each other in unison. Damage received, 1,740. Vibration from Bloodscar's sword. Your body has been affected by damaging vibrations. Minus 50 points per second to health. Duration, 20 seconds. Hit points, 460 of 2,600. You've dealt critical damage to Bloodscar, 1,150 points. My field of vision flooded with scarlet. I couldn't tell whether it was blood or the system warning about my critically low health levels. Croc saved my bacon by attacking the boss, who was too preoccupied by me to react promptly. The multi-ton pressure from Croc's jaws squeezed the remaining health points out of the boss. I didn't see it, though. With 3 bounds, I'd already found myself in the safety of the dome, regenerating. Having restored, I returned to the battlefield. My team was excitedly exchanging their experiences. The second stage of the trial had just shown us what we were up against. Enemies were becoming stronger, resources fewer, and the territories shrinking. This way, in less than 24 hours, we might have to face Tafari and Juma. So let's keep on farming, I summed up during one morning clan briefing. We'll keep moving north and try to seize all the territories from the edge of the trial grounds to Tafari's lands. And what's with that Zack guy? Letty asked. Why isn't he in the clan? He doesn't want to. He wants to try and survive on his own. She sniffed. That's just stupid. He won't survive. I think he's playing for time, Eddie joined in. I wonder if he's trying to get an achievement. What kind of achievement? Survive without a clan and make the top 10? Giovanna said with a sarcastic grin. There must be something else in it. I can bet anything you want that his plan is simple. He simply wants to join the winners. He can follow our progress in real time and track our ranking positions. So I wouldn't be surprised if he were already on his way to Juma, even as we speak. To get to Juma, he first needs to cross dozens of Tafari's hexagons, I said. He won't be up to it. Are you sure? We don't even know what class he is, or what other surprises he might have on his ability list. If anything, anger made Giovanna even more beautiful, endowing her with rosy cheeks and a fiery gaze. I promised I'd give him 24 hours, and it hasn't yet expired, I said. I suggest we go and pay him a visit after midday. All of us. Let's go. Has everybody got a backpack? I waited for them to reply and gave a satisfied nod. We stuffed the extra-dimensional trunk with a few dozen superb test subject uniforms, which absorbed 60% of incoming damage, plus all the extra artifacts, including the powerful energy shield dropped by Bloodscar. In all honesty, we should have given it to Manu, but it wasn't compatible with his two-handed sword, and in any case, Manu could pull it out of the bag at a moment's notice. We then used the research module to invest the rest of the available existence resources into damage. Let's get moving. All our dinos were now shuffling around by the dome, including our freshly generated casualties. I just hoped they were still the same good old Rex, Tank, and Spine. We teleported to the outermost northern base. It took us only a few minutes on the Utah Raptors' backs to get to the edge of the hexagon and dive into the gelatinous haze. Me first, followed by Giovanna and all the others. Crossing the haze felt like an eternity.
Finally, I received a new message. Warning, you're about to enter a special-purpose hexagon. Special effects. Maximum duration of stay, 60 minutes. Exceeding 60 minutes will activate a permanent debuff, making the intruder lose 1 level per minute. Oh, wow. What if this was another trade hexagon? I looked around, but couldn't see anyone from my team apart from Giovanna. She raised a quizzical eyebrow. Is it a virtual shop? Exactly. Only I don't know yet what it has to offer us this time. We stood surrounded by the familiar alleys lined with the statues of champions. No sign of mobs anywhere. Where are all the others? I asked Giovanna. She didn't reply. Her eyes opened wide, as did mine. No, there were no perks to be gained here this time. On the 8th day of the trial, the special-purpose hexagon is announced a punitive zone. Special condition: no more than 2 trial subjects per each copy of the punitive hexagon. Only one of them is allowed to leave it. A countdown timer appeared. 59 minutes 59 seconds, 59 minutes 58 seconds, 59 minutes 57 seconds. While I was desperately trying to decide what to do next, Giovanna peeled off her bag and helmet, removed her bow, the pauldrons, the greaves, and the elbow guards, took off her jacket, and said with a smile, "How lucky is that? We have a whole hour for ourselves." "Giovanna, don't you understand? You'll have to kill me." "Of course I understand, which is why I want to simply enjoy it with you. Because you'll have to kill me." She peeled off her sweater and started unlacing her boots. "Don't be stupid," I said. "You know very well you can't question a clan leader's orders. We have no time to waste. Just make it quick, and don't forget to collect my gi." She removed her pants. Now all she had on was her underwear. She pressed her finger to my lips, then shut me up with a kiss. Sweet as her lips were, I forced myself away. "Joe, please." "It's Ms. Giovanna Savage, Phil. If you make it, I want you to find me in Belgrade, or at the tournament in Dubai. Remember my number." She dictated me her cell number and demanded I repeat it. My heart forced me to continue arguing, trying to convince her of the sheer folly of her idea, even though my mind had already realized and accepted the terrible truth of it all. Having said that, I needed to check it first. With a crackling of static, I was thrown back, away from the gelatinous haze. "Liquidator, this is your first warning. You cannot leave the punitive hexagon until you exterminate the hunter Giovanna. Each of your subsequent attempts to leave the hexagon will strip you of 1 level. Put more fire under the feet of your enemy Giovanna, Liquidator." Giovanna threw her head back and looked quizzically at me. I shook my head. "It won't let me leave. I might need to kill myself." "But what if your death destroys all the bases we've gained? The dinos will disappear. What's going to happen with the other guys? If you get knocked out, our clan will lose everything. All of us. Each and every one will lose. Me, Ola, Manu, even Eddie and Letty. We're going to lose everything we've achieved on Earth with our interfaces. I'm not even mentioning Nick and Elindy's plan." "Bullshit. We haven't lost yet. If push comes to shove, you can always join Tafari's clan." "Did you hear what he does with girls? Wake up, Phil. The trial is nearly over. No one's going to accept us because they think they're going to win anyway. And you're going to die a final death." "I don't care. Even if I die temporarily, we're still going to lose the dinos and all the bases. At this point, an extra life is no use to me. Don't you understand?" "You'll find a way out. I'm sure." She knelt in front of me and began undoing my pants belt. I stepped back, unwilling to give in, even under these conditions. "And just in case I forget you," she said, "I fell for you the moment I saw you. So you have my permission to get to know me in real life. Don't worry, I won't play hard to get. There's no one waiting for me there. Giovanna. Shut up. Damn it, Joe. I threw my head back, unable to suppress a groan. In the end, I did try. I ordered my girl to kill me. All she did was press her body against mine as the timer completed the disincarnation countdown. Her refusal to obey my orders dissolved her body into a cloud of glittering dust in my hands as she died the final death, vanishing into thin air. I don't think I'd ever felt so low. Not when Yana had left me. Not even when I'd split up with Vicky. Although I'd only known Giovanna for less than a week, losing her had formed a hole in my soul the size of the Grand Canyon. Whether it was love, or infatuation, or even simple camaraderie, what difference did it make? The only thing that mattered was the amount of battles we'd fought shoulder to shoulder, trusting each other with our lives. Had she not been so generous during our first meeting, I might have become the first player to be eliminated from the trial. And even though she hadn't really shown her true feelings over those few days, everything she must have felt for me had now condensed into her ultimate tenderness and the few passionate words of love she'd shared with me during this brief hour. A few seconds before the end of the countdown, I left the special-purpose hexagon in the same place where I'd entered it. My team was already there, all present and correct. They were smiling, but my face had turned to stone. All I wanted to do was rip both Tafari and Juma apart in order to end this fucking circus. Phil! Ola breathed a sigh of relief. We were worried you might sacrifice yourself for Giovanna. I didn't for one moment doubt she'd make the right choice, Manu said. You seem to forget this was her last life. Their smiles faded as they averted their stares. I had to speak first. How did you do? I killed Manu, Ola said. I killed Eddie, Letty said. He still had another life, and I'm on my last one. Eddie? I asked. It's okay, boss. We didn't waste time. We made it quick. Eddie gave me a wink, nodding at the blushing Letty. I resurrected nearby and hurried to get back here. Me too. Manu grinned. Ola isn't my type, though. That's probably why he impaled me on his spear first, then cast a bunch of curses on me. It wasn't the best death, even if I say so myself. So what's the outcome? I asked. You still have one life each, don't you? Eddie shrugged. Sounds like it, but Letty, Ola, and I can still farm more spirit crystals, and Ola now has more of them than any of us. Before I forget. I rummaged through my backpack in search of Nagash's pauldrons. Ola, put these on. While he was clasping the pauldrons on, the others sighed, mourning Giovanna. Manu gave me a sympathetic slap on the shoulder. The girl had the hots for you. I already gathered that. I'm going to find her in real life. That's the right attitude, the ex-drug baron exclaimed. As my grandmother used to say, and she was a very wise woman, I assure you, absence for love is like fanning a flame. It'll extinguish a weak love and strengthen a strong one. Forget your grief, amigo. You see, amigo, I replied, I'm not even sure she'll remember me at all. And there's also a high probability of me not remembering her either. So, my grief, as you so eloquently called it, is in fact a grief for something that might not even transpire. Letty wiped away a betraying tear and walked over to me. She gave me a hug, pressing me to her chest, then gave me a tender peck just by my ear. All this is very touching, but what are we gonna do now? Ola shook his spear in anger. Should we attack that wretched executioner? May he be cursed by all the spirits of Nigeria. What do you suggest? A guerrilla war? Manu asked. We're not yet ready to face an open confrontation. Why not? I think we are. I opened the rankings and checked the levels of the surviving trial participants. Judging by the table, Tafari has only one group of 5 fighters, leveled up to 15. They might be his personal bodyguards. All the other fighters, both his and Juma's, are only level 10. By the end of the day, All of you will be level 15. And don't forget our dinosaur. An alarm sounded, stopping me in mid-sentence. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 26 is under threat of capture. The edges of my field of vision flashed crimson. A chill ran down my spine. I could smell the all-pervasive stench of a big fire burning as the alarm had affected all of my senses. "Shit!" Eddie shouted. The others couldn't have agreed more. "Back to the base, quick!" I commanded, leaping onto my raptor's back. "Mount up!" A few heartbeats later, the alarm sounded again, followed by an avalanche of alerts. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 19 is under threat of capture. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 22 is under threat of capture. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 25 is under threat of capture. When we reached the base, I didn't know what to do anymore. 13 of our hexagons were being attacked simultaneously. With all the best of intentions, we just couldn't be everywhere at once. Chapter 22. For the Future's Sake. Congressman Sam Albert. We knew we had to monitor our enemies. We've also come to realize that we need to monitor the people who are monitoring them. Carla Dean. Well, who's going to monitor the monitors of the monitors? Enemy of the state. After Panchenko's disappearance, the agents took me to a scruffy Korean restaurant. The shock of losing all hope of ever lifting the curse had hit me so badly I couldn't even hear what Alex was saying. He kept telling me that time was an issue, and the people who were waiting for us were losing their patience. I didn't argue. I just climbed into the car and stared indifferently out the window. As we drove, my resolve grew. I had to do as much as possible in the time I had left, and this meeting was going to become the cornerstone of my plans. Also, you never know. They might help me find Panchenko. Why not? My hopes thus boosted, by the end of the trip I was already fidgeting in my seat in impatience, constantly checking whether Panchenko had reappeared on the map. I also kept checking Haqqani's whereabouts. Judging by my interface, they hadn't arrested him yet. The terrorist was still in Saudi Arabia, albeit in a different part of the country. He seemed to be perfectly alive, and as yet in good health, judging by his pulse rate. He had to be my first target. Once the Americans had him, provided everything went well, I might be able to offer more to them, thus launching my global plan. Alex stayed in the car, while Laura took me inside the Korean restaurant and led me to a table on the second floor. There, 2 men were already waiting for us. One, Norman Doherty, a slender young man in a shirt with rolled-up sleeves, and a Hector Sanchez, a portly Hispanic gentleman about 40 years of age, wearing a pair of frameless glasses. Surprisingly, both gave me their real names. Their social status levels were quite impressive, too. Both were 10+. Strangely enough, Doherty's was much higher than Sanchez's, despite him being the younger of the two. "If you excuse my indiscretion, Phil." Doherty flashed me a guilty smile. "Do you mind me asking?" Laura was doing the translating, which gave me a bit of leeway to think over my answers. A bit, being the operative word, because she did it very professionally, inserting her translations into the natural pauses in our conversation. "Absolutely," I replied, chewing on a slice of spicy marinated beef which Doherty was cooking on a small hot plate mounted on the restaurant table. All of a sudden, I was terribly hungry. "Fire away." He turned a slice of pork over, then produced a pair of scissors and began slicing it. Once he was finished, he finally asked, "How is it possible that you managed to pinpoint Haqqani's location so accurately from your location in a small Russian town? We checked it out, and it was correct to the nearest couple of feet. You have no links to your country's secret services. You've never left Russia at all. You have no contacts whatsoever who might have divulged this information. Do you have any reasonable explanation for all this?" "Not a reasonable one. No." I raised a conciliatory hand, almost dropping the slice of meat I was holding with chopsticks. "You might not believe me, but I have occasional visions." Sanchez sat up. "How long ago did they start?" Not too long ago. In May, I think. I chose to be perfectly honest, not knowing exactly how much they'd found out about me. Major Igorevsky might have mentioned me in a conversation. You never knew. I was watching a local TV channel when they announced that a young girl had gone missing. Sorry. I popped another slice of meat into my mouth and got busy chewing while inconspicuously checking their stats. Their interest in me was going through the roof. And? What happened? Doherty asked, cajolingly. Did you sense something? I saw a mental image of the girl. Then I knew straight away where she was. It wasn't just her location on the map, but even the actual address of the house she was being kept in. It was as if I'd been there myself. So what did you do? I called the number given in the announcement. That was crazy, I agree. I wasn't really sure whether I knew it or if it was just a figment of my imagination. I just couldn't tell. I see, Doherty said. So did they find the girl? That's what amazes me the most. Yes, they did find her. Incredible. Doherty exchanged looks with Sanchez, who nodded. Did it happen again? Doherty asked his next question. I was on the internet and I came across this site, Rewards for Justice. I was looking through it when I saw Haqqani, and the same thing happened. I clearly saw the village in Saudi Arabia and the house where he lived. And more importantly, when I opened Google Maps, I knew immediately which village and which house it was. That's how I got its address and coordinates, so I just submitted them using the form on the site. What prompted you to do so? Sanchez butted in. I just thought that sending this information over to you, not to you personally, but to the people who run that site, might be the only way of checking if I was right. At that moment, I thought that if there were 1,000th of a chance of me having this ability, it might be worth it. Terrorists shouldn't walk around with impunity. Did you arrest him? He got away, the bastard. Doherty slammed his fist on the table, losing, or pretending he was losing, his self-control. In this case, why am I here? Maybe you could try it again? He asked, hopeful. Only if you want to. In the dimmed light, Sanchez's face had taken on an almost demonic expression. He raised his hand, stopping his partner, then brought his finger up to his ear and listened to his earpiece. I used the pause to finish my makeshift sandwich, a juicy slice of meat with marinated garlic wrapped in a crispy salad leaf. On behalf of the government of the United States of America, I'm authorized to ask you to cooperate with us, Sanchez finally said. Why do you think I can be of any help to you? Because you're not the first one. A whole number of U.S. citizens have had similar visions within this last year, which continue to occur. These visions can take on different forms, but the principle is the same. All these people suddenly experienced a range of abilities which can't be rationally explained. Some of them could tell the chemical composition of any substance with incredible accuracy, including alloys and liquid solutions. Others were able to tell anyone's name, age, and the names of their children just by looking at the person. There was a science teacher from Houston, a puny little guy who'd never carried anything heavier than his briefcase, who took up powerlifting. Within 3 months, he became state champion. But you know the funny thing about it? With great difficulty, I managed to retain my composure. One would think that linking these facts together would be quite difficult, but still they'd managed it. I stared at Doherty's flabbergasted face. He seemed to be hearing it for the first time, too. He was the one interested in catching the terrorist, first and foremost. Sanchez's goals were much more far-reaching. I waited for Laura to finish translating. No. What is it? All of them seemed to lose their abilities all of a sudden once we started working with them. It seemed to happen in waves. We worked with 4 such special cases, as we called them, and they all lost their abilities at the same time on the same day. Aha. It looked like none of them had passed the trial. The same month, new special cases began to appear, Sanchez continued. We couldn't find any logical connection between them. They all came from different states and different backgrounds. There was no consistency in their age, race, gender, or religion, just a random selection of people. One of them was a street bum who inexplicably became a millionaire. Unfortunately, we found out about him too late. By the time we'd contacted him, he was homeless again. I've no idea what any of this has to do with me, I said, literally sensing my deception skill rising. I have no special abilities whatsoever. There just have to be some real psychics among all the would-be imposters who claim they can do this sort of thing. Oh no, we're not talking psychics here. What we're talking about are people with an augmented reality interface from the future. People like you, Mr. Panfilov. The chopsticks with which I was about to grab some kimchi froze in midair. I don't understand. Chill out, man. Sanchez raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. You probably didn't notice, but you tend to focus on things above other people's heads. Alex was the first to notice it in the Moscow airport, which confirmed our suspicions. Is this how you access information and such? Wait a sec. Ignoring the question, I tried to get to my feet. No one was trying to stop me. Please, sit down, Sanchez said. Did I already mention that you're not the first person we've come into contact with? We don't repeat our mistakes. What's that supposed to mean? Our analysts have studied you very well, so let me be honest with you. We're not going to force you into anything. For some reason, special cases don't perform well under pressure. As for your psychological profile, you absolutely reject any form of coercion, but you can do much more whenever you're convinced you're doing a good deed, or a great job. That's the name of your company, isn't it? He waited for me to nod, then continued to smugly reassure me. Phil, you're free to go any time you want. The special services guys posted around the building will let you through. If you really want to, you can even leave the country. But first, I'd like you to listen to our cooperation proposal. My lie detection enveloped me in warmth. He wasn't lying. I relaxed a little. If all the cards were on the table, it made it a lot easier. They may think they have me over a barrel, but I knew it wasn't so. If push came to shove, I could always activate stealth and vanish. I have no intention of corroborating your theories, I said. Just tell me how you envision our cooperation. We have very little time, Mr. Panfilov. If your interface was installed in May, we have virtually no time left at all. 4 months is the limit after which all special cases lose their abilities. And you know why? No, Sanchez replied in all honesty. None of the special cases can remember what happened to them. They can't recollect having any abilities or an augmented reality interface. You have any theories in this respect? I might, but we'll talk about it later. Haqqani aside, what exactly do you want from me? Your ability to locate people is of great interest to us. What would you like in return? American citizenship? Money? Something else? You're dead right there, I said. I need something else. The way things are now, I can lose my search ability at any moment. What's more... I paused, wondering how I was going to explain the curse to them. In the end, I decided to simply present them with the facts without naming any exact dates to make sure they didn't do anything stupid. I have very little left to live. Sanchez frowned, listening to the translation. How little? Less than you think. But that's if you don't help me to locate a certain person. Even if you do find him, it doesn't guarantee my, recovery. Which is why, apart from that, I'd like to create a fund to which you'd transfer the reward money for every terrorist you catch. First things first, what's the nature of your, problem? Because if it's some health condition, our doctors are the best. I don't think so. There's nothing medicine can do. There's only one person who could help me, but ironically, he's the only person I can't find. You shouldn't be surprised. He's also a special case like myself, and somehow he's got this ability to hide himself from me. What do you know about him? Very little. His name is Konstantin Panchenko. He arrived in the USA 3 days ago, probably under an assumed name. There's no pictures of him available online. There might be some left in HR archives. I took a napkin and jotted down the names of the companies Panchenko used to work for and pushed it across the table to Sanchez. This morning he was staying in Bellagio, but he might have already checked out. You can check their camera footage if you wish." I gave them Panchenko's description. Sanchez dictated the information into his microphone and nodded. "We'll find him. And as for reward money, how many people do you think you could find in the time you have left?" "I can find anyone you're looking for. All the criminals, drug barons, serial killers, and terrorists, of course." "How many? 5, 10, 100? "Definitely over 100. I replied, doing a mental estimation of my spirit reserves and their restoration times. "Please don't take offense." Sanchez rose from the table. "We're talking a lot of money. A decision like this can only be made by President. And for that reason, would you mind providing us with a little demonstration?" "Yes, please, find Haqqani for us," Doherty blurted out, rising from his seat. "Where's that scumbag?" Laura hurried to translate, but I didn't need it. I heaved a sigh and took a leap of faith. Even if they locked me up and vivisected me like a lab rat, even if I never saw sunlight again, at least I'd die happy knowing I'd rid the world of a couple hundred murderers, rapists, and those bastards who blew up women, children, and old people. Also, there was a positive side to all this. I'd been thinking about it since last night, and now that vague hunch had finally taken the shape of a finished idea. The fact that these agents knew everything about the interface users, including all the events that happened in the time of their activity, could only mean one thing. Both Ghaffur and all the others had been lying. True, if you failed the trial, you lost your interface. You wouldn't even remember your ever having it. But everything you've done remained intact. They didn't rewind time back to the day of your receiving the interface, which meant that even if Phil 2 failed the trial on Pibelau, my physical life might go on. I rose and said in my halting English, staring Sanchez in the eye, "I'm not going to charge you for him. Consider it a goodwill gesture. Currently, Jabbar Aziz Haqqani is smoking on the balcony of his hotel room in the Movenpick Hotel in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia." The next moment, their deceptive cool faded away, replaced by a flurry of activity. Doherty dashed out of the room without so much as a "by your leave." Waving his hands in excitement, Sanchez began blurting something into the microphone attached to his shirt collar. All of a sudden, the room was seething with men in black. I sat down and started eating the slightly burned meat, not knowing where my next meal might be coming from. Then I received 35,000 XP for performing a socially meaningful action, which had brought me to level 23. My body spasmed with ecstasy. Failing to conceal my state, I collapsed to the floor, chair and all, hitting the back of my head nice and hard in the process. The last thing I heard was Sanchez's voice booming, "Get a doctor!" Alex and Laura, my indefatigable escorts, brought me to a large sunlit hotel lobby, bustling with activity. Waiters rushed past, serving drinks to the guests lounging in the lobby bar. A long line of people snaked toward the reception. Laura took my passport and left. By the time Alex and I got ourselves seated on the couches, she was already back with my room key. "9th floor," she said, handing it to me. "Let's go," Alex said. "I suggest you go to your room now, get yourself cleaned up, and go to bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. See you at breakfast at 7 a.m. I cast a longing look at the pool behind a stained glass window and all the happy people around it. "You have plenty of time for this," Alex reassured me. "Business before pleasure, as we say." They took me to my room. I locked the door, then gave the place a rather amateurish check for any surveillance devices. Predictably, I found nothing, which didn't mean, of course, that they'd left me unsupervised. I peeled off the backpack and headed for the shower to wash away the road dust. I had a shave and brushed my teeth. Even the back of my head didn't hurt anymore. I changed into some fresh clothes, then remembered my great job agency, and decided to give Veronica a call. "How was your flight?" Her high voice reverberated in the phone. "Tell me!" "Nothing to tell, really. I've just arrived in the hotel. How's recruiting going?" Veronica told me they were already busy working with Valiatis' companies.
Seeing as they didn't have enough people, they hurried to hire new ones from the list I'd left them. Before leaving for the airport, I'd taken a quick stock of the workload associated with J-Mart and its affiliates. Together with Kesha and Veronica, I did an estimate of the kinds of workers we'd need, then hand-picked them with the help of my interface filters. The main thing I wanted was for the work to continue even without me and my unconventional skills. It stands to reason that the team synergy reading was the decisive factor which left me feeling good about the future of Great Job, regardless of whether I was dead, alive, or stripped of my interface. Having finished talking to Veronica, I noticed a little icon flashing an exclamation mark. I focused on it. Martha materialized next to me. "What is it, Martha?" "I've got a message from the other Phil. He's asking you to contact your supervisor ASAP. He needs some advice. Quote, Elindi, should I go for it, or are there other options available?" Now, what does that mean? That's all I received. Without knowing the context, we can't jump to conclusions. Got it. I'll get to it ASAP. To save on my spirit reserves, I unsummoned Martha, then contacted Valiatis. My phone call found him somewhere in Europe.
"It's 5 a.m. here, Phil, so it had better be important."
"I'm sorry, sir. I need to find Elindi. The other Phil on Pibelau needs her advice."
"She's right here. Don't hang up."
My brain exploded with jealousy. "Are you serious, Phil?" I listened to him scramble out of bed and shuffle away somewhere. I heard the sound of a key turning in the door, followed by more shuffling along something soft. A carpet? A knock at a door. Phew. I heard stifled voices. The phone rustled. "Phil, speak up," Elindy's clear voice said. I communicated her the message. Then she must have covered the phone with her hand as she conferred with Valiatis, as I couldn't hear a thing. Finally, they stopped. When Elindy spoke, her voice was soft and tired, unsure even. "Let me be honest with you. It looks like the socially meaningful, like yourself, have failed the trial. Most of the trial field has been seized by the bad guys. So my answer is yes. He should go for it. Let him risk it all." "I'll tell him. Is it so bad?" "The next wave of trial participants will be the last." She sounded non-committal, but I knew she was seething inside. Valiatis is our only man among the winners, and it doesn't look as if his number is going to change. The union of humans and Roa wasn't meant to happen. The probability of our races failing the diagnostics is close to 100%. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, Phil. I was very happy to meet you. Still, it has all been for nothing. I failed to prepare you properly. That's all. Goodbye. The beeping of the phone sounded like the final countdown. Once I failed the trial on Pibelau, for me it would be over, even if I managed to somehow find Panchenko and force him to lift the curse. So I really had to spend these last few hours, or days, maybe, like they were what? My last ones? Exactly. I met the pale, rosy dawn swimming in the hotel pool. When I'd left the room, I'd discovered Alex Tomasic waiting by the door, later joined by Laura. On my way back upstairs to my room, Alex gave me the thumbs up and mouthed, "We got him." "Great," I said, unsurprised. The XP I'd received was a sure sign they were going to catch Hakane. I'd already invested some of the available characteristic points, bringing both charisma and luck to 20. I'd also managed to raise agility twice in the course of the last night, even though it meant I'd had to wake up, devour all the snacks and packets of nuts found in the room, and restart the process. When I saw Sanchez the next morning, he confirmed that the president had given us the go-ahead. Our work scheme was as follows. I was supposed to provide them with the target's coordinates, which they then checked and either arrested or eliminated the target, then transferred the bounty money to my account, the exact amount depending on the target's category on the list.
Considering the worldwide scope of my future charity plans ensuring a better future for all humanity, Kira would need a lot of money. Really a lot. Which was why, having finished talking to Sanchez, I headed straight for a financial advisor's office. The backpack I had on me now contained 4 wads of $10,000 each. The pocket money Sanchez had issued me together with a targets file. "This is for you," he'd said, handing me the plastic bag with the money. "In a place like Vegas, you'll need it." I didn't play hard to get. Financial advisor services didn't come cheap. The man in front of me didn't resemble our dear Mr. Katz in the slightest. With his unblinking stare, the burly shoulders of a retired footballer, and a narrow forehead above the heavy eyebrows, he was the opposite of a stereotypical bookkeeper. His name was Gary Grant. According to my interface, he was the best person for my purposes. Judging by his office, he wasn't doing too well. His business suit was neat and pressed, but you could tell it was bought at least 10 years ago. He didn't seem to have too many clients either, which probably explained why he'd readily agreed to come to his office this Sunday morning. "I understand." He nodded energetically and blinked for what seemed to be the first time during our meeting. "What you need is to open a private equity fund with a sole founding member. The problem is, you can't do it in the USA in the given time frame. We could, I suppose, open an offshore fund somewhere in the British Virgin Islands or in Panama. There's also Bermuda and Mauritius, but—" "Excuse me." I raised my hand, trying to stop him, but he pretended he didn't see it. "I could make out a full list of all available options and conditions in the course of the day, but you need to know that in today's climate, you might not pass the licensing process. In any case, our choice would be highly limited. I wouldn't be surprised if they rejected your application already at the review stage. All the paperwork has to be faultless, cover letters as well as referrals from influential citizens or companies domiciliated in the country of your choice. The contract— My sister will be the fund's founding member. I'll put you in contact with her and leave it to you two. All I need now is the bank account details where to send the monies to. And as far as the licensing is concerned, how would you like to become the company's manager? I have my reasons to trust you. And as for the choice of the right location, I'll leave that to you." He paused, looking at me, then nodded. "Very well. What sums are we talking about?" I gave him an approximation. He whistled softly. "A manager's fee is usually 1% of the fund's annual net assets." "Sounds good. Get the paperwork ready." I had no reason to mistrust my interface, and according to its readings, Gary was a trustworthy guy whose synergy with Kira was going through the roof. I rummaged through my backpack and produced 3 wads of dollars. "Will this be enough to get this show on the road?" "Plenty. I could use the rest, too." "Just keep it." "Thanks, Gary." I proffered my hand. "I should buy a new suit if I were you. Your life has just changed." He gave me a long look and shook my hand, then spoke without letting it go. "The president of a Panama bank happens to be a uni classmate of mine. I'm going to talk to him about some client with very special needs. You sure you spelled out the number correctly? There's only a letter difference between 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000. A 10-digit number, Gary. I mean it. I got you. I'll see what I can do." Today, I was going to clear Sanchez's entire Category A list. The names of the people who constituted the biggest threat to the United States. The list was paid at $25 million a name. There were also categories B, C, and D, listing lower-ranking terrorists and criminals, as well as major fraudsters wanted by Interpol. There, the prices were progressively lower. In any case, I wasn't going to wait. I intended to use the Universal Infospace to collect all the data on the names from the A list, then do my best to locate as many names as I could from all the other lists. I'd put them all into a chart and upload it to a cloud. Then provide Sanchez with access to it once the time was right. Alex Tomasic was waiting for me in the financial advisor's reception. He hadn't stopped trailing me for 1 second. On seeing me, he rose and nodded at the elevators.
Together we walked out of the building. Alex was in a sorry state. His eyes had turned red. He was yawning his head off. "Do you ever sleep, man?" I asked. "I slept for 10 minutes as I waited for you," he replied with a poker face. "Is the CIA so low on staff?" "There's nothing wrong with our staff. It's just that this op is classified." "You mean I'm classified?" With a lopsided grin, he entered the elevator packed with people. I decided to give him a run for his money and stayed outside, watching him elbow his way back past all the passengers. Only then did I step in. The door slid closed behind me. As we rode down, we didn't say a word. Alex kept pinning me with his glare, daring me to a staring contest while I studied the wall over his head. As soon as we left the elevator, he started chewing my ears, explaining to me the dangers of such behavior. "As you Russians say, rumors make the world go round. We're not the only people looking for special cases like you. You know what I mean?" "Sure. It won't happen again." "Then off to the car you go." The same minibus took us to the hotel. We rode in silence. Alex sleeping, Laura chewing gum and staring at her iPad, the driver driving, and I was waiting to hear from Kira. Once back in the hotel, Alex and I walked right into Sanchez. He gave us a barely perceptible nod, rose from the couch, and took another elevator to my floor, pretending he had nothing to do with us. He joined us when we were already in my hotel room. "Do you have the bank account details?" he asked me. "Not yet. My fund manager, Gary Grant, will contact you within the next few days and will give you the account number." "So what are we supposed to do with your payments until then?" I suppressed a smile. "Are you so sure you'll get what you're paying for? Are you happy with my little demonstration?" "Some people tend to think it's some sort of trick, or a coincidence, or even a prearranged plot, which is why your next targets will have nothing in common." "Very well. In that case—" I paused, thinking. It didn't look as if I had much choice. I didn't want to wait any longer. "You can transfer the payments to my sister's account," I said. "I'm going to give you the details in a moment." "Accepted. As for your request to locate your old friend, we're still looking. Only yesterday he was indeed staying at Bellagio, but he didn't return to his room in the evening. Don't worry, we'll find him. I have to ask you once again to refrain from leaving the hotel on your own. Alex or Laura should accompany you at all times." He spoke dryly and to the point. "What about our next targets?" "I was waiting for you in order to resume the search." "Why? I thought you'd already done it. Our people are waiting." "Exactly. Your people are waiting. Unfortunately, there are people everywhere on the globe, and they have a very bad tendency to be constantly on the move. 3 hours ago, your Fazlullah was lurking in one particular location in the mountains, but now he's in a totally different canyon. Here, mark his coordinates down." "Start dictating, man." The new targets were 3 in total. One of them the leader of a Pakistani terrorist group, responsible for one of the bloodiest terrorist acts in recent history. The Peshawar school massacre had taken lives of 148 people, most of them children. Instead of jotting the coordinates down, Sanchez repeated them after me. With every number I uttered, I could see the giant Secret Service machine kicking into motion, meting out retribution to the monsters who'd lost the right to be called human. Those who blow up little children have no place on this earth. Having finished dictating the numbers, Sanchez opened the minibar and produced a few cans of beer. I slumped into a soft chair, just in time as another wave of euphoria flooded over me, awarding me a new level. I was still generously rewarded per each criminal located, even though the amount of XP had dropped to 1/3 of what it used to be. I used the pause to invest both characteristic points into intellect, with a focus of English language skills, one of creative abilities, offering +5 levels to the chosen skill. My head exploded with pain. My vision darkened. The world blinked twice. To my amazement, I realized I could understand everything that was happening on TV. My English skills seemed to be better than Tomasik's now.
I actually seem to know English better now than my native Russian. Or at least, that's what the interface was trying to tell me. English language skills, 15. Russian language skills, 7. Tomasic had just walked out the door, only to return with Laura in tow. "Isn't it a bit early?" she asked, nodding at the bottles. "We'll soon find out," Sanchez replied. "Let's hear from Doherty first. In the meantime, let's have a drink." He opened a can and offered it to me. I shook my head, rose, opened the fridge, and took out a Pepsi. Seeing as I wasn't drinking, I might just as well celebrate with a soft drink. Today, the world was going to rid itself of 3 bastards. I knew it because my interface had kicked in the moment Sanchez stopped dictating the coordinates into his microphone. We had to wait another hour. "Yes! Yes! Yes to all 3!" Sanchez yelled, throwing his hands triumphantly in the air, which was so unlike him. Alex and Laura joined in. We all raised our hands, toasting with beer. Once the merriment had subsided, Sanchez walked over to me and said matter-of-factly, "All targets successfully eliminated. We've just sent $75 million to your sister's account." He slapped my shoulder. Me? I was busy thinking about how I was going to explain it to Kira. This wasn't what she'd expected when I'd asked her permission to use her account to transfer a bit of money for me, do you mind? That wasn't even counting the money which was about to drop into her funds account. Chapter 23. When something looks a little too good. Funny how a little, "holy shit, somebody's gonna die," lights a fire under everybody's ass. Negan, The Walking Dead. The worst thing people can do in all those horror movies and YA thrillers is split up. I mean, there's a serial killer with a chainsaw prowling about, but no, instead of sticking together, the young heroes simply have to part company. Which was exactly why I decided not to split my group. It takes an hour to seize a hexagon, and I doubted very much that Tafari had enough men to be able to dispatch a combat group of 5 every time that happened. "Remember the plan? Let's do it. Are you ready?" Everybody nodded. Letty nervously licked her lips. Moved by instinct, I slapped her shoulder. "It's going to be okay. Let's do it." We ported to Base 26. The popping of our teleports reminiscent of gunfire as the arrival of our many-ton dinosaurs displaced the air in powerful circular gusts, like giant boulders thrown into the water. This hexagon was the first on our list. Still, no one came out to oppose us. For several long heartbeats we froze, back to back, our eyes searching for an enemy, but found none. The base was empty. "Hola, the shelter!" He nodded. In less than a minute, he was already back, shaking his head. "There's no one inside." So it's either he hasn't made it here yet, or... Fall in. Moving in combat formation, we checked every hexagon reported to be attacked, but were met with the same silence everywhere. Although we'd already stopped receiving new attack alerts, their logic was becoming quite clear. All the fake attacks had been reported along the division line, separating our lands from Tafari's. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 14 is under threat of capture. "Phil!" Ola shouted. "It's all right, keep your hair on." "Oh, they do?" They skirt the bases and keep on walking. More alerts followed, confirming my words. The enemy fighters had crossed the hexagons bordering theirs without actually capturing them, and now continued to delve deeper into our territory. That's when I regretted I'd scrimped resources on scouts. It took me a few seconds to second-guess all of Tafari's potential next moves. Let's get to the main base and dig our heels in there. There's only one way they can reach it from both north and east, and that's via Hexagon 7, where the canyon is narrow enough for them to cross it. That way, even if we lose some of the hexagons, we'll still have enough time to make full use of the resources we've already farmed. That'll allow us to level up, install more turrets, and upgrade both armor and damage. "Sounds good, boss," Eddie said. Ola agreed. I agree. There are only 5 of us plus a dozen dinosaurs. They have at least 20 fighters and a whole lot of fighting units. They'll squash us by their sheer numbers. Our main base is level 4. That'll cut their stats down to size, the motherfuckers," Manu added. "That's not to mention regeneration. That fancy module had better start paying for itself." Once back to Base 1, we dissolved into a flurry of activity. As the best hands-on combat specialist among us, Manu got busy positioning additional plasma turrets and glaive throwers. Letty, who had the highest speed amongst us, jumped on a Utah Raptor and rode toward the hexagon's northern edge to set up a couple of watchtowers, which would stream images to the command center. It was unlikely he'd attack us from either the south, west, or east. Our southern and western borders were limited by the trial field's edges, while the only person who could possibly appear from the east was Zack, whose deadline had already expired, by the way. I didn't care. He wasn't my biggest problem at the moment. Should I send Letty to see him? Probably not. Zack might prove dangerous, and sending someone to back her up would weaken our force, which was exactly what I was trying to avoid. Eddie, Ola, and I engrossed ourselves in calculations. Wincing, we cut our hands with daggers and used the blood to draw complex equations on the shelter floor, trying to determine the best resource ratio to invest into our defenses and firepower. And we had to count quickly. We had to level up every clan member to 15. That went without saying. It would allow everyone to receive new talents and invest their characteristic points into stamina, not strength. If we wanted to live, we had to max out our survivability. In the heat of the fight, these fractions of a percent could mean the difference between making it to the healing safety of the dome and disincarnation. Leveling up the turrets and glaive throwers wasn't that expensive, but it could play a vital role in decimating the ranks of Tafari's fighting units. I then invested everything I still had into the research module, improving our gear and raising damage, both ours and the dinos. The wall of the dome parted momentarily, letting in Manu. "Those wretched dinosaurs," he grumbled. "Because of them, I had to plant most of the turrets along the fence. I tried to set some on the base, but that was a total waste. They managed to rip them all out while I was busy on the other side of the dome. I don't know who he was, but I have my ideas. It was probably Croc. He does have a problem controlling his tail." Ola smiled. "Could be Spine. He's new. He's not the sharpest knife in the drawer quite yet." "Or Rex," Eddie drawled pensively. "He can tear a house down with his tail." "Does it really matter? Even if it was Tank, so what? What are you going to do, punish him? As if it's going to do us any good," I exclaimed, a bit louder than I should have. The other guys exchanged puzzled stares, then exploded with laughter. The tension began to subside. "Sorry, Phil," Manu finally said. "Right, guys. Now focus. Get buying new levels and studying your talents. Try to work out the situations in which best to use them. Letty will be back in a minute. We'll level her up, and then we're as good as—" My last words were drowned out by a new alert. "Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 6 is under threat of capture." Manu fidgeted, uncomfortable with the sight of my dropped jaw and Ola's saucer eyes. "Why? What's wrong?" "This is the hexagon next to this one," I said. "The one between us and Zack's. I think he's been attacked and now he's running here. I'm going to meet him. You stay here and wait for Letty. Tell her to level up to 15 and get working on your talents." I ran out of the dome, called my Utah Raptor, leapt onto his back, and raced east. Depending on how fast Zack Spider could move, the guy should make it to the border in 10 minutes max, provided he was moving in the right direction and wasn't going to stray away to any of our other hexagons. It turned out longer than I'd thought. I was just wondering whether I should return to the base when I made out a human outline looming out of the fog of war. I squinted at it, but all around it, more and more people stepped out of the mist. No, this wasn't Zack at all. I strained my eyes, peering at an enormous army by the trial standards, which was several times larger than even Nagash's horde. There were foot soldiers in full gear, spiked, many-legged monster pets, and several riders in the rear guard. I needed to hurry back to the base, but I forced myself to stand still, waiting for the system to reveal their names. All of them wore helmets, preventing me from seeing the faces of those who were coming to us sword in hand. The moment the system had kicked in, I turned my raptor around and raced back to the base, paving my way with curses. I'd only seen 2 of the names, but that was enough to realize I'd been well and truly had. Juma, human, level 26. Zack, human, level 15. Giovanna had been right saying that Zack would want to join the number 1 in the rankings. The fact that he'd made it to Juma's lands wasn't that incredible. After all, he must have either teleported or even used inconspicuousness, like Carter and myself. But in that case, who was trying to attack us from the north? Could it be Tafari? Juma's army arrived after about an hour, after having unhurriedly captured all 3 of our hexagons bordering on our main base. They stopped about 150 feet away from the fence. A rider emerged from their mass, waving a makeshift white flag fashioned out of a T-shirt tied to a stick. Well, well, well. Now, where would I have seen his name before? Ken, human, level 10. As the last, socially meaningful subject on Elindy's list approached us, I took a look at his stallion. The guy rode a chimera, just like the one in the ancient myths, only more realistic, if you know what I mean. It had smooth, bare skin, a powerful, long, scaly tail, its tip studded with bony spikes, and a horse-like head covered in chitin plates. Yuck, Letty shuddered. Piece of cake for our Rex, Manu said. He seemed to have a soft spot for our alpha dino. The rider dismounted and removed his helmet. He appeared to be about 20 years old, with a distinctly Asian face and a beaming smile.
Holy shit! The guy enthused in Russian. Are these real dinosaurs? No way! They're freaking awesome!
Hi, Ken. I greeted Juma's negotiator.
I can't believe it,
he exclaimed, peering at us.
Hi, guys. Phil, Ola, Manu. Eddie, hey, look! Here's Letty, too. I've been dreaming about you bunch every night, like. Did you find Carter and Giovanna?
My friends nodded back, studying him warily. We did, I said. The only person we didn't find was you.
What a shame. You couldn't anyway. I got sent to the easternmost hexagon. That's where I met Juma, so I've been following him basically all this time.
Shame indeed, I replied for all of us. You might still join us, don't you think?
Sorry, man. I've already sworn my allegiance to Juma. And besides, the guy is so rich you can't even imagine. Know what I mean? He's a member of a ruling royal dynasty. I have a deal with him. All of us have. We'll follow him to hell and back. We're like mercenaries serving a stinking rich clan leader. He's going to pay us really well once we're back in real life.
I see. So you've come to offer us to join your clan.
Of course. Juma doesn't want to lose his men fighting you, but he might if you reject his offer, and then he'll pulverize you. So basically, you have 15 minutes to make up your minds.
Wait up. Isn't Juma afraid of Tafari? Manu butted in. While you and your bands are lounging around here, don't you think he might try and attack Juma's own lands?
I can answer this. You have no hope in hell because we've struck a temporary truce with Tafari, which will last until sunrise. It just so happens that the carving of the West was the main condition of the truce. Tafari is moving here from the north even as we speak.
What? That psychopath? How did you manage to come to an agreement with him? Ola asked. I didn't know he was capable of listening to other people.
Yeah, right. He may be a psychopath, but he's not crazy enough to attack your dinos on his own. This way, at least they share the risks, so he's happy. By the way, what do you think of these beauties? Much better than what we used to have. We looked everywhere, but our roaches were the biggest ones we could find.
Ken pointed in the direction of their fighting units. No idea where he found them, but there's something else. They spit some sort of acid which eats right through your eyes. Know what I mean? So keep your helmets on. Thanks for the tip. As for how we got our dinos, it's not a secret at all. Just a unique talent I received with an achievement. I see. Okay, then. Shame I had to meet you like this. He heaved a sigh and gave us a particularly compassionate look, then put his helmet back on. What should I tell Juma? What's your answer? Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 1 is under threat of capture. There's Tafari, the motherfucker, Ola exclaimed. He seemed to nurture some particular dislike for the Nigerian. Hatred, even. What's this, an intrusion? Ken asked. Yeah, that's Tafari. Sorry, Phil, but you just can't win this. But if you surrender and join our clan, we'll sure win the trial. We'll think about it. Excellent. I'll be off then. Once you make up your mind, Phil, give us a shout and we'll send you an invitation to join. All the others will join automatically. I've seen it work lots of times. He leapt on his chimera. Ken, wait, I called him. I thought I saw Zach there with you. How come he's on your side? Zach? Had it not been for him, Juma would have never believed Tafari. It was Zach who confirmed that you had dinosaurs, and by joining our clan, he opened us a portal right into the heart of your lands. But how did he get to you? That's a good 30 miles across Tafari's lands. He has this ability to set up a portal to any hexagon of his choice. It has an enormous cooldown, but at least it works. This morning he came to us and asked to join the clan. And just as he did it, Tafari's messenger arrived. So we discussed everything and set off straight away. These things don't take long here. You know that. As he rode back to rejoin his army, he watched a flurry of scared whistlers escape the army's path. Tafari's clan was almost as big as Juma's. The black man leading his troops was almost as big as Shaquille O'Neal. He was riding a rhinoceros, huge and black, but still quite realistic. It had little chance against our tank, a bit like an army Hummer against a proper tank. Which was small consolation, though. While we might have taken on one of the armies, we just couldn't fight both. I had a couple of ideas, but both were too risky. I paused, trying to word a query, then enunciated clearly in my mind. Martha, I need Elindi to advise me about the risk I'd like to take. Please send her my query. Elindi, should I go for it? Or are there other options available? I repeated the mental request several times, enunciating every word without parting my lips. This was crazy. Then again, it might work. Letty, report, I said to the Italian girl who was back from her mission of taking stock of the enemy. About 300 roaches and 9 chimeras, she said. 26 humans, all levels 10+. That's Juma. I couldn't finish counting Tafari's men. He might have fewer men and units, but not by much. What should we do, boss? Eddie asked. Their offer makes sense. I think, Manu said pensively, that this is Juma's cunning plan. If we join, all our hexagons will automatically become his, in which case his truce with Tafari would become pointless. So they'll try to sort out their differences right here and now. We need to accept Juma's offer, Letty said. Our dinosaurs won't help us much. It didn't take Bloodscar long to kill both Rex and Tank, remember? Because he's an elite mob, a night prowler. Our lizards might command respect, but they can be beaten. None of them can sustain a volley of plasma charges. And we don't even know what other talents Juma and Tafari have, Eddie agreed hotly. What if they can cast mass paralysis? They might freeze us solid. Exactly, Ola said, apparently taking the side of those who'd rather surrender. If even I have a mass curse already, they probably have something similar too. Phil, look, they're waving the white flag to us. We need to accept. As if in confirmation of his words, I received an invitation to join Juma's clan. And immediately afterward, a blue globe of a system message materialized in my view,
unfolding to reveal Elindy's brief message. Just go for it. Well, she must have known the lay of the land better than I did. I had to go for it. Biding for time, I paused before rejecting Juma's message. I needed the others to see it the way I saw it. Listen, guys, have you ever heard of Kutuzov? Who's that? A Russian president? Wasn't he a friend of Lenin's? I know, he was a Soviet soccer player from the 1970s. They showered me with suggestions, one funnier than the next. Kutuzov was one of Russia's greatest generals, I finally said. He commanded the Russian army during the Napoleonic Wars. He surrendered Moscow to Napoleon because he knew it would help him to win the war in the long run. Letty rolled her eyes. And what's that got to do with it? Do you know what happens to allies in a truce once they defeat the common enemy, or if the common enemy is out of their reach? Manu beamed. They break the truth. Happens all the time in Colombia. Exactly. We keep forgetting this is a game of sorts, a simulation. The stakes might be high for us, but the game still plays by the rules. It took their armies several hours to get here. It's less than 4 hours left until nightfall. Once it gets dark, night monsters will be on a prowl, and their truce expires at dawn. Am I right or not? Damn it, boss, Eddie beamed. We can escape, can't we? We just teleport out. Of course. They don't have the time to search all of our hexagons looking for us. They might even turn against each other. But our modules, all the upgrades, it's all here, Letty said, undecided. We'll upgrade them again. We can actually leave our dinos to guard the base, just to thin out the enemy ranks a bit. I peered at the two armies moving toward us. Although they weren't in a hurry, I knew that if we didn't make ourselves scarce right now, in 10 seconds' time, we might have to face the enemy. See you later! Ola's voice was momentarily drowned out by the popping of the teleport. Alligator! I'd love to see their faces. Manu slammed his fist into the palm of his hand and laughed as happily as only a pardoned death row prisoner can. By the time both suns had set, we'd only lost 6 hexagons. At first, Tafari and Juma had been busy fighting Rex, Tank, Croc, Spine, and one of the Utah Raptors, all of whom finally met a heroic death. Then the two had to stop and spend some quality time thinking how best to share out their spoils. By then, night had fallen. I had the impression that they didn't dare split their forces to invade any more hexagons, which was why they'd only claimed the ones they'd managed to capture before sunset. In the meantime, we were sitting it out in our outermost hexagon, located on the very edge of the trial field. There, we promptly upgraded the base and the fighting unit module to level 3. By then, Rex and friends had already respawned and were back with us. We prepared to spend the night battling it out with elite nocturnal predators, so that in the morning we could level up right to the hilt and embark on a guerrilla war, greatly assisted by the new ability I'd received at level 20. Shroud of Shadow. This would allow us to stealth up as a group and infiltrate enemy hexagons without raising the alarm. Naturally, both Tafari and Juma would react to any such infiltration, but I very much doubted that they would put their whole army on alert. Most likely, they would only send in combat groups of 5, which we could easily handle because we'd all be level 20 by morning, if not higher. Here, the choice of Nocturnal Elite didn't differ from all the other hexagons. They came in waves, which were more frequent, as well as thicker and more powerful. So by midnight we'd almost decided to invest into the base some of the resources we'd farmed, just to get the dome regeneration option. In the end, though, our common sense had prevailed. We'd better save those 20,000 points for a rainy day. "Did you see how big he was?" Ola grunted, while waiting for his lost arm to regenerate. "You should invest in another level," I said. "There might be a new wave coming at any moment." "Too late, boss," Eddie shouted, running towards our flanks. "Incoming!" "Ola, keep to the rear," I ordered, climbing to my feet. "Stop playing the hero with your spear. Are you a shaman or just a pretty face? Your job is to cast DOTs and curses and heal the dinos. You got your staff with you?
Where do you think it is, Phil? One-handed it ain't easy.
His voice was drowned out by a loud popping behind our backs. I swung round. A huge, glittering green portal flashed open, disgorging hordes of roaches. Juma. "Everybody back! Under the dome!" I shouted. Even straining my voice, nobody heard me except Ola. The African got busy casting curses on the portal. I tried to highlight and select my clan members, hoping to teleport us out of here, but we were too spread out. I grabbed Ola's good arm and dragged him toward the others when a voice resounded from behind.
Freeze.
A wave of freezing cold descended upon us. I stood stock still, unable to move. Ola dropped to the ground next to me, also frozen to the bone. A countdown timer appeared in the corner of my eye, ticking off the seconds of the immobilization debuff. 5, 4, 3. A halberd sank into Ola's body, cleaving him in two. Ola's eyes glazed over. His body dematerialized as he left the trial for good, leaving behind only a few possessions and his spirit crystal, which I couldn't even see. I readied myself for the end of the countdown, planning to immediately stealth up, order Rex to stun the enemy with his roaring, then escape with whoever were still alive. 2. A warrior charged at Eddie's back, stunning him, then beheaded him with a wide, powerful swipe. 1. Bang! Before I could stealth up, I received a stunning blow to the back of my head, then dropped to the ground as someone cast another immobilization debuff on me. A new timer. New countdown. 5 more seconds of helplessness.
Greg, keep him stunned,
a guttural voice commanded. Yes, sir. Although I'd lost all control of both my body and interface, I could still see Rex and Spine collapse under the combined weight of roaches gnawing through their bodies. Studded with arrows and plasma charges, Croc swung in place, trying to grab hold of one of the agile chimeras carrying Juma's warriors. My Utah raptors died one after another, crying out in agony. I could see Manu behind the fence, brandishing his sword at the attacking horde. He was even gaining some ground, until an enemy swordsman stepped out of the crowd, equally strong, but with a full health bar, while Manu's was already at less than 50%. Next to them, I glimpsed Juma. It was the first time I could see him from such a close distance. He watched the battle calmly, with his arms crossed. Finally, my stun had expired. Not waiting to get another one from Greg, I rolled aside and activated Treacherous Shadow, microporting behind Juma's back. All his warriors were tied up fighting both Manu and new waves of doughboys that kept coming. I had to kill him. This was my only chance to set things right. I stunned him, then assaulted him with an explosive combo, turning his back into mincemeat. I'd already stripped him of 75% health when my stun expired and Juma turned back to me, surrounded by an impenetrable energy cocoon.
15 seconds of absolute invulnerability. Phil,
he said with a soft chuckle.
Being a top player has its good sides.
He crouched and swung his thin, long sword through the air, slicing through my legs. Despite my maxed-out gear, he'd managed to crit me. As I fell, I couldn't feel my legs anymore. What I did feel was the familiar pain just under my knees, agonizing beyond all endurance. I'd love to scream, but not now, not in front of my enemy. So I just crawled away, trying to overcome the several feet to the base from where I could teleport out. Manu's icon went gray. A new system message informed me of losing yet another clan member. I activated a new level, leapt to my instantly restored feet, only to be frozen again. You are now dead, test subject. Lives remaining, 1. Time left until resurrection, 3, 2, 1. I had to resurrect right there and then because by now there were no neutral hexagons left. Warning. You have one last life left. If you lose it, you'll be stripped off of all your achievements and taken back to the day when you'd been selected as the trial participant. Your memory of the accompanying events will be wiped clean and the interface will be uninstalled. Warning: you've lost all your hexagons. Time left until full disincarnation, 1 Pibalao day. Warning: your clan has been disbanded. Your vassals, Letty, are free again. I suppressed a scream of pain in my already healed legs. Luckily, as I stealthed up the moment I respawned, no one seemed to have noticed my arrival. I stole back to the place where I'd died. Unbelievably, all my gear was still lying there. Juma's clan was too busy finishing off a new wave of doughboys to pick up the loot straight away. That was normal. We'd done it ourselves too many times before. I picked up my staff, then checked whatever my clan members had left, stuffing everything into the backpack I'd kept while respawning. Not that it made me any happier. The loss of my friends still smarted, plus the fact that I'd lost all chances of winning. I had only one option left now. I had to attack Juma when he least expected it. If I killed him, I'd get all of his hexagons. And then we'd see. By then, Juma's clan had finished off a new wave of doughboys, a couple of Duxio and an Oddsy snake. They gathered by the dome, cheering, as Juma gave a triumphant speech. I could understand them. They had as good as won. Tafari couldn't survive the combined power of the 2/3 of the trial field's resources. Letty stood next to Juma, smiling. The crowd guffawed as their leader slapped her backside, then asked her something. Letty nodded. Juma barked a stream of orders, then pulled the girl toward him and led her under the dome. I heard the rustling of footsteps next to me.
"Get out of here," a voice said in Russian. "I'm not the only one who can see you. There's another guy who might notice you, and you're lucky he's too far away."
I turned round. It was Ken.
"This place is very well balanced," he mouthed. "For every cunning stunt, there's a stunning—" "Why didn't you raise the alarm?" "Suppose I just don't want to be a rat. I know you're going to forget everything, but I won't. We're going to win, and I'll get my money out of Juma. I don't want to spend the rest of my happy life thinking I betrayed someone who had the same values. What's your social status level?"
It was 17, just before my abduction.
"Respect. I only just made it to 9.
"Ken," I whispered, "talking about Juma's invulnerability. Do you know its cooldown time?" I was still obsessed by the idea of attacking him again. Depending on Ken's reply, I had to decide whether it was worth sitting it out here waiting for Juma to reappear. "What's up, Ken?" someone bellowed. "Is it a new wave?" I turned round. It was the swordsman who'd battled Manu.
"Nobody, Patrick," Ken replied. "Listen, I keep looking at these stars, but I can't seem to recognize a single one. Here, look. 1, 2, 3.
Counting to 15, Ken put his arm around Patrick's shoulder and pointed up at the heavens as he spoke.
15 stars, all so close to each other. What do you think the distance between them is? Is it light hours or light minutes? I have a funny feeling it's minutes, Patrick."
"What are you talking about, Kenny boy? You can't measure distances in minutes, or hours even."
"Can't I, really? Never mind, see if I care. Come on, let's go now. You're not on watch tonight, are you? Who are you going to spend time with? Christina or Scheherazade?"
Ken led the swordsman away, telling him his version of Christina's virtues. 15 minutes, which meant that I wouldn't be able to kill Juma tonight. I had very little time left until my disincarnation. All I had left to do was to try and farm some more existence resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't live to see the hour out. Chapter 24. Revealing the Concealed. All the young people out in the world should have their own goals and use their abilities to their fullest to contribute to society. Teru Mikami, Death Note. It wasn't the interface alarm that woke me up, but a vague feeling of uneasiness. Before I'd even opened my eyes, I recognized the distant smell of a hospital. I could hear rustling and yawning next to me. Had Alex and Laura come uninvited to see me while I slept? I opened my eyes and saw a flaking white ceiling. This definitely didn't look like a 5-star Vegas hotel. Also, I was dying for a smoke. "What the?" I said out loud, then dissolved in a bout of coughing. "Oh, look, User's back with us." Ensign grinned from his cot next to mine while picking his nose. User? Did he mean me? Where did I know him from? "Not again," Ensign said, looking concerned. "Been dreaming again, User?" Dreaming about what? Where am I? The cot groaned its protest as I sprang from it. What the fuck's going on? "Oh," he drawled through his nose. "So you have been dreaming. You'd better sit yourself back down. Dr. Goss will be very upset. He thought you were making good progress, and now this. What was it about this time?" "Has User had a new escapade?" Krasko's voice said. I seemed to know him too from somewhere. "Listen, User, how are things going with what's-her-name now? Ensign, do you remember?" "Which one?" The old man perked up. "He's got a whole harem of them there. He has Yana and Vicky and Veronica and also Stacy. Is that all of them?" While he was mumbling something about my company, mentioning Alec and Mr. Katz, I tried to figure out why they were calling me User. User. Aha! I peered at their strange but eerily familiar faces, which floated in and out of focus. I wasn't wearing my glasses. Mechanically, I reached out from my bedside table, picked up my glasses, and put them on. The faces came back into focus. Much better. Now let's take a look. Who do we have here? Ensign, Krasko, and Nick. I was almost home. In the months that I'd been here, I'd gotten very used to the place. That had been one hell of a nightmare. I must have been completely off my trolley, confusing reality with dreams. Luckily, there was no curse, no trial, just a good old local hospital. Here we go again. I heaved a sigh and reached for the cigarettes. The pack was empty. Have they brought the smokes around already? The old man, called Ensign, shrugged guiltily. You were sleeping, but I can spare one. Thanks. Ensign offered me a cigarette. He was funny, really. A youthful, gray-haired old man with a cavalry mustache. How did he manage to look after us all here? Excuse me, I addressed him. Could you remind me why you're calling me User? That's because you are, Krasko guffawed. You keep telling us you have some alien interface in your head. You're a user, so you say. Ah, yes, of course. I cradled my head in my hands, trying to untangle a complex flurry of thoughts. How sure was I really knew these people? So have you won your boxing tournament? Ensign asked. You didn't finish the story the last time. A tournament? I strained my memory, but those boxing events seemed vague and distant. But that's exactly how it ended. Also, you didn't tell us what's going to happen to your company, Krasko added, scratching the back of his head. Did you make it? Ah, yes, of course. I won the tournament, then took them all on as partners. I hired Alec as a maintenance manager, Veronica as PR, Kesha Demidko as commercial director. We know, Krasko grumbled. Now, why did you have to take on Gleb? That's something I don't understand. And you shouldn't have left that redhead, Veronica, right, to Alec. You should have screwed her yourself. Never mind. Tell us what happened next. Don't leave anything out. Come on, tell us. Let's go have a smoke, and I'll tell you all about it. For a couple of cigarettes spared by Krasko, I told them all about the last developments in my dream. Or was it my parallel life? They listened attentively, with the exception of Stinky Nick, who waltzed around alone to a music only he could hear. I could only imagine what I might have seen had I really had an augmented reality interface. Nicholas Stinky Vostrikov, age 46.
I tried to envision those words hovering above his head. It didn't really work. Those dreams. Just think, there used to be a time when I really believed I'd been fitted out with an alien interface. I was so grateful to Professor Gauss, who'd sorted my head out. I'd hate to disappoint him. So it all ended in America. But it looks like I'm going to lose my interface anyway. Either that or the curse will finish me off. Then I woke up here with you. Have I been sleeping long? Nap time is just finished, Krasko replied. Will you be going to tea? Sure. I rose from my haunches, but staggered and very nearly fell over. My head was spinning. Trying to keep my balance, I waved my hands and collapsed on top of Ensign. My breathing seized up. Everything went dark. Then I woke up again, still tasting the bitter taste of the cigarettes. I pulled my head away from a sticky, wet pillow, then realized with relief I was where I was supposed to be. This was Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. My vision was perfectly clear. I didn't need glasses. The dream, so real only a moment ago, faded into nothing, erasing the faces of my ward buddies from my memory. The interface flooded my mental view with alerts reporting my elevated heart rate. Then, my standard morning greeting came into view. Good morning, Phil. Today is Monday, August 27, 2018. The outdoor temperature is 27 degrees Celsius, 81 degrees Fahrenheit. You wanted to wake up at 6:30. It's now 6:24 a.m., which is the best awakening time based on your sleep cycle. The state of your health? Good. Warning. Last night you had a nightmare caused by extreme nervous pressure. We recommend you take it easy today, remove the source of stress, and limit the amount of intellectual work in order to allow your nervous system to restore. Based on your activity levels, we'd recommend you start your day with a breakfast containing no more than 600 calories from proteins and complex carbohydrates. Here are the tasks you set for today. I threw the sheets back, rose, and began working out. I needed to get my blood going and my body toned up because this promised to be a hard day. One of less than 2 I had left. Panchenko hadn't been found, and with him, my hopes of lifting the curse were fading. I was trying to be positive and look for something good in the situation. Like, I'd finally had a good night's sleep, even though I'd had to wake up again in order to level up agility. My latest optimization had finally run its course, too. I'd completely forgotten how to take pictures, and in return, my learning skills had gone through the roof. Now I could learn 23 times faster than a regular person. Once that was done, I was about to go out for breakfast to meet Alex and Laura. You never know, they might have something on Panchenko. My map still didn't show any sign of him. Just as I was about to go out, my phone rang. I stared at the screen, momentarily transported a few months back to a time when life had been much more simple. Hi, Sveta, I said, unable to hide my surprise. Hi, Phil, said the cheerful voice of the 14-year-old Sveta Messerschmidt, the owner of Richie the German Shepherd. It's a bit late to call, but I have real good news for you. Out with it, then. Richie's become a daddy. We were promised a puppy, which means that very soon you'll be able to pick him up. Yes! I shouted into the phone in excitement as my feet started dancing a jig. Out of sight! She laughed, too, sharing my joy. That made me think about my first interface days. I remembered finding Richie and taking him away from the fake gypsies. I'd spent the last of my money taking him to the vet and buying him dog food. Those days breathed such warmth, simplicity, and clarity that I was now dying to get the puppy in the naive belief that with it I could acquire peace. Thank you, Sveta. You're welcome. I'll give you a call when we have the puppy. Would you prefer a boy or a girl? I'd rather have a boy. I hope he takes after his father. Good. What are you going to call him? I don't know yet. Lost in thought, I said the first thing that came into my head. I might call him Carter. Or Ola. I heard a tactful knocking on the door, followed by some coughing and a soft female voice. Phil, Are you awake? I hurried to wrap a bathrobe around myself and opened the door. Good morning, Laura said, looking wide awake for a change. She was holding 2 paper coffee cups. Hi, I said. Where's Alex? He and Sanchez left for Langley last night. They seem to have run into problems. They should be back tomorrow. Anything on Panchenko? Nothing. She shook her head sadly. I'm the one minding you today. Can I come in? Of course. I stepped aside, letting her in, then shut the door. Laura walked in, picked up the remote, and switched the TV on. A news footage came on. The flickering of images, which were so recognizably the Middle East. Have you been watching the news? She asked. It's absolute havoc over there. They all suspect each other of being the grass. As long as you guys don't let the grass grow under your feet. Otherwise, I'm as good as dead. I'll go take a shower. Laura's expression turned pensive. You guys? Okay. Squeezing my eyes shut from the freezing shower jets, I tried to rethink the entire situation. When I'd initially agreed to cooperate with the Americans, I'd actually imagined it all to be rather straightforward, a bit like with Major Igorevsky. Like, I'd give them the coordinates, then they find their targets, leaving their source undisclosed. Now I'd begun to realize that this scenario was involving a whole lot of people. Way more than a lone Russian police investigator from the sticks had at his beck and call. Let's count. Hector Sanchez, Alex Tomasic, Laura Flores, Norman Doherty, plus the mysterious Angela Howard, the supposed U.S. Embassy worker who I was yet to meet. That made 5 already. Our plan must have involved any number of operatives, undercover and otherwise, which meant that I'd gotten on the radar of far too many people. Not that I cared. The 24 hours remaining until the activation of the curse weren't going to change anything. As it was, the fund was getting off the ground, and new money transfers kept pouring into its temporary bank account. When I returned to the room, Laura was munching on her sandwich, looking all focused, while scrolling through the list of new targets on her iPad. I've ordered some breakfast, she said. I agree. It's probably better you keep a low profile for a while. Are you my only chaperone, or are there others around? I have no doubt you're full of surprises, and could probably smoke quite a few attackers single-handed, but... But you're right, she interrupted me. By the way, you didn't tell us yesterday how long you were planning to stay in Vegas. We really should be on the move. She spoke in a level, emotionless voice, staring into her iPad. Can't see why not. How about New York? I can't wait to see Fifth Avenue and the Avengers Mansion, I said, my voice oozing sarcasm. Laura, please. I need to find that man. She shrugged. I slumped into a chair next to her and attacked my breakfast. Sausages, bacon and eggs, some toast, and a couple of hash browns. Delicious, and most importantly, high in calories. I needed all the energy I could get as the system, in its current active mode, guzzled its way through both spirit reserves and the calories I received with food. I had lots of searches to perform today, many more than on the night I'd been trying to locate missing persons for the Russian search and rescue groups. The reason I had to do it was because intuition was tolling a warning bell within me. I had an eerie feeling that some kind of countdown had been activated. The trial was to be over within the next 24 hours, or even less, in which case I was most likely to lose my interface. Laura patiently waited for me to finish breakfast. Are you ready? She finally asked, offering me the iPad. Just a moment. I'll just finish my coffee. By then, the coffee had already gone cold, but I still needed to get my metabolism going. Also, I admittedly liked properly made coffee like this. I took the iPad from her and began reading through all the information. Their analysts had done a good job profiling me, as they seemed to push all the right buttons. Each of their case reports put a special emphasis on the number of casualties, precising their details and family ties. Children who'd lost their mothers, parents who'd lost their children. The intel like this added nothing to the actual search. If anything, it was wasting my time. But to me,
details like these were especially important. For a few heartbeats, the pressure of the world's grief pinned me to the chair. Flattened under the incoming flood of data, I couldn't even breathe, trying to get a grip, until my glazed-over stare paused on yet another case. "The targets are listed in order of importance," Laura said softly. "The first 3 names are of especial value." "How many names are there in total on this list?" I asked, pointing at the iPad. 172. These are categories A and B. All the other names are in another file which lists all the lower categories." "I'm going to find them all for you. Are you ready? I'll be giving you 30 each hour. I just can't do it any faster." Laura gulped. "I need to talk to my superiors." She sprang from her seat. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't leave the room." I nodded while trying to work out how best to leave the hotel inconspicuously. She may have been thinking I was studying the cases, but in fact, I'd already located almost all of the first 10 targets. Almost because 2 of them were already dead and resting in peace. One on the bottom of the Hudson Bay, the other somewhere in Chechnya. Then, I received an unexpected but very welcome surprise. A new level of my very first system skill. "Congratulations, you've received a new system skill level. Skill name, Insight, current level 4. XP received, 1000. Allows you to see the essence of inanimate material objects. Limits the number of KID points necessary to locate both living and inanimate objects on the map to 1 point. Allows you to determine the cause and extent of physical damage to any living thing and diagnose medical conditions. Reveals that which is concealed. Allows you to see the motives and causal links behind the actions of any living organisms. Helps you determine the structure and internal workings of any social group, as well as its connections with all the others." The list didn't end there. It went on to describe more of a similar sort of stuff, greatly broadening my capacity. But that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was, I could see Panchenko on the map again. And he was but a stone's throw away. When I saw him at the poker table, I immediately realized why the CIA couldn't find him. He looked different now. Taller and stronger, his hair blonde, his facial features more defined, noble even. You could have called him handsome, I suppose, had it not been for the crooked smile curving his lips. All this looked like an attempt to artificially boost charisma. Also, he'd activated a level 3 mysterious shroud buff, which prevented people from remembering his face, and cameras from getting a clear picture of him. It was probably due to this ability that he'd caught me unawares the night when my alert had failed to go off. But with my new insight level, even his ability couldn't conceal him from me anymore. He seemed to be so cocksure of his buff's charms that he hadn't even left Vegas, apparently preferring to wait it out here for my curse to go off, while having fun and making some serious money in this gambling capital. To say he was surprised to see me would be an understatement. His eyes very nearly popped out of his head with shock. Still, he recovered pretty quickly, scanned my personal data, and grinned with satisfaction at seeing his curse still ticking away. This was a private poker room, with only one table which seated several respectable men and an elderly lady in a mink coat, trying too hard to look younger than she was. They bet big here. I had to buy $1 million worth of chips just to get in. In order to raise this million, I'd spent a few brief minutes playing roulette in the main room with the 10 grand I still had left. A level 4 insight makes it easy, you see. Every time the ball left the dealer's fingers, I already knew which number it would rest on. The ability would analyze everything in a flash, the wheel's spinning speed and its surface defects, the ball's trajectory, and lots of other things, including humidity and the dealer's heart rate. Then, it simply highlighted the number which was about to win. The risks were huge, sure, but much to my surprise, the system hadn't punished me this time. It seemed to realize my motives for gambling and my reason for winning. Panchenko had a stack of chips the size of Mount Everest piled up before him. He was a chancer. At his level 10-plus poker skill, he seemed to be so sure of himself that he was staking all of his cash, meaning everything that he'd already won in Vegas where he'd arrived with whatever little he'd taken off me. I knew for a fact that this was the only money he had. All of his hired bodyguards were waiting for him outside, unable to enter the VIP room. This was big fun for very big people. "Hello," I said, taking a seat at the table. "I'm Phil." The other players gave me their names. I glanced over their stats, uninterested. I wasn't going to fleece them. I was playing against Panchenko alone tonight. Panchenko looked perfectly cool, showing no intention of fleeing the room. He even rubbed his hands, apparently having read my poker skill level, which was half that of his.
"We've got a novice," he exclaimed. "I suggest we raise the stakes. How about 100,000?
Nobody objected. I wasn't in a hurry to strip him of his interface. Even when he shook my proffered hand, I didn't do it, afraid that he wouldn't be able to lift the curse then. The dealer dealt the cards. I passed. These days, I didn't even need to cheat by looking at their cards, as I already knew how the hand would end. Panchenko and I were on the same keel, taking turns winning. Other players might win an occasional pot, but as both of us refrained from raising the stakes whenever our hands weren't that special, their winnings didn't amount to much. After a couple of hours, we were the only ones left at the table. I was having a lucky streak. Panchenko kept throwing his hands in, losing blinds which had already grown to $200,000. By now, he was openly nervous, as our bankrolls were roughly the same. "Listen, man," I told him while the dealer was dealing the next hand. "What do you know about the trial?"
"What do I need to know about it?"
"Very soon they'll summon you. You'll have to compete with other interface users. I've no idea what you all will have to do. They, too, have a boss, as you call him."
"Okay, I believe you. No point asking you who's going to summon me where. I can see you're not lying."
"The thing is, there'll be lots of contestants there, but only one of them will win. All the others will lose their interface." His face didn't twitch. He looked at the hand he'd been dealt and pushed it toward the dealer. "Pass. If you remove the curse, I'm going to lose everything I have to you." I activated all of my abilities to make it sound as convincing as I could. "It's almost 6 million here. They're yours."
"I don't give a shit about your millions, you cretin," he said lightheartedly. "With my abilities, I can make hundreds of millions overnight, easy. And you're gonna die. No good straining your stupid little brain trying to appease me. In order to take your stupid trial, one has to live long enough. Which I will."
The sheer coolness of his manner didn't impress me. He wasn't lying, neither was he trying to haggle with me. I could see he wasn't going to lift the curse, and my lie detection told me as much. In which case, I simply had to do what I had to do. We were dealt another hand. I could see that all odds were stacked up in Panchenko's favor. Still, he didn't know one little thing. Our dealer, who'd been working all night through and was so exhausted he could barely stand on his feet, was about to make a mistake opening the flop, which in turn would completely change the entire scenario. "In this case, let's finish all this here and now," I suggested, moving my heap of chips toward the center of the table. "I can't take my money with me. All in."
"Good idea."
He hurried to agree before I could change my mind. "Sorry," I said, then proffered my hand to him, preparing to activate the uninstallation of his interface. Mechanically, he shook it. He turned pale. Just then, the dealer finished collecting our chips and opened the flop, which wasn't at all what Panchenko had expected. But that wasn't the reason he turned pale, because he couldn't see it yet. Reality blinked several times. Time slowed down. I very nearly fainted, but managed to survive a new bout of ecstasy without exposing myself. I only swayed a little in my seat, brushing against a fellow player who'd stayed in his place to watch us play. "Sorry," I managed. Global quest alert. Stop evil. Quest completed. You've successfully uninstalled Konstantin Panchenko's interface, neutralizing him. Plus 50% to satisfaction. Plus 3 to your social status level. Plus 3 to all main characteristics. Plus 3 available main characteristic points. Plus 30 points to your global reputation with every member of the human race. Level 27. On top of that, the system had also shown me a warning, saying that although all of my characteristics had risen, strength, agility, and perception would in fact grow gradually. I glanced at my profile and heaved a disappointed sigh. The curse was still there, even though I'd hoped it might disappear the moment Panchenko lost his interface, and with it, his quest against me.
"You," a lifeless voice said in Russian. "How did you do it?"
I looked up. Panchenko's mad eyes seemed to look right through me. Do what?
"You took my boss away. Just when I'd almost made it. I was about to become an Erol," he whispered furiously, wiping tears away from his eyes. "How did you do it? You're useless. The boss can't have possibly chosen you over me."
Your boss doesn't exist, you idiot. That was just some neural software. 100 years from now, everybody will have things like that. They'll be like cell phones. He got up from the table and went for me. I got up too. He pointed at me, then poked me in the chest, pushing me back. He was hysterical, and alcohol probably had little to do with it, even though he'd drunk quite a bit.
"Bullshit! What do you know about the great Almighty? He's on his way! His time is coming, and I was about to become his—"
Get over it. You've made your choice. If you don't get your finger out of my chest, you're going to regret it. By then, everyone was looking at us. The security were showing signs of concern. We had to get out of here.
"So what are you going to do to me? I may have lost my boss, but I still have my money and my influence."
"I don't think so," I said cheerfully, looking back at the table. Panchenko swung round and saw that I'd just won. The quest I'd just closed had raised my reputation with everyone on planet Earth to amicability, with the exception of those who'd already had a bad reputation with me. Now, I was witnessing this at work firsthand, observing the reactions of those around me. Everyone seemed to rejoice in my victory. Even the dealer couldn't conceal a smile. With a loud howl, Panchenko began trashing everything around until security took him away. He had nothing left. No money, no interface. Chapter 25. Don't forget to look at the stars before you die. I have noticed, even people who claim everything is predestined and that we can do nothing to change it, look before they cross the road. Stephen Hawking. It was raining on Pibelau. A pouring acid rain. My gear was still holding out, but every drop that touched it produced a hissing cloud of mist that enveloped me, giving my presence away. It was a good job there was nobody around, apart from monsters which followed the rules of mechanics rather than logic. I kept sinking knee-deep into the mud, getting stuck as I waded through it with little hope left. I was feeling empty inside. The schism in my heart, which had formed after Giovanna's disincarnation, had now grown to the size of the Mariana Trench. Had I still had my real-life interface on me, it probably would have shown the extreme stages of apathy and indifference. I had 10 minutes left until my own disincarnation. Due to the lack of resources, I still had 0 existence points. Just to please, I hadn't come across a single ordinary mob, as if all of them had become elite upon nightfall. If I didn't farm the obligatory 21 resource points, the cost of supporting a level 21 body for an hour, within the next few minutes, I was as good as dead. Protected by inconspicuousness, I managed to avoid all oncoming mobs, leaving what used to be my clan's main hexagon. With every passing minute, the futility of further struggle was becoming ever more obvious. Even if I got the required resource points and managed to keep myself going, I wouldn't be able to seize a single hexagon empty-handed. The moment an alarm went off, I'd have to face either Juma's or Tafari's cavalry, who would make quick work of me. In a moment of weakness, I even looked forward to a quick end, wishing I could get home soon and switch on some brainless but addictive series on TV. Oh, to get back to my couch, my warm comforter, and a nice big mug of strong, sweet tea. Something enormous was breaking through the trees about 150 feet away from me. It was probably a duxio, a giant black beetle with a scorpion's tail, the most frequent visitor to our base. I could make out the sheen of his hard black flank and his long, steely tail. Duxio. Elite. Level 24. Life points. 36,000. The situation was like this. Either I killed him, looted his resources, and started to think what to do next, or I simply failed the trial in a most ignominious way. I was holding the dagger and the power fist I'd won on my very first day by defeating the Kraken. Acid Dagger of Obfuscation. Cunning melee weapon. Its biochemical core produces an active jelly whose concentration in the victim's blood can lead to madness. It is powered by existence resources, 3% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 180 to 360. Plus 1% to your chance of making an instant kill with each blow. Furious Power Fist. The best weapon for close combat. Powered by existence resources, 1% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 240 to 480. Plus 50% to critical damage. I looked at the Duxio's outline receding into the darkness, then at the dagger in my hands. Quickly, I whipped the backpack off my shoulders and upended it, sending it a mental command to empty itself. All the weapons my clan had amassed splattered into the sticky red mud. I nervously rummaged through whatever I had available, throwing all the irrelevant stuff back, including the power fist. Time was at a premium. I hurried to wade my way through the 220 pounds of trash until I found what I'd been looking for. The lifesteal dagger. It would allow me to heal myself in the course of combat, because I couldn't level up without gaining some resources first. Luckily for me, it was already loaded with existence points. Otherwise, it would have been useless. The moment I picked it up, its handle entwined my wrist and forearm. I felt a bout of sharp pain as the countless tentacles pierced my skin, attaching themselves to my nerve endings and blood vessels. A healing wave of anger swallowed me, making me furious with my enemies, with the senior races, with all the observers, and Khafor himself, but mostly with myself. My friend had just brought me back to my senses. Wicked Dagger of Absorption. Treacherous melee weapon. Each attack restores 25% of the owner's health from the damage dealt. It is powered by existence resources, 5% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 180 to 360. Which meant that thanks to my strength boost, my every blow could now deal over 1,000 points of damage and almost 3,000 points of critical damage. I closed my backpack, threw it on my back, and hurried to catch up with the beetle, which by now had almost disappeared from sight. My lips stretched in a smile in anticipation of a battle to come. Here I was, a Phil who refused to give up. The one who was about to destroy all his enemies with the help of his two best friends, his two trusty fangs. I held Fang 1 with my right hand, the dagger of absorption, capable of endowing me with enough power to last through any battle. I clutched Fang 2 in my left hand, the dagger of obfuscation. Piercing the body of my enemy, it injected it with bioactive slime, which added 1% to my chances of killing them with my next blow, which meant that if I withstood long enough, then sooner or later, according to the theory of relativity, I could kill any enemy of flesh and blood in just over 50 hits. Less than a minute. Sensing a movement behind him, the beetle stopped dead in his tracks and thrashed his heavy articulated tail on the ground. I leapt over it, very nearly grazing myself on its long spikes, then rolled over the ground and buried both daggers into his shell, heaving myself up on each one in turn, scrambling up on my arms and legs until I finally climbed onto his almost flat back. You've dealt damage to the Duxio, 1,330. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 665. Verifying the probability of making an instant kill. 0%. Verification failed. plus 1% to your chance of making an instant kill with each blow. 1%. You've dealt damage to the Duxio, 1,087. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 543. Health points, 136. With a crunching sound, his chitinous armor collapsed under a hail of my blows. I wielded my daggers like the swing needle of a sewing machine, each blow producing fountains of lymphatic fluid. As the wound widened, the beetle's health bar kept shrinking. I could hardly see anything because my helmet was covered in pieces of the insect's blood and tissue. I couldn't afford to stop and wipe it away, because doing so might mean losing the momentum I needed to deal a couple of decisive blows. As I exhaled, the tip of his tail stung me in the back, trans-piercing me and halving my life. I couldn't breathe. One of my lungs had been punctured. A bleed DOT and several spine fractures were ebbing my life away. I was swept from his back and smashed against the ground. I didn't give a shit. As I flew to the ground, I'd managed to puncture him several times through the venom-oozing thick stinger which protruded from my chest. The last one of these blows finished the monster off. I didn't wait for his body to disappear. In one clean sweep, I lopped off his stinger and disengaged myself from his tail. He dropped a great big crystal, which had dissolved into 680 existence points. I pocketed them, then threw my arms wide and dropped onto my back in the dirt, grinning gleefully as I celebrated my victory over the hideous creature and studied the logs of the fight. You've dealt damage to the Duxio, 1,191. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 595. Verifying the probability of making an instant kill, 24%. Verification complete. The Duxio is dead. I now had plenty of resources which would last me a long time, or at least until I was disincarnated due to the absence of an available hexagon. I activated inconspicuousness and started to plan my next course of action. There were 43 people left in the rankings, out of whom only 3 actually owned any hexagons. They were Juma, who way outstripped the other 2, Tafari, and some level 6 guy called Bjorn. If you added up all the hexagons they owned between themselves, it didn't correspond with the total number of hexagons in the trial. Somewhere, there was one over, which didn't appear to belong to anyone. Its owner must have died the final death, killed by rampaging monsters. And I knew exactly where it was. Dawn had broken long ago. All the nocturnal monsters were gone, replaced by many packs of daytime ones. Having said that, they were just as predatory, albeit smaller and marginally weaker. Warning: you're about to enter a hexagon captured by another test subject. Owner, Juma, level 29. Base level, 1. This was only one of the numerous alerts I'd created by penetrating enemy hexagons, which were normally Juma's, with the exception of a few owned by Tafari, which reminded me of the little boy who'd cried wolf. This time, I wasn't trying to go around the base, but headed straight for the center of the hexagon, accepting the pre-planned risks. The base was empty. I jumped over the fence and entered the shelter. It was deserted and devoid of any equipment apart from the command center. Nothing had been done here in the 2 days that had elapsed since we'd abandoned it, so I wasn't surprised that Juma hadn't bothered to invest into upgrading it. To capture an enemy hexagon, you must report in person to the command center of the captured territory and remain there for the duration of 1 hour people-out time. 13 hours equals 1 day, before you can activate the command center. I spent the 1 hour requirement waiting for teleports to start popping. No one had turned up. It might be that the standoff between Juma and Tafari had entered its final phase. Then again, it might be that they'd already received a dozen false alarms. What a bunch of losers. One way or another, the base would be mine. I walked over to the white stone and laid my hand on it, the one that was free of my first friend, Fang 1. Do you want to capture the command center? Cost, 300 existence resource points. Yes. I initiated the seizure process, then activated inconspicuousness, prepared to defend my rightful property tooth and claw. You've captured a hexagon. Your command center has been activated. Name of command center, Base 1. Owner, Phil, Level 21, Human. The disincarnation timer had disappeared. I even managed to build a Level 1 fighting unit module and generate a Utah Raptor by the time the alarm had gone off again. This time, it was me who'd received the warning. The loss of the hexagon hadn't gone unnoticed, as those idiots had finally put 2 and 2 together. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 1 is under threat of capture. Predictably, a group of 5 fighters turned up in the hexagon. They were Juma's men, who'd arrived from the neighboring base. Too late. I'd already done what I wanted. All the same, I topped it off by initiating the generation of a new Tyrannosaurus, then lay low, lurking in some prickly undergrowth next to the base under the cover of inconspicuousness. If Rex managed to reappear, it would be a nice surprise for the aggressors, and I wouldn't be long in coming. I didn't get the chance to see Rex, though, because of the group of warriors who stormed the base. Their leader was level 20, the others 15. It seemed as if Juma's clan had now resources to burn. I suppressed my desire to engage them in combat as an irrational departure from my plan. For that reason, I didn't see what happened next because I had already taken flight on my Utah Raptor's back. My group inconspicuousness worked fine for both of us, allowing us to escape unnoticed. In any case, I'd already received more than I'd bargained for. I'd won a mount and some extra time. Judging by the fact that Rex's interface icon had never reappeared, his generation must have been aborted the moment those losers had seized the base. I spent the rest of the day struggling through one enemy hexagon after the other, heading further to the northwest where, according to my calculations, was the last uncaptured base. Both the east and the center of the map had long been seized by Juma and Tafari, while the west had been claimed by us. The only remaining dark spot was a small patch in the top left corner of the trial field, hemmed in by a chain of cliffs. The fact that the surface area of the hexagons shrank every day played right into my hands. In order to cross a hexagon now, I had to run almost a mile less. That night, I repeated my false alarm trick, seizing another one of Juma's hexagons, only to flee again, this time from 2 groups of 5 warriors. To make matters worse, Ken was in one of them, so this time they did notice me. But they were on foot, so I easily left them behind. Still, the risk had been worth it, as the disincarnation timer had been reset again. 2 hexagons later, I emerged from inconspicuousness in order to farm some resources. I killed a few more elite mobs, a 2-headed Oddsey snake, followed by a crater, what looked like a kitchen stool with a human body and crab's pinchers for hands, plus a couple of Duxio. As one of the effects caused by the fact that the trial had entered its final phase, these were stronger than those that had attacked the base at night. Had it not been for my friends Fangs 1 and 2, their attacks would have meant the end of me. Thanks to the theory of relativity, an instant kill now took me about 20 blows with Fang 2. I had enough resources to level up, but I was saving them in case I needed instant regeneration in battle. By dawn, I'd almost reached my objective. The cracked, rocky plateau, which was overgrown with occasional reddish-brown patches of shrubbery and twisted purple grass. The plateau offered a breathtaking view of the trial field, dissected by a plethora of motley hexagonal shapes. From here, you could clearly see their edges flicker, distorting what was behind them like streams of hot air rising from overheated tarmac. A little further to the north, I could make out a rocky outcrop. It didn't take me long to get there, but once I'd scrambled up, I could see that in order to get to the other side, I'd have to cross a wide chasm. Unfortunately, it was the same width everywhere. I walked along the whole outcrop, looking for a place where it might narrow, until I was confronted by an impenetrable wall of mist, which marked the western boundary of the trial field. Taking a better look, I noticed a rock that was jutting out of the other side of the chasm. If I took a running jump of a couple of steps, I might just make it. I shoved both fangs back into my backpack to make sure they didn't get in the way. In doing so, I'd had to really struggle to peel off the grip of Fang 1, still entwined around my forearm. The wretched thing just didn't want to listen, so I had to explain to it that this was only a temporary measure. I did it mentally, of course. Finally, the dagger agreed with my reasoning and slipped from my hand. Due to lack of space, I had to take off diagonally across the narrow rocky plateau. I took a desperate leap and flew head first, grabbing onto the protruding ledge opposite. Only when I climbed it, I dared to glance down, but I couldn't see the bottom. Even if I'd survived the fall, I wouldn't have lasted very long, due to all the vampire leeches, the Saracer cockroaches, and steely centipedes with spiky bodies who'd be more than happy to take me apart in a matter of minutes. I heaved my body up and climbed out of the chasm. The flickering veil that marked the next hexagon's boundary was only a few feet away from me. I stepped through it. Judging by the absence of system alerts, the hexagon was indeed vacant, the one I'd been looking for. Here, the rocky outcrop gave way to a rainforest abundant with color. Tree trunks were 10 to 20 feet wide, overgrown with orange, purple, and blue. It was absolutely teeming with wildlife. I equipped my 2 fangs and activated inconspicuousness to make sure I didn't have to waste time on any aggressive mobs. I forced my way through the undergrowth, heading toward the hexagon's center. Soon, I reached a small clearing covered with strange-looking plants. At its center stood a guy, short, stocky, and fair-haired, dressed in civilian clothes, blue jeans, a t-shirt, and a pair of sneakers. Bjorn, human, level 7. I was just about to activate both Stun and Treacherous Shadow when I decided to find out more about him first. You never know. He might be one of Juma's or Tafari's men. "Demetrius?" the guy uttered, his voice ringing with anxiety. "Hi." I touched my helmet, disabling the visor. It raised, revealing my face. "Who are you?" he asked in fear. "Don't worry. I won't harm you," I lied, trying to win this loser's confidence. "You've just respawned, haven't you? What life are you on, worm?" He shrugged without taking his eyes off my daggers. There was definitely something wrong about him. "Are you Bjorn?" I paused, waiting for him to answer, then reworded the question. "Is your name Bjorn, worm?" "Bjorn? How did you know?" "Actually, Mike's the name. Mike Hagen. And I'm definitely not a worm." "You were the worst kind of worm, Mike Hagen. A useless loser who'd managed to cling onto his pathetic life, while those much worthier than you have already met their final deaths." Blinking, he shook his head, a glint of understanding flickering in his gaze. "Who are you?" he repeated. "I can see your name is Phil, level 21. Are you going to kill me?" "I don't know yet. If you don't get in the way, I might just capture this hexagon. Then I'll think what to do with you." Not that I needed him. He was a liability, but his charisma points might come in handy. I eased him away from the stone and lay my hand on it, activating the command center. The 3 waves of energy rippled through the air as they formed the base and the shelter, the last one pushing Bjorn out from under the safety of the dome. Excellent. This place could keep me safe for the time being, or at least until one of the 2 leaders had been eliminated. I exited the dome. Bjorn stood behind the fence, apparently hesitant to re-enter the base. "Come here, you, Bjorn or Mike, whatever." "Why? Are you going to kill me?" He leapt over the fence and walked over to me. "I don't know yet. Where did you turn up from? Are you always so casual? Where's your hexagon?" "I lost it. Lost everything. Some crazy doughboy did me in." "When did it happen? Was it last night?" "Exactly. Blat." "What did you say?" "Blat." He repeated the Russian cuss word, distorting it beyond recognition, then burst out laughing. "Where did you get that word from, you idiot?" "You're Russian, aren't you?" he asked confidently. "Back in real life, I'm sharing a jail cell with a Russian guy. His name is Roman. He taught me how to say it." "What life are you on, worm?" "It's my last one." He shrugged. "Bullshit. The quicker I get myself killed, the sooner I'll get back to jail. They're probably missing me already." "Relax. Back on Earth, nothing much has changed." "I don't think so. I've been stuck here for a week already. More even. They're probably thinking I escaped." A dark shadow crossed his face. He really seemed to feel out of place here. "You have any idea how you got here and what you're doing?" "Sort of. Frankly, at first I thought I was dreaming. I just had a good thrashing in the ring before it happened." "In the ring? Where? In jail?" "Yeah," he nodded. "Our director holds illegal fights at nighttime in the furniture workshop. We call it the Wooden Ring. The director promises to release the champion before his time is up." And I just got my lights punched out. When I came round, I wasn't even surprised to find myself in a really weird place. There were some strange people hanging round. As he went on to describe them, I recognized Khafor, Elindi, and Valiadis, complete in shining armor. He went on to tell me how he'd passed the pre-trial and ended up here. It took him a long time to work out what was required of him. He kept rereading the messages, trying to make sense of them. The guy wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, that's for sure. Then another guy came on a black rhino's back. He was very tall, 7 foot at least, and he just chopped my head off without saying a word. "You mean Tafari?" "Safari? I suppose so, judging by the rhino." He chuckled. Then I found myself in a different place. It took me almost an hour to work out what was required of me. I didn't know that I could have died again if I hadn't farmed some existence resources. Luckily, there was this creature that looked a bit like a doughboy with tentacles, and I managed to kill it in the end. It dropped an existence crystal. After that, I got the hang of it and began farming resources. I finally had enough to make level 3 and activate the command center. And just as I walked over to the stone, I saw there was already another guy hanging around there. His name was Zach. "No way," I said, remembering that Zach had indeed told me about meeting a guy called Mike. "What about him?" "He saw me and tried to pull the wool over my eyes, asking me who I was and what I was doing there. And once I'd lowered my guard, he attacked me from behind." "Zach attacked you? That useless piece of shit? That's novel." Mike frowned. "Ah, so you know him?" "I do. You're a nice pair of losers, you two." "Listen, you think I don't understand?" he exclaimed. "Sure, your level is 3 times mine. You've got some cool blades and an awesome suit. You're just like goddamn Darth Vader, only your helmet's different. But I'm not a loser, nor a worm. Back on Earth, I used to knock out guys whose levels were several times mine. Don't you call me that again." "If you say so, worm." "Heh. Okay, you're tough. I don't give a shit anymore. How do you know that scumbag Zach? What can you tell me about him?" "Nothing good, I'm afraid," I said, gnashing my teeth at the thought of the treacherous bastard. The fact that this useless guy had already crossed swords with my enemy gave him a couple of good points in my book. "When I see him, I'll cut him to shreds." "I see. He wasn't much of a fighter, though. When he got the shit kicked out of him, he just ran off on whatever little health he had left. I didn't chase after him. I just captured the hexagon. And then I discovered I'd been awarded an achievement." "What kind of achievement?" "Heh." He chuckled, cleared his throat, then went on. "Apparently, I was last in the pre-trials, so they gave me minus 30% to development rate. To compensate for it, they also gave me an extra life and a temporary talent called Hermit. It was triggered automatically the moment I captured the hexagon, denying all the other trial participants access to my base." As it turned out, Mike had spent most of the trial in his little hole, not daring to leave the hexagon because doing so would have disabled Hermit. So basically, last night I got really bored. This was all turning into some sort of Groundhog Day. I spent all my nights under the dome, and during the day I just smoked mobs. I was so bored I built a couple of modules and got myself a few dogs. He smiled. They were so nice. What happened to them? They were the first ones to die. I decided to go for a bit of a walk, just to see what was going on, and I just walked into somebody else's hexagon. Whose was it? Juma's? Or Tafari's? Juma's. I got to his base without any hassle, and that's where they pounced on me. I tried to reason with them, but they didn't want to know. In the blink of an eye, they'd killed all the dogs, and sent me back to my resurrection point. I came round by the white stone. I had no resources left to activate it. I spent almost an hour hiding from mobs, and then I decided to take on a doughboy, which didn't appear to be too dangerous. Big mistake. I'd never hurt so much in my life. When I died, I spent a long time in a pitch-black void. The pain was mind-blowing. Then I turned up here. I only opened my eyes, and there you were, standing next to me. This could have been the observers' doing. They must have decided against having Mike resurrected at night, giving him the opportunity to save his last life. That also explained his initial reaction to me. You had to have a very strong spirit to preserve your sanity after several hours in the great void. You might be useful to me, Bjorn, I said. I'm sending you the invitation to join my clan. There was no point in wasting resources on that non-entity, especially considering his penalties, so I just gave him a set of gear for my extra-dimensional stocks, plus the power fist, seeing as he was a boxer anyway, and the lightning rod to deal some long-range damage without having to approach the hexagon's high-level mobs. Meanwhile, I kept a constant eye on the rankings, watching for any developments in Juma and Tafari's standoff. It looked like Juma hadn't plucked up enough courage to deal a decisive blow. Either that, or Tafari had been trying to avoid throwing all his forces into a direct confrontation. A few participants from both sides had died the final death and been disincarnated and knocked out. This played right into my hands. My plan seemed to be taking shape. I had to keep on leveling until one of the leaders eliminated the other, then try to steal up on the survivor and kill him, whoever it was. My chances were negligible, but I was going to take them even if the odds were 1 in 1,000. During light hours, Mike and I kept smoking packs of daytime mobs, then spent the night farming the elite ones, trying to proceed very cautiously. By morning, I had enough resources to buy level 25, and with it, a new class talent. Liquidator. Class level 4. Level 4 talent. Liquidator's Marker. Allows you to place a marker on any active test subject in order to track their position on the map. Cooldown, 24 hours. I then invested all my characteristic points into luck. There wasn't much point in building up damage, seeing as I put all my faith into Fang 2's ability to kill instantly. Leveling up stamina was equally pointless. As for agility, I didn't need it at all anymore, because I wasn't using any long-range weapons. Should I invest in charisma? Also pointless, as I already had plenty. Neither intellect nor perception gave me any advantage in combat. But luck? My entire strategy was based on that particular stat. I decided to check my new talent out on Zack. I had a very big bone to pick with him. As I activated the new ability, I saw a full list of all the current trial participants. I scrolled it down, then focused on the name I'd been looking for. Target selected. Zack, human, level 20. Liquidator's Marker has been set. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, Liquidator. The message was replaced by a 3D arrow pointing in the right direction. The number underneath it read, 19 miles. Hey, Mikey, how about we pay our friend Zack a visit? Mike grinned. Why not? In the time that he'd been with me, I'd learned a lot about him. And the more he'd told me about himself, about his miserable childhood in a slum district, and about all the bullying he'd suffered due to his small stature, even about his ability to cry from the slightest of insults up to the day he'd received his interface, the more respect his life story commanded. I didn't regard him as a useless loser anymore. In his case, his version of the interface was some take on video fighting games. Predictably, it had no social status levels. Mike received his XP for victories in the ring. But unlike Nagash, he was no scumbag. The social status version of the interface didn't automatically turn people into starry-eyed wimps. One look at Zack or Letty was proof enough. However, that meant that the opposite was also true. The standard version of the interface developed by the senior races didn't automatically turn men into sociopathic monsters. A lot depended on the person's identity, the very essence of their existence, if you wish. "How are we going to find him?" Mike asked, all businesslike, then added a Russian swear word for good measure. "My new talent will help us," I said. "Mount up. Rex, you stay and guard the base." The new Rex breathed heavily, just like the old one, as he watched us leave the base on the Utah Raptors' backs. It had taken Mike a long time to overcome his fear of Rex. He often said that his Uncle Peter had taught him a lot of things, one of which was never to heedlessly hang around big galoots. In Mike's eyes, Rex was bigger and more galooty than all the big galoots he'd known in the past, so it had taken him a whole day of hunting as a team to get used to my Tyrannosaurus. The chasm, which restricted access to our hexagon, was no barrier for our raptors, who could easily accelerate to 25 miles per hour and leap up to 30 feet. So our only problem was to hold on to them as tight as we could. It took us several hours to get to Zack's hexagon, ignoring all the mobs on our way and leaving behind a trail of activated alarms for Juma and Tafari to worry about. We used inconspicuousness to skirt around all the bases and disabled my talent every time we approached any hexagon's boundaries. As we approached Zack, I began to realize that, strangely enough, he was still cloistered in the same hexagon where he'd spent the last few days, according to our agreement. Could Juma really have permitted him to stay unchallenged on his base? What, with his ability to permeate the entire field with his teleports? Having said that, I had no doubt that Zack felt perfectly safe. Tafari couldn't get to him without having to cross a good dozen hexagons, and even if an alarm went off, he could either run off or sit it out and wait for help to arrive. Which meant I had to watch out and activate Shroud of Shadow before moving any further. Warning: you are about to enter a hexagon captured by another test subject. Owner: Juma, level 30. Base level: 3. Special effects: minus 10% to all characteristics. "This is our guy," I told Mike. "He's less than half a mile away, which means he's not at the base but out farming. We're going to steal up on him now, so please don't rush into anything. First, we need to find out whether he's alone, and what other forces he might have at hand. Ideally, we shouldn't let him escape. The base is level 3, which means he has at least a few plasma turrets, and also the ability to teleport out." "Got it," Mike said. "Is that all? Let's go already. Time to kick some butt." "I'll do all the kicking. You're only level 7, so don't even think about it. Keep on firing from a distance." "Why did I have to come with you at all?" he moaned. "To provide some entertainment on the way. That's your main objective. Let's do it." When Jack was less than 300 feet away from us, we left our raptors to graze by a big tree and continued on foot. I was the first to see him. I raised my hand, motioning Mike to stop. I watched Zack stalk toward us, looking for mobs to hunt. He was now level 20, courtesy of Juma. Judging by his rank, his class was really rare. Master of the Elements. He didn't seem to have his spiders with him, though, so Juma must have taken his charisma points for himself. That's when Mike screwed up big time. "Hi, Zack." He left the inconspicuousness zone and headed for our enemy. "It looks like we haven't resolved our differences last time." I growled in fury. What an asshole. I slapped the top of my helmet without leaving inconspicuousness. Because of this dimwit, I have to play it by ear.
I could always mini-port behind Zack's back in order to stun him.
You?
Zack sounded surprised. Still, he promptly recovered from the initial shock, taking in Mike's low level.
With great pleasure.
He raised his hands in the air and clapped them once. A trail of frost reached out for Mike, freezing his feet, then climbing up, immobilizing his entire body. Although his health remained intact, the freeze debuff timer began ticking, beginning a 10-second countdown. Impressive. With a nasty little laugh, Zack waved his hands, then clapped them again, shouting something about fire. At that moment, I materialized behind his back and stunned him. Thinking about my fallen comrades, I performed a record-quick combo. Had this been on Earth, he would have already been dead. But here, the game mechanics had played right into his hands. Mike's body went up in flames, his face distorted with pain. That was his own fault. Zack was still immobilized when yet another blow from a combo performed by Fang 2 had finished him off. The player who'd failed to live up to Alindi's expectations was disincarnated and kicked out of the trial. His name on the rankings list went inactive, stripping Juma's clan of an important strategic advantage by denying them the ability to teleport to any hexagon they wanted. If they wanted to get to my base, they had their work cut out for them now. "Come on, level up," I shouted to Mike. "You have enough resources to heal yourself."
I don't think so,
he wheezed with a smile on his face.
I've had enough of this shit.
I watched as the burning DOT stripped him of the last few % of his life. His charred face made me shudder. The flesh and bones of his skull had been laid bare, black eye sockets gaping in the bloodied mess.
Good luck, Phil. See you around.
Why, Mikey? Why did you have to do this? That was irrational.
Dunno. 2 against 1, without warning. I didn't want to stab him in the back.
I second-guessed his last words because his body had already disappeared, leaving his weapons behind. No, I wasn't sorry for that weird loser with his old-fashioned ideas of honor. I was even happy I hadn't wasted my resources on him. Still, I knew that once I'd removed the dagger, which demanded me to be rational on my way to victory, I'd mourn yet another loss of a fellow fighter. I swiped away a golden message balloon that had appeared in the air. I'd have to look at it later. I picked up the loot dropped by Zack and Mike and decided to return to the base. The next morning, I would select Juma as the Liquidator's next target. When I finally got to the base, the suns were already setting. Time to give it your all, test subject. The global boss Dil Aga is about to be released into the trial field. Kill him in order to receive a well-deserved award. 300,000 existence points, the legendary suppressor artifact, a summoning whistle, and an extra life for each of your clan members. Who dares, wins. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, test subject. Chapter 26. A chance to learn something new. Break the bones and the body will heal. Break the spirit and the body will die. Diablo. I asked the casino's management to transfer all my winnings, several millions, to a number of charity funds. I didn't need them, but neither did I want to risk exposing Kira in this particular case. When I'd returned to my room, Laura was in a panic. In order to leave the room, I'd used stealth and vanish, which was my second heroic ability. At the time, it had seemed a good idea. All I wanted was to neutralize Panchenko. Still, my previous disappearance for several hours had very nearly driven the previously calm girl to a nervous breakdown. She hadn't reported my escape yet, hoping against hope that I might be back. "You could have warned me," she yelled at me. "That way I could have gone with you, or at least given you some cover." "Stop your noise now. We can carry on with the search now, only let's have dinner first. I'm absolutely starving." I spent the rest of the day working, ticking off names on the list. Only then did I finally flake out, but not before I distributed all the available points equally between intellect and perception.
I still hoped I might make it to level 30, which came with Tier 3 heroic abilities. Tier 3. Ability name, Foresight. Ability type, Active, Heroic. Allows you to transport yourself to a new reality model for the duration of 15 seconds, then return to the skill activation starting point. Tier 3. Ability name, Berserker. Ability type, Active, Heroic. A combat skill which triples all your main characteristics for the duration of 15 seconds. Tier 3. Ability name, Persuasion. Ability type, Active, Heroic. The skill endows the user with a 100% power of persuasion, allowing him or her to win over all human beings whose social status level is lower than his or her own. The possibility of winning over those human beings whose social status level is equal or surpasses that of the user wanes accordingly. Warning: any attempt to use the skill for antisocial purposes will result in it being permanently blocked. Tier 3. Ability name, Invulnerability. Ability type, Active, Heroic. The skill creates a temporary nanofilm which envelops the user's entire body, making him impervious to any attacks or other aggressive acts. The skill can self-activate without the user's knowledge whenever there's an external threat to his or her life or well-being. Duration, 15 seconds. Each of these abilities was indeed heroic, allowing me to attain great heights. Still, I put my faith in invulnerability. You never know. It might just work against Erol's curse, as I'd nicknamed Panchenko's spell. Then again, could it really be considered an external threat? In any case, it's not as if I didn't have much to do. I had 3 more social status levels to make, and all the relevant characteristics to level up until midday, which was the curse's deadline, which didn't sound too realistic. But the human heart always hopes for the best. For a miracle, even. Thus, wishfully thinking, I went for what might become the last breakfast of my life. Then, I surpassed myself in locating criminals one after another at record speed, trying not to look at the curse countdown. Take this. Laura, who'd left the room momentarily and was now back, handed me a large Coke. You said you needed more sugar, didn't you? Here's a shed load. Thanks. Will you just put it down next to me, okay? You're distracting me, I said without taking my eyes off the map and the notes on the iPad. She nodded and set the Coke on the coffee table. I just need 1 more second of your time, Phil. I need to leave for half an hour. I have a... Okay, I interrupted her, wrinkling my forehead at a sudden pang of intuition which I couldn't quite place. I'll be in my room. I was in a hurry, so immersed in my work I didn't even notice her leave. My eyes were fixed on my interface, my hands clutching the iPad containing the files, a laptop on my knees as I corresponded back and fro with Gary Grant. By now, the searching process had become much easier. 1 glance at a person's name and picture was enough to trigger insight, which would spin the globe until it showed the right place on the map. I would then enter its coordinates into the right file on the iPad and press Send, which would deliver the data automatically to the CIA. I patiently copied the coordinates of all the criminals, murderers, and terrorists. Laura hadn't come back yet, but my interface kept me company, showering me with XP. Almost simultaneously, I received several new social status levels. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 30. Congratulations, you've received a new system skill level. Skill name, Heroism. Current level, 3. Now you can activate the Tier 3 heroic abilities, Foresight, Berserker, Persuasion, and Invulnerability, provided their requirements are met. XP received, 1,000. I distributed every single point, but I couldn't decide on the new heroic ability to choose. My characteristics weren't yet enough to get invulnerability, and as for all the others, I just couldn't decide what to choose. My intuition was screaming that I shouldn't choose anything yet, so in the end, I obeyed and returned to the task at hand. The last open name on the system map was a certain Khair al-Umari, guilty of killing and seriously injuring 6,000 people. As I focused on his marker, a thought crossed my mind. Wouldn't it be nice to see what kind of person he really was? What if everything they had listed in the files was fictitious? My interface promptly reacted to my request, offering a long description of everything this person had done in his whole life from the moment of his birth. The text scrolled so quickly it resembled the raindrops flying off the windscreen or a fast-moving car. Apparently, the program had taken my request too literally. Do you want to activate a data filter? It wouldn't do any harm. The program offered me a choice of several categories pertaining to the life of Al-Umari. All of its key temporal branches, as well as all the actions and events that had affected his social status level. The filter made my life so much easier, compressing the entire life of this not-the-run-of-the-mill person in a dozen brief lines. Born in Egypt into the family of a university professor, Khair Al-Umari graduated as a surgeon from the medical faculty of Cairo University, soon becoming one of the leaders of an extremist group in his home country. He was subsequently arrested on suspicion of planning an assassination attempt, but escaped to Afghanistan, where he helped coordinate the 9/11 attacks. Once I'd finished reading and knew more about this person, I tried to figure out his motives. The program showed me his connections with Al-Qaeda, as well as the Egyptian Islamic Jihad and ISIL. Focusing on these connections gave me access to more blocks of text, describing the story of his initial involvement and all the wheres, whys, and hows this had incurred. What a shame my interface couldn't upload information straight to my brain. Then, his connections began branching, entwining the whole world and reaching out beyond the ocean. His family ties were marked green, as well as his partners, financial sources, and networks of sleeper cells. All hostile people and organizations opposing him were marked red. The network kept branching out further, revealing more new names and faces of seemingly innocuous people. Seemingly being the operative word. My throat dried up. I reached for the Coke left by Laura, mechanically checking its chemical composition. Water, carbon dioxide, sugar, coloring, orthophosphoric acid. Those were all self-explanatory, listed on every bottle with the familiar red label. But I could also see all the other ones, which must have made up the proverbial secret ingredient. The essential oils of orange, lemon, and coriander. Pentobarbital. Wait up there. The last ingredient absolutely didn't belong in a bottle of soda. These days, I had no need for my Google. My direct access to the universal infospace immediately offered me the substance's full description. A derivative of barbituric acid, which exerts an inhibitory effect on the central nervous system, causing a soporific effect. There. But why? I took another glance at the spider's gossamer web of threads branching off Al-Umari's marker. One of them, a green one, led directly to a person called Laura Flores. The dowdy, bespectacled wallflower whose motives I was yet to figure out. I opened the girl's profile and activated the filter. Someone knocked timidly on the door. "Room service!" I could smell a rat. My pulse quickened. Slowly, I rose and took a few steps toward the door. Obeying a signal from my intuition, I activated foresight. The world froze momentarily, blinking a couple of times, then went back to normal. I headed for the door. They knocked again, 3 light taps with a crooked finger. "Who is it?" I asked, as I unlocked the door. The door swung open, hitting me hard in the forehead. I dropped to the floor. A human form loomed over me. A syringe needle sank into my neck. The last thing I saw was a muffled whisper and the rustling of a trolley being pushed in. Warning: an abnormally high number of instances of aggression detected, targeting a user whose social status level is several times higher than that of his attackers. In view of this, the Environmental Safety Index can be reassessed and lowered to code orange. That in turn will release 3 new available main characteristic points. The earlier restriction specifying that the user could only unblock 1 heroic ability per every 10 social status levels gained can be lowered accordingly to 1 heroic ability per every 5 social status levels gained by the user. Accept or decline. Oh, finally. Accept. The next moment, I was standing back by my chair, iPad in hand. My maxed-out intellect didn't allow me to wallow in hesitation. I grasped the situation instantly, opening my profile and unblocking 2 of my Tier 2 abilities. Tier 2. Ability name, Regeneration. Ability type, Active, Heroic. Removes all negative effects from the user, such as disease, curse, poisoning, bleeding, or exposure to radiation. Accelerates recovery and improves confidence, self-control, satisfaction, vigor, mood, and willpower. Tier 2. Ability name, Sprint. Ability type, Active, Heroic. Ability class, Combat. Accelerates the user 100% by modifying his or her metabolism and perception for the duration of 5 seconds. I activated Regeneration. How could I have possibly missed the key word in its description? How? Apparently, I'd been too busy thinking of other things. A warm healing wave spread over my body. My vitality, read health, was now at 100%. I'd never been so healthy in my life. My confidence, self-control, vigor, satisfaction, willpower, and mood were all at 100% too. Every new coming wave smoothed out the scars, erasing all the recent scratches and grazes I'd earned in the days of my intense training. Every single bruise and mosquito bite was gone. My blocked nose, the first sign of an impending cold, breathed freely now. The process lagged slightly before the arrival of the last and most powerful wave. My fully restored spirit began to dwindle. But in the end, the ability did live up to its promise. Both the curse icon and the deadly countdown timer disappeared. Once again, I heard knocking on the door. 3 light taps with a crooked finger. I picked up the iPad and dove behind the bed. I heard a click as someone opened the door from the outside with a magnetic card, which definitely wasn't mine. "Room service," a strange woman's voice said. My increased perception allowed me to catch the most noiseless sound of footsteps over the carpeted floor. The footsteps of several people. "Where is he?" someone asked. "He has to be here somewhere," the fake chambermaid replied. "He probably passed out. She put some sedative in his drink." Just then, my phone on the desk started to ring and vibrate. "He's here somewhere," the woman announced, stopping at the center of the room. "Find him." Not waiting for them to discover me, I activated Stealth and Vanish. So Laura had sold me down the river. Seeing as I had nothing good to expect from my visitors, I activated Sprint. Time slowed down. All of me, including the bathrobe and the iPad in my hands, became invisible. The invisibility timer froze on the 3-second mark. I stood up, taking in several fit guys wearing balaclavas with narrow eye slits. Although I couldn't see their faces, their stats spoke volumes, revealing the gossamer threads of their connections with Khair al-Umari. These guys had come here to seriously hurt me. I darted off, threading my way gingerly past their aggressive, motionless shapes and past the fake chambermaid Miranda, who was craning her neck in an attempt to spot me. I grabbed my baseball cap, slid through the still-closing door, dashed past another one of the 3 minders in the corridor, and even managed to make it to the elevator, on whatever precious little was left of my invisibility allowance. Unfortunately, as I entered the elevator, I became visible again. But no one was chasing after me. In fact, no one had noticed me riding downstairs. Once in the elevator, I checked the 3 intruders' motivations, which revealed their terrorist connections, then created new markers for each of them. Another group member was waiting outside in a cab, with 2 more waiting for me in the hotel stairwell and the hotel lobby, which meant they weren't going to kill me. My interface confirmed my deductions. Apparently, they'd been planning to kidnap me and deliver me to the port of Altamira, Mexico. I slammed the baseball cap deep onto my eyes and dove into the first cab I saw. The driver looked up questioningly at me. "Where to?" "T-Mobile Arena, please." I gave him the only address I knew in this city. I checked my pockets and heaved a disappointed sigh. I had nothing on me. No money, no passport, no cell phone. What was I supposed to do? My mind was racing. Apparently neither Sanchez nor Alex Tomasic had anything to do with what had just happened. But even so, how was I supposed to contact them? The only link I could use without risking revealing myself to the terrorists was Angela Howard. I could email her, I suppose. What a shame I'd had to leave my phone and the laptop in my hotel room. Somehow, I didn't think those guys would overlook them. It was a good job I never saved any passwords and logins. I kept all the necessary stuff in my head. Right. Where could I go? Where could I lie low for a while? Sanchez was due back after lunchtime. I had little doubt he'd start searching for me straight away. I checked the iPad. It had no internet connection, which meant I'd have to find a nice, quiet place with a Wi-Fi and preferably a bit of money to last me a while. I didn't want to escape from the cabbie without paying him, or worse even, apply violence to him. "Sorry, I've changed my mind," I said. Then gave him the address of Mike Hagan, the fellow interface user. Chapter 27. What's so wrong with fairy tales? I didn't deserve to walk away. There are no happy endings. Max Payne 2. The Fall of Max Payne. It was night on Pibelau, the 11th night of my trial. I'd love to have known how much time had elapsed back on Earth, although technically the Pibelau day only lasted 13 hours. Subjectively, it felt longer. Not much, but still. The starlight cast fancy shadows at Rex's head looming above. By the time I'd come back, he'd already made his way through several packs of low-level mobs, which had tried to get to the base, so it had taken me more time to pick up all the existence crystals. The global boss Deal Aga announced his arrival with a blood-curdling roar which echoed with vibration within your very bones. It might be the fact that the boss was only 3 hexagons away from me, judging by his marker on the map, or it could be some special sound-enhancing technique. Or it could just be a soundtrack accompanying a new system message. In any case, the effect was spine-chilling. My heart missed a beat. The hairs of my arms bristled. Instinctively, I bared my fangs. The trial organizers were applying pressure to the participants at all possible levels, mental included. I hadn't even seen the boss yet, but my heart was already in my mouth. I tried to put myself in my enemy's shoes in order to second-guess any eventual developments. The arrival of the boss was bad news for Juma, who, on top of trying to use his resources to methodically squeeze his opponent off the field, was now obliged to consider this new variable. Because if Tafari's clan managed to eliminate Deal Aga, that would change the whole power balance. Just think of all the extra lives, an absolute wealth of resources, a legendary artifact whose properties were admittedly vague, but whose name spoke of itself. Suppressor. And a summoning whistle. The very fact that it was spelt with little letters implied it was supposed to be something quite ordinary. But who or what was it supposed to summon? Was it supposed to bring a clan's entire force to one particular location, or did it summon some unknown almighty beings? Or even Deal Aga himself? Any way you looked at it, whoever beat the global boss was sure to win the trial. In any case, chances were that both clans would arise at dawn and set off in search of Deal Aga. Doubtful that either of them would dare challenge him at night, when there were so many elite mobs on the prowl. Which just might become my lucky break. "Rex," I called. The Tyrannosaurus turned his head and emitted a noisy gasp. "So, my trusty friend, are you ready? Should we give our enemies a run for their money?" Rex parted his putrid jaws. "Ooh." Although you can interpret it any way you want, somehow I thought he was fully in agreement with me. Well, in that case, let's try and do it. Be quiet, okay? I'll cast inconspicuousness on us both. I decided to set off with the first sun rays, hoping Rex would manage to cross the chasm without dropping in it, or getting stuck halfway down it, and that my inconspicuousness would be enough to conceal us from Deal Aga's eyes. In the meantime, I fully intended to spend the entire night farming. With my leveling bonus, nearly every elite mob I killed would garner me enough resources, give or take a few, depending on each particular mob, to buy a new level. At this stage of the trial, they offered way more health points, but were also much more dangerous damage-wise. For the rest, they didn't differ much from the old ones. Same strategy, same tricks. To tell you the truth, even our video game monsters back on Earth were much more complex tactics-wise. But first, I have to tell you something very interesting. As soon as that funny idiot Mike Bjorn Hagen had died the final death, I saw a little golden balloon hanging in the field of my vision. I'd seen 2 very similar ones when I'd killed Kraken, so I knew it had to be an achievement message. I have to admit, I hadn't been in a hurry to open it. First, I had to leave Zach's hexagon pronto, and later, I decided to wait until I made a safe home run and returned to the base. Which made sense. Now I popped the balloon, hoping for another freebie from the observers. Achievement unlocked. The Last Loner. You're the last trial participant in this wave who continues to contest for victory without support from his vassals while not being somebody else's vassal. Reward. The Rock of Time. Before I could even begin to celebrate, the last line disappeared, replaced by some new text, which thwarted my expectations. Decision aborted. The observer's choice overrun. By the decision of the senior supervisor, Trial Wave 4, the reward has been modified. New reward. +1 life. +1 talent point to invest into a class talent of your choice. This was nothing that could possibly work as the proverbial red nuclear button. Having said that, this unexpected gift did open new avenues of my potential action. I opened my profile to make sure I had it. Oh yes. Now I could try and risk it without having to wait until morning. That is, I'd have to risk it anyway, but now I could do so twice. I really had to try and kill the global boss single-handedly first thing, just to humor the observers and justify their expectations. That's why they'd offered me this bonus to begin with, hadn't they? Phil, human, level 25. Class, Liquidator, level 4. Health points, 3,200 of 3,200. Damage without weapon, 35 to 39. Chance of critical hit, 54.5%. Bonus, 14% off the cost of character development. Achievements: Altruist, First Giant Slayer, First Daredevil, First to Die, The Last Loner. Main characteristics: Strength, 37, Agility, 11, Intellect, 20, Stamina, 32, Perception, 21, Charisma, 20, Luck, 23. Character stats: Lives, 2, Captured hexagons, 1, Ranking, 3 of 169, Existence resources, 1,259 of 25,000. Liquidator, level 1 talents, Treacherous Shadow, allows a liquidator to vanish, then immediately reappear behind their opponent's back. Active range, 150 feet. Stun, allows a liquidator to paralyze their target for the duration of 5 seconds. Level 2 talents, Inconspicuousness, allows the liquidator to blend into the shadows, stealing up on his opponent and penetrating enemy hexagons. Dodge, increases the liquidator's chances of dodging enemy blows for the duration of 10 seconds. Level 3 talent, Shroud of Shadow, allows the liquidator and his group to stealth up and infiltrate enemy hexagons without raising the alarm. Level 4 talent, Liquidator's Marker, allows you to place a marker on any active test subject in order to track their position on the map. Talent points available. 1. I studied my talents to see how best to invest my bonus talent point. As I did so, the program generated pop-up prompts and repeated their contents as a voice in my head. A level 2 Treacherous Shadow would increase its range to 350 feet, basically doubling it. Not a bad thing when you needed to catch someone or attack them just at the right moment, but it was pretty irrelevant in my situation. My stun would be able to paralyze any opponent for 10 seconds instead of the usual 5. That was excellent. A 10-second paralysis meant twice as many dagger blows. Unfortunately, this particular talent wasn't going to work against the global boss. according to a little side note, which luckily wasn't even in fine print. The probability of successfully stunning Deal Aga dropped proportionally to the level gap. But in the absence of clan support, it gave me a decent chance to kill someone like Juma. If I invested the bonus point into inconspicuousness, it would result in my complete invisibility and prevent anyone at all from disclosing my presence. Even those Juma guys that Ken had warned me against wouldn't be able to see me. I made a mental note. This might be an excellent choice. Investing the point in dodge wouldn't guarantee my ability to escape every blow, but it doubled its duration. That meant 20 seconds of near imperviousness, not forgetting that every second or third of my opponent's blows was bound to deal me some damage. Tick. Investing the bonus point into the Shroud of Shadow would mute any sounds produced by my stealthed-up group. Although admittedly very useful Rex-wise, it was pretty useless in combat, unless I wanted to steal up on one of the 2 remaining clan leaders and tell Rex to swallow him whole. Not really. The trial's mechanic wouldn't allow that to happen. A level 2 liquidator marker, on top of locating the target, would also add a paltry plus 10% to damage dealt. Only 10%. But even if it doubled it, it wouldn't be relevant tactics-wise, because I was pretty sure that the clan leader's armor was at least 75% of maximum protection. Let's take a look. I checked the manual. Oh, wow. With his resources, Juma was bound to have his armor maxed out, which meant minus 90% to damage dealt. Which also meant that I had to choose between stun, inconspicuousness, and dodge. This was a choice and a half. To make it, I had to consider all the potential scenarios. If I wanted to try and kill the global boss myself, hoping for my dagger's chance of making an instant kill, I had to opt for dodge. But if I aimed to kill one of the 2 clan leaders, that would require a stun. And as for my plan B, it called for good old inconspicuousness, something which, if my gaming memory didn't fail me, because the only game erased from my memory did not my entire gaming experience make, was the equivalent of the common or garden stealth, which was every rogue's signature ability. Ironically, judging by the choice of my talents, this was exactly what I'd become in the trial. A rogue, either as the observer's insider joke or as the result of the trial system analyzing my mind. Thus thinking, I hurried to spit a chain of commands at Rex as 2 Duxio had crashed through the fence simultaneously. As his glorious roar paralyzed them, I bared both my daggers and activated Treacherous Shadow, leaping onto the back of one of them. Brainless non-entities. I spent the next several hours in some primeval excitement as I made my way through waves of nocturnal elite mobs, until I was faced with a group of nasty acidic doughboys, which were immune to physical damage. True, I had my staffs, the electric one, the plasma one, and one spewing charges of energy. But chasing those creatures around the dome and shooting back at them wasn't really worthy of a warrior, was it? Counting the resources I'd had before, what I'd farmed by now was enough to buy me 3 more levels. I'd been saving them in case I might require urgent regeneration in battle, but luckily I hadn't needed them. Whether it was my boosted luck or the theory of relativity at work, Fang 2, the acid dagger of obfuscation, now made an instant kill every 10+ blows. So now I really should save those resources for my battle, with a mega-boss who was still busy prowling Juma's and Tafari's respective territories, as large as life and twice as ugly. Which confirmed my theory that neither clan would risk attacking him at nighttime. Rex, follow me. Let's do it. Plague, come here. Plague was the name I'd given to my Utah Raptor mount. The other one, the one which that funny American used to ride, I'd nicknamed Famine. I thought it was highly appropriate, in full accordance with the Book of Revelation. War and death reigned over this trial, while Mike and I were impersonating the other 2 horsemen of the apocalypse, riding Plague and Famine. Well, everyone is crazy in their own way. Completely alone after the death of my clan members and Mike's stupid demise, not to mention Letty's betrayal, I now had only 2 friends left, Fang 1 and Fang 2.
and one of these seemed to be changing me every time I picked it up. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I must have known it, because the realization of it kept rearing its head, albeit suppressed by the tentacles of the wicked dagger of absorption piercing my skin and penetrating my nerve endings and blood vessels. The dagger kept severing my mind, disengaging it from everything that was irrelevant, either irrational or weak. Everything that could either distract me or get in my way, forcing me to stretch myself to the limit, mentally as well as in battle, no holds barred. Under the cover of the Shroud of Shadow, which I'd cast to make sure we didn't have to waste time on nocturnal elite monsters, Rex, Plague, Famine, and myself left the safety of my hexagon, traversed the chasm, and headed toward the global boss. I heard Deal Aga long before I could even see him. He was still almost a hexagon away when I heard a growing rumble which made the ground shake with a series of tremors. The hexagon appeared dead, completely devoid of both doughboys and Duxio, and even the two-headed snakes which came in all shapes and sizes at night. A 60-feet-wide trench zigzagged across the ground. The earth in it was loose and riddled with deep burrows, as if having been dug up by something. Its edges were vitrified, as if glazed by fire. A trail of slime lined its sides. This Deal Aga had a very peculiar footprint, a cross between a snake and a giant worm. We walked at some distance from its side to ensure the raptors didn't break their legs on the uneven pitted surface. Sensing the approach of his rival in the food chain, the T-Rex accelerated and began running, splintering the trees in his way. Had it been daytime, our paths would have already been littered with flat snakes and toothy, three-tailed squirrels that had taken shelter in the trees. But now there was nothing. It was as if one of the trial organizers flipped a switch every sunset, ridding the area of the daytime mobs and replacing them with nocturnal ones. Having reached the edge of the fog of war, I dismounted and stole toward the boss of all bosses. He'd stopped in an opening behind the forest, which could have passed for a prairie had it not been so purple and teeming with life. The local grass rustled underfoot. Grass was a bit of an overstatement, really, as it hunted insects during the day, and God forbid you fell asleep in one such clearing, as the grass would clamp its blades onto you and suck you dry, never to wake again. It was a good job we didn't need to sleep here. But Ola, I remember, had once lain down for a bit of a rest, and Fang 2 vibrated in my hand, as if pumping me up with something. Shut up. That was irrelevant. What was the point thinking about yet another loser, a useless vassal? By the time I approached the boss, all irrelevant thoughts had disappeared. Deal Aga lived up to his weird name. He really was weird. His enormous bulk blocked out the view like a 20-story building lying on its side. He looked like a colossal, slime-oozing worm, bristling with spikes the size of a train carriage. His head, high in the air, he was busy swallowing a Duxio whole. His monstrous jaws were open wide, revealing an array of teeth spiraling down his throat. Each visceral row of teeth rotated around his jaw, grinding through his prey. His head was lined with a row of giant, trunk-like tentacles, which worked as mandibles, forcing food down his throat. I could see fire and molten lava escaping from under his belly, temperatures down there reaching over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I made a mental note. If he collapsed on top of me, it would mean instant death. Very well. Once again, I studied the monster's brief description. Deal Aga, the trial's global boss, level 78, HP 2,179,000. Receives a new level per every hour of his existence on the trial field. With this amount of life, you needed some kind of controlling ability to tackle him. Otherwise, even Juma's clan might have problems with him, especially considering that Tafari had once again thinned out his vassals' ranks. By the same token, Tafari now had fewer men, too. All this was academic, though, because Deal Aga stopped again, and with a single blow of his powerful tentacle killed a two-headed snake which was desperately trying to slither out of his way. It didn't make it.
Dialaga grabbed it by the end of its tail and sucked it into his mouth like spaghetti. It was time. I dished out orders to the dinos, then waited for Rex to shudder the ground with his thunderous roar, hopefully immobilizing the boss. It worked. The front part of the worm's long body thudded to the ground, the undigested snake still in his mouth, raising a mushroom cloud of dust and blocking out the starlight. Darkness enveloped us. I didn't care. I used Treacherous Shadow to mini-port onto the monster's back and went into my hole-punching mode, dealing out rapid successions of blows with both my bladed friends. Far below, my dinos were busy mauling him. But cruelly, the logs showed that our combined damage dealt was minute, as his protection absorbed almost all of it. On top of that, a lot of my blows simply failed to register, unable to pierce his armor. He may have been a worm, but a loser he certainly wasn't. This was the king of all worms, the king of Pibelau. Having recovered from his paralysis, the monster spiraled high in the air, taking me with him all the way up to the stratosphere. I barely managed to grab onto one of his spikes. To fall to one's death from a great height. What could be more stupid or ignominious? His bulk landed on top of both Rex and the two flimsy raptors, whose icons promptly disappeared from the interface panel. Momentum forced me to roll from the monster's back, impaling me on a small spike, like a fly on a matchstick. My health was quickly slipping into the red. The more I struggled, the lower it sank. I had to level up simply to survive. Dialaga twisted his body in order to pull Rex out from under himself. He grabbed Rex's body with his trunk-like tentacles and dragged it up to his mouth. In doing so, his raised head had changed its angle. I slid off the spike and dropped to the ground about 50 feet away from him. I hurried to level up in order to restore my health. I really should retreat and rethink my tactics. The instant kill counter had stopped at 4%, as only 3 out of over 20 blows had gone through. I must have chosen the wrong place to assault. I scanned the worm's body, trying to locate a vulnerable spot while he was oblivious of my presence, too busy devouring Rex's body. Found it. A narrow strip of white flesh, barely 2 fingers wide, separated his red-hot belly from his rock-hard back just under his head. I couldn't get any closer to him over the lake of molten lava spreading in every direction. But I could, I suppose, try to leap and grab at one of the many spikes. Dialaga seemed completely consumed by swallowing Rex whole. It was a good job Tyrannosauri weren't sentient, because they would never have dreamed of being devoured without any respect to their size like some petty little rabbit. I took a better grip of Fang 2 and estimated the distance, looking at the spreading pool of lava and the brightening horizon. Then took a good running jump. My calculations had proven correct. I grabbed at a spike and pulled myself up to climb it, risking falling to my death any moment. Once again I activated stun, but it didn't work. I didn't care. I hit the monster, and again. I must have chosen the right point this time, as both of my blows had gone through. You've dealt damage to Dialaga, 2,082. Damage absorbed by armor, 90%. Actual damage, 208. Verifying the probability of making an instant kill, 4%. Verification failed. Plus 1% to your chance of making an instant kill with each blow, 5%. You've dealt damage to Dialaga, 1,845. Damage absorbed by armor, 90%. Actual damage, 184. Verifying the probability of making an instant kill, 5%. Verification failed. Plus 1% to your chance of making an instant kill with each blow, 6%. I failed to hit him again, as the damage I just dealt had made me priority target. The monster shot out his tentacles all along his body, brushing me off the spike. As I flew through the air, I activated Dodge and Treacherous Shadow, mini-porting to the mob's back. I failed to stealth up, though, because Inconspicuousness refused to activate. All I could do was run along his spine, avoiding the spikes, in order to get back down to his vulnerable spot. A sharp stench of burning filled my throat and nostrils. I blinked, closing a new and very inopportune system message. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 1 is under threat of capture. Bad timing. If someone was already plundering their way through my hexagon, this was probably the worst possible moment to die. The moment I thought about it, the worm's body began to vibrate, throwing me off balance. I couldn't run anymore. His back erupted in a series of blisters, which began to spew mushroom clouds of black smoke. Craters overflowing with lava gaped open in his skin. As I took my next step, my foot sank into yet another open ulcer boiling with magma. The worm was sweating fire, his spikes closing around me and threatening to burn me alive. In desperation, I attempted to prolong the agony and leveled up again, simply to be able to stash my daggers back into the backpack. You are now dead, test subject. Lives remaining, 1. Time left until resurrection, 3, 2, 1. Having suffered through the Great Void with its after-death experience of being burned alive, which was a déjà vu of my first Pibelau death when the Kraken had spat on me, I finally respawned in the shelter. Although I couldn't see anyone under the dome, I had little doubt the enemy was a stone's throw away from the base. I peeled off my split jeans, which reminded me of my last day on Earth before the abduction, then opened my backpack and equipped my gear. I grabbed both daggers, cast inconspicuousness on myself, and slid out of the shelter. Not a moment too soon. This time, the enemy fighters were 2, not 5. Why 2? They were still about 150 feet away from the dome, so in theory, I should make it. I returned to the command center and initiated Rex's generation, investing every charisma point I had into it. That was it. I had less than 100 resources left. If you counted the ones generated by the base, I had enough to last me 5 hours or so. So these few hours would decide my fate. At the moment, I simply had to eliminate my unwanted guests. The 2 burly level 20 guys with nicknames to match, Kilson and Fatality, had already leapt over the fence. "He's not easy to kill, is he?" Fatality asked. "He had his own clan," Kilson replied. "They used to control almost all of the West, but they were no match against Juma." "What did I say? We had to attack them ourselves when we had the chance. All those hexagons would have been ours by now. We'd have ripped Juma apart like a rag doll." Kilson shrugged. "His dinos weren't as strong as we thought they were. All talk and no balls. Come on, let's get in." The dome's veil parted before them, allowing them inside. 20 seconds later, they exited, looking focused and alert. My presence must have prevented them from seizing the command center. I stood barely 15 feet away from them, but they couldn't see me. "He must be somewhere around, right?" "Shut up," Kilson hissed. "Why the fuck did they have to send only the 2 of us? Before we always used to go in groups of 5. "You're the group leader. Tafari spoke to you, not to me. How do I know?" Fatality's chuckle was muted by his closed helmet. Casting nervous looks around, they walked along the dome. Rex wouldn't arrive for another 5 minutes. I could have attacked them myself, but for what? The odds were better with Rex. The 2 walked in a loose spiral, peering watchfully around themselves. The group leader clutched a battle axe as he studied every square inch of the base's surface. Could he see stealthed-up players? Well, tough. This particular talent of mine was well and truly maxed out. "I don't even understand why he'd want this hexagon at all." Kilson's stifled voice came from behind his helmet. "Can you see him?" "No, I can't. And I can see stealthed-up players at 100 feet. What if it's a glitch? Just some bug in the system that won't let us capture the base? Back in the camp, they're probably about to march out against the boss already. We're gonna miss it." The group leader didn't reply, wary of a small pack of whistlers who gathered just behind the fence, casting unfriendly glances at the 2. Fatality raised his sword and headed for the mobs. "Give it a rest," Kilson snapped. "We'll kill them if they attack us." "If you say so, boss." Fatality stopped, removed his helmet, and scratched his sweaty head. Now I could see he was almost a boy, fair-headed, with a pouted, childish expression. "You sure we won't be late for the global boss? I'd love to see the battle." Kilson cast one glance at his partner and emitted a barely audible sigh. "We don't have time, Fats.
If Juma had challenged the boss already, Tafari would have messaged me. Why can't we attack the boss ourselves? Fats, man, why are you always so stupid? Our stealthed-up scouts are high in the air, watching him even as we speak. We're going to wait for Juma and his clan to arrive and aggro the monster. Then we'll attack them from behind. What's not to understand? It's just sort of playing dirty, is it? They were the first to break the agreement, remember? Now shut up, because if you don't... Rex walked out from behind the shelter, stretched his neck, and announced his arrival with his traditional thunderous roar, drowning out Kilson's last words. Not waiting for his soundtrack to end, I ordered him to activate Furious Roar and paralyze the enemy. Squash 'em! I pointed at Kilson. I reached fatality in 2 powerful leaps and showered his back with blows which, although failing to kill him, stripped him of 2/3 of his health. In the meantime, Rex had bit Kilson's trampled body in 2 and parted his jaws in a carnivorous grin. He's all yours, Rex, I said, stepping aside and repeating the command. Fatality tried to scramble back to his feet when Rex's jaws closed around him. His sword dropped from his hand, his helmet rolled aside. A shriek of terror sliced through the air and was cut short, replaced by the snapping of bones. Half a minute later, nothing remained of Tafari's fighters anymore. I picked up the loot and checked it. Bad news. Although their gear was better than mine, Rex's teeth had stripped it of most of its durability. After a moment's hesitation, I stashed it away into my backpack, as well as the weapons they dropped. It was time I marched out to check on Dil Aga. I had a funny feeling this was going to be epic, and I fully intended to play my part in the last act of that drama. Chapter 28. Blowing Up the Bridges. Eddard Stark. Tell me, Lord Varys, who do you truly serve? Varys. Why, the realm, my good lord. However could you doubt that? I swear it by my lost manhood. I serve the realm, and the realm needs peace. Game of Thrones. The other night I had a nightmare. Mike kept blabbing. You and we were walking through this weird forest together. Then we attacked some guy and somehow he burned me alive. Sure, I mumbled. I really had to concentrate on the important stuff. Only my good manners obliged me to listen and make all the appropriate noises. Phil, I was burned alive, he repeated. It hurt so much that I woke all the neighbors up with my screaming. It looked like we'd somehow met up during the trial, and even struck up an unlikely alliance, of all things. And he wasn't even on Elindy's list. I'd love to know whether my other self had managed to find anybody else on it. Who else was there? Zach, Giovanna, Carter, Ken? I just hoped they'd all got together and given the bad guys a run for their money. I'd already had markers on all the bad guys who were hunting me in this world and set up an alert system which went off every time one of them appeared within a half-mile range. Once I'd gotten to Mike's place, I asked the cabman to wait while I nipped into his motel room. It was a sorry sight. Yesterday's bout had left him with a broken nose and a huge black eye. I seemed to have woken him up as well. Hi, Mike. Have you got $20 for me? I need to pay the taxi. For the next half-minute or so, he tried to fathom out what was wanted of him. Then he shook himself out of his slumber, nodded, and fetched me $100 note. I paid the taxi off and ducked back into his room, not to leave it again. Pointless trying to cover up my tracks. If anything happened, the alarm system would go off anyway, allowing me plenty of time to escape. Also, my stealth had already restored. Surprisingly, Mike hadn't even asked me why I'd come to see him wearing a bathrobe and hotel slippers without a single penny in my pocket. Neither had he asked what it was I wanted. He'd given me a one-size-fits-all pair of shorts and a T-shirt, which I was wearing now, as I kept working my way through the CIA lists. Mike, I said, as I understand it, what you dream really does happen. Only not here, but on another planet. What do you mean? Don't you remember how you were abducted? Apparently he didn't, but when I tried to describe to him various things he might have seen there,
he managed to remember having dreamed of something similar. I gave him an abridged version of the senior race's story, complete with a trial and abductions. I told him that the Terrans were about to face the diagnostics and that he might lose his interface sooner than he thought. Today, even. Strangely enough, the thought didn't seem to scare him, to the point where I thought he hadn't quite grasped the entirety of my explanation, so I repeated it. He shrugged.
See if I give a shit. I won't lose my fighting skills, will I?
No, you won't, I lied. Sorry, but I really need to work.
Okay, I'll go get some food then. Would you fancy a Chinese takeaway?
Only if there's plenty of it. He grinned.
Right you are. I'll be back soon.
Mike, I called after him when he was already heading for the door. Can I use your laptop again?
Totally. The password is crybaby. But, he grinned again, make sure you keep your antivirus on when you surf all those porn sites.
Laughing at his own clumsy joke, he went off, leaving me alone in the room. I had no idea how long I'd be stuck here. I'd already written to Angela Howard, asking her to put me in contact with Sanchez. If I didn't hear anything from her, I might have to use Mike as a go-between. His ability to see people's names meant he could go to the hotel and locate either Sanchez or Tomasic, then bring them here to me. Both were still in Langley, due to be back by the evening. In the meantime, I'd completed the CIA lists and decided to do something entirely different. Firstly, I needed to write to Kira. The agreement was I'd write her a message and save it as a draft in her own email box, which she would see the moment she checked her mail. I needed to finally offer her a fictitious explanation of all the mysterious psychic abilities allowing me to locate missing persons. I also had to somehow explain away all the money that was already accruing in the 2 bank accounts, both her own and the one belonging to her foundation, and answer all her questions about the foundation before more money started flooding in. Secondly, I still had to contact the Russian police and send them the coordinates of the highly dangerous criminals wanted in Russia. True, I harbored very little hope of success. By the time they got their act together and double-checked the information, the villains would probably be already lying low in some other place. Still, this was something I had to do while I still had the interface. You never know. They just might arrest some of them. Thirdly, I had to collect the coordinates of all the yet undiscovered treasures and mineral deposits while I could still see them on the map. Although I hadn't decided yet what I was going to do with this information, it wouldn't hurt to save and store it online somewhere. If I indeed lost my interface but kept both my memory and achievements intact, that would provide me with a most valuable source of income. Fourthly, and probably most importantly, I'd already decided on the most promising spheres of scientific research, those which would ensure humanity's prosperity and would allow for civilization to flourish, solving our most pressing issues such as famine, terminal illnesses, bad ecology, space exploration, overpopulation, and unemployment. I was planning on creating scientific groups in each of these spheres, financing them out of the funds received from my terrorist hunting activities, and hopefully also from what I'd get for finding treasures and new mineral deposits. By the time Mike was back, I was busy working on this last item of my plan. He began unloading the bags, placing little cardboard boxes onto the table.
Sweet and sour chicken, pork and pineapple, noodles, brown rice, dim sum.
After he'd named each and every item in the bag, he sat down, ripped open one of the boxes, and began eating, deftly brandishing his chopsticks. Mike, I need to ask you a favor. I need your help.
I'm free until midnight, he said with his mouth full. What can I do for you?
I gave him a brief version of my mishaps and explained what I wanted him to do. By now, Sanchez and Tomasic must have already landed in Vegas.
I got it,
he said. Alex Tomasic and Hector Sanchez. If I see Laura Flores, I need to steer clear of her. If she's with them, I'll take them aside. I know what to do. Let me finish eating and I'll be on my way. After another half hour of stuffing his face, Mike was about to set off. Before leaving, he gave me a smartphone with a broken screen.
This is for keeping in touch. My number is under Crybaby. Call me if you need me. Just in case you get hungry again.
He guffawed as he closed the door behind himself. After a while, the interface alarm went off. I opened the map and saw the markers of all my enemies approaching rapidly. They were barely 2 miles away now. I cleaned the browser history, closed the laptop, and bounded out of the room. I sprinted across the empty street and the neighboring parking lot, then hurried toward a restaurant which offered a view of the motel. I found an empty table by the window and sat down, watching the new arrivals. A waiter appeared out of nowhere. "A glass of water, please," I said. 6 people in inconspicuous clothes climbed out of the cars and fanned out, moving toward several rooms at once. I watched as they knocked, and, ignoring any residents who opened up, barged past them and disappeared inside, only to re-emerge after a while and head for the room next door. One of the groups broke down the door into Mike's room, but came out after a couple of minutes empty-handed. Shit, I'd left the bathrobe there, hadn't I? It had the hotel's logo on it. Surely they would put 2 and 2 together. They had indeed. Both men stopped outside the door, one of them speaking into his radio. I just hoped Mike wouldn't have problems because of this. I gave him a call. "Phil, I'm in the hotel. Can't see any of the guys you mentioned yet." "Did you give them your real name?" "Actually, I didn't. I used the name of someone I knew from prison. Why?" "Stay away from the motel for a few days. They found me, but I managed to get out in time. Unfortunately, now they know that I was there to see you." "Shit. All my stuff's in there." He paused. "Never mind, it's all right. I'll stay here for a while. Your spooks might arrive, you never know. Keep me posted." I hung up and gulped some water down. My throat felt dry. I deleted the last number dialed just in case. Then I watched out the window as my would-be kidnappers cut their search of the motel short and started combing the area. 2 of them headed for the restaurant. Despite all my abilities, I didn't have a clue what to do. Fiddling with the knife on the table, I pondered over whether I should go on the run again. But where to? I had neither money nor any ID papers, even though with my new abilities, money was no longer a problem. Should I just smoke the bastards? This, to me, seemed to be the most attractive idea. In any case, I had to wait for Sanchez to arrive. Either Mike would find him, or he might get the message from Angela Howard, who really wasn't an Angela Howard at all. The latter was less probable, simply because it was night now in Russia, where the embassy worker was supposed to be. I could now see Sanchez approach the hotel, while Alex... "Don't move," a voice said in Russian. "I'm sorry about this." A gun poked my ribs, followed by a slight prick in my stomach. Waves of heat began spreading over my whole body. My vision swam. I staggered, losing control, but unseen hands prevented me from falling face down on the table. Straining what precious little was left of my strength, I slowly turned round, facing Alex Tomasik. How the hell? "It's all right," he said softly, sitting at the table next to me. "I'm not with the guys who were searching the hotel. Laura has her own game. I have mine." "Which guys are you with, then?" I managed through numbing lips. "Are you with the CIA?" "Whatever there was between us before this, yes, I worked for the CIA. But now I represent other people. They have a business proposition to make to you." "And did you need the gun for that?" He didn't reply. "Alex?" "I didn't know how you'd react. I thought you might think I was one of those." He nodded at the motel building. "I'm telling you, I've got nothing to do with them. But I do know about your abilities. All of us do." "Which abilities?" "I'll tell you in a moment. Just promise me you won't do anything stupid. It's pointless, really. The place is packed with my people. All the exits are blocked. My men have infrared scanners and paint spray guns. You can't escape. Are you wondering how I worked it out?" "Cameras?" "Of course. You're smart enough to understand, are you? Your hotel room is absolutely chock full of cameras. Imagine my surprise when you just disappeared, then came back into view by the elevators.
I expected anything but that. But Sanchez, I mumbled, losing control of my speech. Oh, he must be absolutely furious. Still, the people I represent are way beyond him in status, so all those bugs in your clothes are mine. All I could do was mumble unintelligibly. What did you say? It doesn't matter anyway. We're now going to take you to a nice classified bunker in the Mojave Desert. We'll conduct a few tests, and we'll try to extract that thing they planted inside you. You understand the importance of it, don't you? It's a gazillion times more important than the lives of some terrorist lowlifes, some of whom are even... Never mind. The main thing is... As he kept blabbering, trying to justify his actions in his own eyes, I concentrated on my next plan of action. With the help of regeneration, I could restore control of my body and replenish my spirit reserves. I could use sprint in order to slow time and wrestle the gun from his hand, and although stealth and vanish wouldn't work against infrared sensors, at least it would confuse some of the assailants, giving me time to either shoot them dead or just leg it. Enough talking, he finally said. This is just something for you to consider as we drive. I activated regeneration. Warning, your spirit resources are insufficient to activate regeneration. Spirit resources required, 50%. Current spirit, 36%. That was it. Angry as I was with myself for allowing my spirit reserves to drop so low, for entering their trap so stupidly, for walking right into their hands, as the restaurant had apparently been the center of their little operation all along, I couldn't even bemoan my own stupidity. Tomasic snapped several commands. I was being restrained, handcuffed, shackled, and bagged. As they carried me out, I could hear the scared voices of passers-by. "Put him in the van, quick," Tomasic commanded. They laid me carefully inside and locked the doors. Darkness enveloped me, holding the promise of the darkness to come. Would I be able to escape from the bunker? I couldn't think straight, my mind going in circles, offering one crazy escape idea after the next. I needed new levels in order to finally get berserker and invulnerability. Just as we were clearing the city limits, the world around me faded. My heart stopped. I felt myself falling into the great void. Abducted. Chapter 29. Fix your eyes upon your crude hands. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. William Wallace, Braveheart. Today, the air of Pibalau was so crystal clear it shimmered with light, allowing me to see the fine web of wrinkles on Tafari's face almost 500 feet away from me. He and his clan were now in the direct proximity of the global boss, proximity being the operative word because they kept out of his field of vision and, consequently, his aggro zone. The boss slithered unhurriedly along their ranks in search of any potential prey. His demeanor confirmed the creature's utter absence of intelligence. Whether by higher design or by some anonymous trial programmer's whim, his behavioral patterns fell into two categories, either to attack and devour or, in the absence of a victim, to keep going until he came across one. I hadn't seen him in full-blown combat yet, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had more attack abilities in store than I'd already discovered. Sweating lava, hitting the enemy with his spikes and tentacles, and devouring his opponent alive. Considering the fact that the creature was quite clumsy and that the length of his tentacles was no more than half his body, Tafari's clan could choose the tactics of attacking him from behind, constantly shifting aside in order to preserve their initial position. But I thought that Tafari was going to wait for Juma. Apparently, the latter had reconsidered challenging Dil Aga, preferring the bird in hand to two in the bush. In the meantime, the boss's stats kept growing with every hour, which could explain Tafari's desire to take him on while there was still a faint chance of hitting the jackpot. I counted 14 clan members, including Tafari himself, and over 100 fighting units, which looked like six-legged turtles with predatory, low-browed, reptiloid heads packed with wide jawfuls of sharp teeth. They moved around so fast it appeared they couldn't stand still at all. They fussed about, running in circles and scurrying around in figures of 8 like cockroaches rushing around in a campus kitchen when you switch the light on at night.
Unlike Tafari's rhino, they were definitely alien, so I had no idea how he'd managed to get around the trial restrictions requiring all the fighting units to be of the same species. In the meantime, Dil Aga must have sensed something. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head. I could hear Tafari barking orders. His men began taking up their positions in 2s and 3s, fanning out in an arc to make sure they ended up by the monster's tail. Rex and I decided to take up our positions too. My stealth ability securely covered us both. We kept a safe distance from Tafari, staying just out of his field of vision so that Rex's footsteps didn't give us away. Pointless joining in the battle now, especially at the risk of being unmasked by one of the boss's mass combat abilities. Suddenly, Tafari's entire clan stopped dead. One of his warriors stepped forward and shouted something. A raven-black cloud formed over the boss, showering him with countless shards of ice. Like a spectacular show of special effects, the monster crunched to a halt. A freeze debuff icon appeared over his head, complete with a 10-second countdown timer. Immediately, all the close combat warriors sprang into action and began hacking at his rump. By the time Tafari commanded the retreat, the clan had managed to strip the boss of 7% of his health. Once the freeze expired, the monster shot his tentacles out at the backs of a couple of tardy warriors who collapsed, crying out in pain. Coiling around them, the tentacles promptly retracted, bringing their quarry to the boss's mouth. The monster didn't get the chance to devour them, though. A new warrior stepped out to exercise his own control ability. A mental one this time. It worked. The immobilized creature's tentacles hung listlessly, releasing the two warriors. This time, however, the countdown was only 8 seconds. Was it the trial's mechanics at work? Was it what we gamers used to call a diminishing return? Tafari had been lucky so far. He'd already managed to successfully use 2 control talents against the boss. A third time, he might not be so lucky. By the end of the 8th second, Tafari had ordered everyone to retreat, leaving only his fighting units at the scene. The turtles lined the whole length of the boss's body, reared up, and began ripping his skin apart with their 2-foot-long claws, dealing damage. In the meantime, the human clan members switched to shooting at the boss from long range while keeping a safe distance from his tentacles. Over time, I started seeing the method in their seemingly chaotic movement. They were constantly on the go, even while shooting, then immediately shrinking back to make sure they didn't get within the range of the boss's combat abilities. The monster began sweating lava. The turtle's health bars immediately began to shrink. They tried to scramble up his flanks in order to avoid the fiery pools underfoot, not realizing that lava was also pouring down on them from above. Time and again the monstrous worm shot out his tentacles, catching the panicking turtles which were trying to leap off him. He also managed to attack a few of the less cautious clan members, decimating their health bars. When all further attempts to control the boss failed, Tafari took the matter into his own hands. "Strength and inspiration," he shouted. Immediately, all of his vassals and fighting units were enveloped in a shimmering white haze, their lives promptly restored. Judging by the new buff's icon, all their characteristics had grown by 50%. Some talent Tafari had. It must have also reset all the ability cooldowns, because the warrior with the freeze talent now stepped forward again. 3 more vassals in possession of control talents approached the boss too, just to make sure nothing went wrong this time. Another black cloud. More ice shards, but this time his talent didn't work. Immediately, the mentalist joined in the action, also with 0 results. The third controller was too late. The fact that the clan had already stripped the boss of 25% life must have caused a change in his combat tactics. The worm retracted his tentacles, flattened his spikes, and arched his body, then began burrowing into the ground with an ever-growing rumble. A few heartbeats later, he was already out of sight deep below. Both the vibrations and the rumbling noise had stopped. Tafari's snapping commands and the groaning of the wounded, the only sounds breaking the deadly silence. Just then, I noticed that Tafari had no fighting units left at all, apart from his personal rhino. Not a single surviving turtle was left on the battlefield. Boom! Concentric waves began spreading over the ground. I hurried to step as far back as I could, afraid of coming within their range. Each wave stripped Tafari's clan of 10% life, while the sixth and final one paralyzed everyone within its radius. Then, several things happened at once. A great number of black dots loomed out of the fog of war on the opposite edge of the battlefield, approaching rapidly. I could already see that those were Juma's men, complete with his army of spiky multiped roaches. Might that mean that Juma decided to use the very plan that Tafari had conceived against him? In any case, it looked like the trial was entering its final stage. Juma's vassals moved in an arc, giving the boss a wide berth and consciously heading toward Tafari's frozen warriors. Just then, Dil Aga shot out of the ground and dropped his entire weight onto the nearest group of Tafari's warriors, his mandibles working hard as he swallowed body after motionless body. You didn't have to be clairvoyant or Paul the Octopus to predict that Tafari was finished. Whoever the boss hadn't yet reached, including Tafari himself astride his rhino, were swallowed up by the approaching waves of roaches. Ignoring the monster's frenetic fury, Juma's warriors concentrated on their competition. Every time Tafari's vassals recovered from the paralyzing vibrations created by the boss, they became frozen again. "Our turn, Rex," I said, as I sent him to attack Juma's clan. "Squash 'em!" For the casual observer, the Tyrannosaurus must have appeared out of thin air. Once out of range of my shroud of shadow, Rex had added even more noise, chaos, and turmoil to the proceedings. The sky rapidly darkened, overcast with thunderclouds. The first drops of rain evaporated before they could reach the boss's back. He froze for a second, as if listening to something, then promptly sealed all the lava craters covering his body. Thunder rumbled overhead. I moved slowly and cautiously, skirting the battlefield on the other side of the worm, where nobody was at the moment. Some of Juma's roaches had automatically aggroed the boss, who was only too happy with his new source of nourishment. Rex trampled 3 of Juma's vassals, who chanced to be in his path, gracing Tafari with some extra time. Having recovered from his paralysis, Tafari dealt effortlessly with 2 assailants at once. With one swipe of his sword, he smote an attacker's head off complete with helmet, then barked a chain of commands, ordering the handful of his remaining vassals to spread out and telling the only surviving controller to deal with their treacherous enemy. Acting simultaneously, the controllers from both camps carried out their orders. In the seconds that followed, many of the warriors from both clans were knocked out of action. Astride their chimeras, Juma and his bodyguards, who'd avoided being stunned, rushed toward the frozen Tafari and attacked him a mere couple of seconds before the debuff ran out. But even between the 6 of them, they'd failed to kill him. The moment he regained his mobility, Tafari set his rhino on Ken, who was the nearest to him, while he himself hacked through the legs of one of Juma's bodyguards. Yet another bodyguard was screaming his head off as Rex was devouring him alive. Juma jerked his long, thin sword into the air and shouted, activating some sort of a clan leader ability. Everyone within a 15-feet radius of him now looked as if they'd been dropped into a bowl full of jelly, as time seemed to have slowed down. Juma himself, however, was able to move at the same speed. I could clearly see the effect it produced, the shimmering glass bowl, and the slow-mo outlines of Rex and Tafari within, as Juma next to them was taking a swing with his sword. It was the last thing I saw, because I'd finally gotten near the boss, who was busy swallowing his next victim, his enormous bulk blocking the view of the battle. All of a sudden, it started raining cats and dogs. A fierce downpour, the kind of which you could only witness on Pibelau. Its huge, heavy drops soaked everything, extinguishing the fire and lowering the temperature of the lava pools. The boss's health bar was by now almost halved. I really didn't know whether Juma would bother to finish him off after his victory over Tafari. Everything around was consumed by thick clouds of mist and vapor. Bristling with spikes, the monster's suspended flank loomed momentarily into view. Keeping his vulnerable spot in mind, I moved alongside him, leaping over the solidifying lava puddles. I was still protected by inconspicuousness, but the moment I dealt damage, it would become disabled. I was awaiting the right moment to rush into action when something absolutely incredible happened. Dil Aga's entire body spasmed. He began to convulse, squirming and turning on the spot, expanding and contracting.
I was thrown a good 100 feet to the side, losing a good 75% of my life. It felt as if I'd been rammed by an overloaded truck. I clenched my teeth, trying not to scream. I hurried to reactivate inconspicuousness before they could discover me, then tried to take a better look at my injuries. A broken rib was protruding from my torn gear. Instinctively, I retched, but nothing came up. My stomach had been empty for at least a couple of weeks. I had no resources left to buy a new level and regenerate. All I could do was wait until I'd at least partially recovered. Otherwise, I couldn't even move. While I was thus incapacitated, and while the two clans were too busy knocking 7 shades of shit out of each other, Dialaga curled up in a ball and started rolling around, squashing and flattening everything around. When his colossal bulk started rolling in my direction, I realized I didn't have time to get out of his way. I glanced at Juma, who'd activated his impenetrable energy cocoon, then at the retreating Tafari, who was still alive and grinning a bloodied grin through a hole in his helmet. Already sensing the air pressure from the monster's bulk rolling toward me, I activated Treacherous Shadow and mini-ported behind Tafari's back. The tip of Juma's sword was already protruding from it. My mind registered the latest changes in the rankings. Tafari was dead but not disincarnated yet. He'd lost his clan and all his territories, the names of his vassals turning gray one after the other. Juma's men continued slaughtering the boss. By then, Dialaga had stopped his breakdancing, his disco moves replaced by a summoning call. How else could I describe the insurmountable desire to walk over to him and allow myself to be devoured, uniting with his great and almighty deity? Dialaga kept calling, luring everyone until all of the hexagon's creatures had gathered by his enormous, swaying head. The place was now teeming with flocks of whistlers, whole Kirpi families, and swarms of Krekniks. The ground underfoot an undulating, quivering carpet of Saracers. I watched the gruesome scene from the sidelines, no idea what had saved my bacon. Whether it was my level 2 inconspicuousness making me immune to mind control, or whether it was my trusty friend Fang One helping me resist the summoning call of that worthless nonentity. Although I'd sensed his primitive plea and his claim to divinity, to me, he was but an overgrown worm with bad metabolism and elevated body temperature. "Kill him," a voice inside me whispered. "Kill him." The alien language kept rustling in my head, making my blood boil, but I ignored its miserable plea. I had better things to do. I needed to restore. I was actually enjoying it, watching my enemies, humans and monsters, slaughter each other, swarming in the mud, and trying to finish off their victims even as they drew their last breath. The boss devoured everyone within reach, grabbing them with his tentacles and shoving them down his throat. Just as I watched, one of Juma's warriors shouted an ecstatic praise to the god of all bosses, while a tentacle was pulling him toward his final death inside the monster's stomach. Unfortunately, the boss had only managed to swallow 4 humans, 3 of which were Juma's clan members. Seeing this, Juma ordered a retreat and another controlling session. 3 of those attempts had failed until one of his fighters managed to freeze the monster, allowing Juma's clan to flee to safety. It was now or never. I mini-ported onto Dialaga's back, ran along it toward his head, then climbed back down, grabbing at the spikes. Halfway to the ground, I hooked to a spike with my crossed legs, hung head down, and began stabbing him with my daggers, aiming for a thin strip of white skin between his red-hot belly and his rock-hard shell. I invested all of my strength into every focused, rhythmical blow, trying to stab deeper every time to add 1% to the chance of instant kill of that miserable worm. Again and again, focused, unhurried, to the sound of my own heartbeat, hammering the toxic acid produced by the dagger's biochemical core into the monster's bloodied flesh. The worm was screaming his head off, bristling his spikes and reopening his lava craters, splattering lava around in his crazed desperation. I forced myself to stay put and keep stabbing, ignoring the fiery droplets burning through my skin. On my 9th heartbeat, I did what I had to do. Lady Luck, which had been ignoring me throughout the trial, had finally sided up with me. "You've dealt damage to Dialaga, 2,389. Damage absorbed by armor, 90%. Actual damage, 239. Verifying the probability of making an instant kill, 14%. Verification complete. The global boss, Deal Aga, is dead. The giant worm shuddered, throwing me off him. His body slackened, his head thumped to the ground, drawing the rest of him down and pinning me with his weight. Stuck between his spikes, out of everyone's sight, I struggled for a while, trying to get out. Then I listened. Everything was quiet. Silence reigned. The rain had stopped. The fighters' screams had died away. A new system announcement resounded through the air, spreading over all hexagons and visible to all trial participants. The global boss Deal Aga has been defeated by Liquidator Phil, a level 28 human. Phil will receive 300,000 existence resource points, legendary artifact, suppressor, a summoning whistle, an additional life to all of his clan members. The boss's cadaver vanished. I looked around and saw all the raindrops hover motionless in midair. Juma's vassals appeared caught in a freeze frame. My existence resource counter was spinning, adding 300,000 points to the total. The new glistening gold buttons appeared on my interface panel. Suppressor and summoning whistle. Suppressor, a legendary artifact from the era of an extinct civilization which used to exist on Pibalau. No material form available. By implanting itself into the user's mind, the artifact generates a mental aura capable of suppressing any of their enemy's class talents. Range, 39 feet. I grinned as I figured it all out. No, this artifact wasn't going to help me kill everyone. One soldier doesn't make a battle. But why would you need to kill everybody if all you needed to do was to kill just one person? Thanks, guys. I addressed the observers as a great load had fallen from my shoulders. This aura had just put me back in the game. Something began flickering in the corner of my eye. I looked away from the text and noticed 3 little balloons, 2 red ones and 1 gold one, jumping impatiently in front of me, demanding my attention. I popped the nearest red one. A new system message came up. The trial has been paused. This is a secret bonus for the great hero who defeated Deal Aga, who'd been terrorizing and petrifying the current wave of trial subjects. Duration, 1 Pibalau hour, or until it's been cancelled, or until the first damage you deal to any enemy. My lips parted in a smile. Now I could take my time and sort through all the goodies I just received. No matter how desperately I wanted to leave my gaming past behind, what could be better than rummaging through the loot you'd received after you'd killed the biggest and nastiest boss in a game? Hero, your clan has no vassals yet. Do you want to give a second chance to some of those you lost in your previous lives? Resurrection available for the following disincarnated test subjects: Giovanna, Ola, Carter, Manu, Eddie, Bjorn. Letty wasn't on the list, as she was still alive and remained one of Juma's vassals. My smile grew even broader as I ticked off all those on the list. New clan members would make my job so much easier. You've made your choice, hero. Do you want to pause the trial for your vassals? Yes or no? Absolutely. The frozen figures of my clan members appeared around me, their eyes still closed. They had already resurrected, but were still affected by the pause. But first, I wanted to check the last balloon, its gold color signifying an achievement. What could it be? I poked it with my finger. The balloon unfolded, forming a system message. Hero, you've unlocked a new achievement. God Fighter. You're the first and last test subject in this trial wave who has managed to subdue the global boss. Plus 100% to all damage dealt to all other trial participants. I glanced at the new summoning whistle icon. As I focused on the opalescent button, I had a feeling I already knew what it was about. Summoning whistle, a single-use artifact, summons a copy of the global boss Deal Aga to the summoner's side. When should I summon him if not now? Not straight away, of course, but immediately after the end of the pause.
I tried to figure out how best to distribute the whopping heap of resources I'd just received, and whether I should share them equally between all of us. In the end, I chose what I thought would be a happy medium. It would be wiser to have strong vassals at my disposal capable of preventing Juma from running off. I didn't need cannon fodder. I went on raising my levels one after another, then spent just over half of the resources I'd received to buy myself level 70. I then distributed the 84 characteristic points between strength and stamina. I didn't need anything else at the moment. All I wanted was damage, which now had become so huge that I could kill any one of Juma's vassals with one blow, and more life points to secure myself against any eventualities. Suppressor was going to protect me against all the controlling effects and prevent Juma from activating invulnerability, even if its cooldown had already expired. All this had taken me about half an hour. It certainly wasn't easy to raise myself 42 levels, distribute characteristic points, and study 5 new class talents. There were no new talents available after level 50. All you could do was level up the existing ones. Now I had to quickly stop the trial pause for my vassals because I still had to clue them in on our current situation. I shifted my gaze back to the message offering to stop the pause for my clan members and focused on yes. I heard a collective gasp from my group of unlucky players who'd very nearly sunk into oblivion, followed by their cries of astonishment. They might have been strange, silly nonentities, but at least they were all mine. Thinking about this made me remove the dagger, just in case. As I switched my gaze from one face to another, I felt a lump in my throat. After an unending chain of failures and losses, which had almost made me throw in the towel, I'd not just survived, but managed to change the course of the trial, which Juma had almost certainly won by then. I gulped and smiled, spreading my arms to welcome my friends. Carter was the first to come round. He took 2 steps toward me and slapped my face nice and hard. Damage received, 47, a slap from Carter. Do you want to punish your vassal and activate the disincarnation timer?
You fucking lowlife,
Carter cursed.
Why did you have to kill me?
It was a good job I'd removed the dagger. I opened my mouth to give a reply when all hell broke loose. My friends all jumped onto me, dressed in nothing but their civilian clothes, and buried me under a heap of their cheering bodies. I barely stayed on my feet. "Boss, you did it!" Eddie shouted, knocking the wind out of me with all his backslapping. "Jesus Christ, you're level 70! This is crazy!" Manu stood aside from the rest, laughing his head off. Then he turned round and noticed the figures of Juma's vassals, frozen in the weirdest of poses.
Holy Mother of Mary!
He shook his head in amazement.
You son of a bitch, Phil! You did it! How did you do it? What happened?
Yoo-hoo! Ola exclaimed as he danced a jig toward me and tried to give me a kiss with his big, rubbery lips. He was promptly pushed aside by Giovanna. She jumped up and clasped me with both her arms and legs, hanging from my neck. Her kisses made me lose concentration for a while. In the meantime, my friends exchanged their experiences of their respective disincarnations and consequent resurrections. Looking over Giovanna's shoulder, I noticed a very surprised Mike looking himself over.
I've just been burning alive in some woods,
he said with a shrug.
And now it's all over. What happened? Who's that, for Christ's sake? Hey, kid, how did you get here? Manu demanded. Phil, is he with us? Where's Letty?
Eddie looked around himself.
And the dinos, where are they? Rex, Tank, Croc, and Spine.
Rex held till the last, I said. He's just died now. You should have seen him fight.
And Letty?
Letty?
Oh, she's with Juma now.
Eddie's face darkened. Manu laid his hand on his shoulder.
It's quite understandable.
It is, I said. Right. We lost Letty, but we have Mike Hagen, a.k.a. Bjorn. And Carter. I told you about him, didn't I? Shake hands, everyone, and listen to me. Once they'd exchanged handshakes, I hurried to update them on the latest developments, starting with Carter's death.
to make sure that both he and Giovanna, who'd been the next to die, knew the lay of the land. In my turn, I discovered that for all of them, the period between their respective final deaths and consequent resurrections lasted but a few seconds. Their brain activity must have been stopped at the moment of death and reactivated just now.
"How much time left till the end of the pause?"
Carter asked, businesslike. The new information didn't seem to have baffled him in the slightest.
"Do we have time to study the new talents?"
"Sure. We still have just under 30 minutes left," I said. "I'm going to distribute the resources now. I have almost 150,000 points available. Ola, what do you think? This should be enough for each of you to buy level 25, shouldn't it? Mike is the only exception, I'm afraid. If my calculations are correct, he can only buy level 20. The African paused, thinking, then nodded. I sent just over 20,000 points to each of them, then watched their levels rise. "I want you to keep some in case you need to level some more," I said. "You never know. We haven't won yet, but victory is almost within reach. All we need to do is sort out Juma." I pointed at his figure, frozen in mid-run about 300 feet away from us. "If we kill him, we've as good as won the trial. At the moment, he owns all hexagons but one. And you know what's going to happen when he seizes that last one, don't you?" "The objective of every trial candidate is to capture all the Pibolau hexagons," Giovanna quoted the rulebook. "If he claims the last one, he's won." "Exactly. If Juma makes it back to his base and teleports from there, we'll never be able to catch up with him. We just can't reach our hexagon in time to defend it."
"Then we need to stop Juma from escaping, whatever it takes," Carter growled. "Then we can deal with all the others."
"Sure, that's the only way to do it. But you still haven't noticed the obvious," I smiled. "Think about it."
"What?"
the gray-haired guitarist asked, peering hard at me. Ola flashed a megawatt smile which could eclipse either of Pibolau's sons. With a triumphant yell, Giovanna threw her hands in the air. Eddie and Manu exchanged a high five. Mike Hagan grumbled, addressing no one in particular.
"If he has all the hexagons but one, and if that one hexagon belongs to us, it means that if we kill Juma, we'll win the trial, damn it!"
Carter thundered, shaking his fists, then dissolved into a stream of cussing. I waited for them to calm down. I could understand the reasons behind their excitement. When they died their final deaths, which for them had happened only a few minutes ago, we'd had zero chances of ever winning this. Carter had died expecting us to be trampled by Nagash's army at any moment. Giovanna had died realizing both Tafari's and Juma's utter superiority over us. Eddie, Ola, and Manu had died without any hope at all, caught between the nocturnal monsters and Juma's clan attacking them from behind. And Mike? By the time I'd met him, even Elindi wouldn't have bet a bent nickel on our victory.
"Is that all we need to do?"
Manu asked me. "It is, but I'd hate to sound like a superstitious old woman, but there might be more surprises. We are being watched by billions of alien observers, and there's no knowing what they might come up with next. I wouldn't put it past them to grant some kind of bonus to Juma, too, if they haven't done so already, just for the sake of a good show."
"Just give us the word," Carter grinned, scratching his belly. "How do you want us to kill that bastard?"
"I'll do the killing. I'll summon Deal Aga to help me."
Yes, but
your primary objective is not to get yourselves killed," I snapped at him. "I've no idea if you'll be awarded victory if you die again. I don't even know what to make of these rules now. Our clan was supposed to be disbanded after my death. Had I not brought you back?" Manu nodded.
"Come what may, or as they say in Colombia."
I laid my hand on his shoulder. "Not now, please. We don't have the time. Everybody, get leveling." I spent the next 10 minutes listening to my friends' surprised and excited voices as they received new talents. Predictably, Mike became a warrior, just like Carter and Manu. "I've got slowing shot," Giovanna cheered. "If only I had a weapon." I slapped my forehead, slid off my backpack, and poured its contents onto the ground. "Now you have." Get your weapons and gear, everyone. Once again I thanked our foresight. All those dozens of sets of new gear had suddenly come in handy just as we needed them most. Listen up, guys. I repeat, your main objective is not to get yourselves killed. Juma's fighters are the same level as you are now, and his bodyguards' levels are higher than yours. If they try to save their leader, don't stick your necks out. The global boss is our main weapon now. He's so huge, he can make short work of Rex even. Understand?
Ah, Ola drawled. What does he look like?
Like an earthworm 200 feet long, with tentacles growing out of its head, an armor-plated back, bristling with spikes the size of a bus, and a belly full of molten lava which oozes out of its pores. Sounds good?
Ola shook his head. I can't imagine that, no.
You need to be one hell of a cheater to smoke a monster like this. Mike Hagan spoke for the first time. But I'm happy it worked out the way it did. It's good you got your friends back, Phil. I really didn't think someone like you could even have friends. The others switched their gazes from him to me in bewilderment. When I met Mike, I explained, I was under the influence of that mind-altering dagger. Giovanna, you remember it? She nodded.
Sure. I had to shoot you in the wrist to make you keep your word and stop you from killing Zack.
Everybody fell silent as they digested this new information. Then all hell broke loose. Ola was the loudest, spouting a torrent of curses generously peppered with equal doses of French gros mots, old African proverbs, and the entire vocabulary of English invective, targeting both Zack and Giovanna's unflinching hand on the bowstring. Giovanna turned crimson and lowered her eyes.
I had no idea how it would turn out.
I gave her a hug and a friendly slap on the back, then laid my hand on the furious Ola's chest, trying to placate him. She did the right thing.
She let Phil preserve his honor, Manu bellowed. Is there anything more important for a man than to keep his word?
No, Eddie and Carter replied in unison, even though the question was pretty self-explanatory.
Can someone please tell me what the hell you're talking about?
Carter demanded. Absolutely. Just let us finish these guys off first. I swept both hands over the battlefield. By the time everybody was done with retrieving their weapons and gear and discussing the tactical details of the battle, we had less than 5 minutes left till the end of the pause. My friends positioned themselves around in order to block off any of Juma's potential avenues of retreat. Their task was simple. They had to survive while making sure he didn't escape in the process. There were 13 of Juma's clan members left on the field, counting himself, plus 2 of Tafari's surviving vassals still frozen as they tried to escape. I didn't care too much about the latter. I just hoped that Juma's men wouldn't have time to rush to their leader's aid. I impatiently kissed both daggers in my hands. My blood was seething, the force within me demanding an outlet. "Well, you useless worms, are you ready?" I asked my vassals as the timer was ticking off the last seconds of the pause countdown. Carter beat his chest with his fist twice. The others replied in a chorus of uncoordinated voices. "I can't hear you." I noticed Giovanna mouth the word dagger to the others, who nodded their understanding. "We're ready," they shouted in unison. "That's better. Helmets on!" I studied my vassals, weapons in hand, with their high levels and top gear. They didn't look quite so useless anymore. Excellent. "Let's do it!" I shouted in excited anticipation as I slammed my helmet on and activated Summoning Whistle. The fabric of reality ripped open, releasing a worm the size of a minibus, a facsimile of Dialaga which was 10 times smaller than the real thing. With a skeptical chuckle, although small he was still level 80, I set him on Juma. "Stun!" I shouted in excitement as I mini-ported behind his still-frozen back and started hacking into it. Ola's words registered somewhere in the periphery of my mind. "That's not 200 feet. It's not even 20. Which one of us had killed Juma remained uncertain. Whether it had been my daggers or the boss who'd snapped him in two with his jaws. Before I could even finish reading through the logs reporting our victory, the world froze again. as if someone had pressed stop instead of pause this time. Everything went dark. My heart stopped beating. When I opened my eyes, gasping conclusively for breath, none of my friends were there. Nor enemies, for that matter. Only the 3 half-forgotten figures stood before me. The demonic 10-foot-tall Khafor, Ilindi, and Valiatis. I had no weapons in my hands. I was dressed in an enormous pair of Bermuda shorts and a one-size-fits-all T-shirt. Was it already over? I let out a short shriek, grasping at my head. It felt as if all my thoughts and memories were being crammed into somebody else's mind, searching for available spare places in the real Phil Panfilov's brain. Then, I became him. The real Phil Panfilov. I remembered everything that had happened to me on Earth during the trial. Cyril's betrayal, Panchenko's attempt on my life, my trip to the U.S., my life in Vegas, reconnecting with Mike Hagan, my work for the CIA, Panchenko's comeuppance, the lifting of the curse, ending with my kidnapping and consequent abduction. I, the real Phil, fast-forwarded through my Pibelau experience, my arrival there, my death from the Kraken's scorching spittle, my first hexagon, my dinos, the Velociraptors and Dilophosauri, followed by my meeting with Carter and my death at his hands, my first achievement and my first ability, fusion, my meeting Giovanna and her gift of a dagger, completing the instance, capturing a new hexagon, Rex, my victory over Carter, my alliance with Giovanna, Tank, my agreement with Zack, nebulas and anomalies, and finally, my battle with Nagash, and the unexpected reappearance of Carter, whom I then killed on Nagash's orders. Ola, Croc, the spirited striker confronting Nagash, meeting Manu, Eddie and Letty, the special-purpose hexagon, and the final death of Giovanna, the girl whom I now realized I loved. The enemy's multiple incursions into my hexagons, my Kutuzov-style plan, and the subsequent nocturnal backstabbing of Juma's clan. The death of my friends, Letty's betrayal, Ken's aid, and my lucky escape. The desperation, the desire to end all this. My new friends, Fang 1 and Fang 2. Meeting Mike, my revenge on Zack, Deal Aga. Another death, and the final battle. All this may have flashed through my mind in a split second, but the memory was so strong and vivid that I was already missing my friends and the girl I loved. Valiatis took off his helmet, a weary smile on his face. He winked at me. Elindy's expression was stern, but mischief sparkled in her eyes. Khafor stepped forward and proffered me his hand. I held mine out in response. The Valfor grabbed it under the elbow the way the ancient Romans used to do. His grasp on my forearm burned my skin, but I suffered in silence. When he finally let go of my arm, I sensed the growing pain where he'd held me. His mental speech echoed through my head.
Congratulations, human. In front of all the observers and supervisors, I announce you the champion and the winner of the 4th wave of the trial amongst your race and your contemporaries. You are to keep your interface and all the achievements you've received with its help. Those of your clan members who remained your vassals at trial's end will keep all of their achievements too, although their interfaces are to be uninstalled and all relevant memories erased.
My friends, where are they? I asked out loud.
Their replicas have been deleted as superfluous.
Khafor's voice uttered, unheard by all others.
Their originals have been extracted from your world, and their interfaces are currently being uninstalled with a partial memory wipe.
You did promise to keep their memories, I said, struggling to remain calm. Giovanna, Ola, Carter. Does that mean that they're going to forget everything about the trial? Me included?
We purposefully misled all test subjects. Otherwise, the clan principle wouldn't have worked as we needed it to.
What about the rest of them? I asked, thinking about Ken and Stryker.
Did you take them back to the day just before their interfaces were installed and just left them there? Was it my imagination, or had he smirked? Although I couldn't see Ghafor's face behind his helmet, I heard him chuckle. An almost human chuckle.
An operation like this would be too energy-intensive. It's much easier just to wipe their memories and restore their bodies to their previous condition.
So Zack had been right then. But would they allow him to keep his money and his new wife? Does that mean that if an interface user has earned a large amount of money or changed their social status, they can keep it? I asked.
Enough of your stupid questions, champion. Your preoccupation with other beings' lives and problems is irrational.
Elindi shook her head ever so slightly, making me realize that everybody must have heard Ghafor's last words. Oh well. I might have to ask Valiatis about it later.
Let's finalize the formalities, champion. The senior supervisor of the fourth wave of the trial amongst your race and your contemporaries has chosen your trophy.
Ghafor paused. I waited patiently. He extended his clenched fist to me, then opened it. A disk made of sky-blue metal hovered over his palm, surrounded by a shimmering energy aura.
You're being awarded Ka Tung, a single-use artifact allowing you one chance of perfecting any of your skills to the level yet unattained by anyone of your species in its entire history. Take it.
I accepted the weightless disk, which singed my hand with heat, then vanished as my skin absorbed it. For a while, the palm of my hand emitted a faint glow outlining its shape. Then it disappeared too, leaving behind a new knowledge that I could activate the artifact at any moment simply by sending a mental command.
Use it wisely, champion, Ghafor said. Your existence in your world will elapse soon. The next test wave will be the last for your time period.
And then what?
Then you'll be subjected to selection, like all the other champions,
Valiatis replied instead. Selection? What the hell is that?
I've no idea, Phil, Valiatis said. We'll have to wait and see, you and I. I'm also curious to find out what other tricks these chrononauts might have up their sleeves.
Ghafor?
The rules of human selection are determined by the Dro Rag, the Council of Elders. It goes without saying that they will take into consideration all of your species-defining characteristics, as well as all the suggestions offered by your most prominent representatives.
Wait a sec. Who's going to go to the future? Is it my replica again?
No, human, Ghafor replied. Selection involves interacting with the real world. No creature can exist simultaneously in two different points of a particular temporal branch. I can see the question you're about to ask. Here's my answer. Pibalau is an artificial world, which functioned in accordance with the rules decided by the senior supervisor of the trial.
You mean it's virtual reality?
Not really. Everything that happens there is realistic reenactment. But the world of Pibalau follows its own laws. Using the imagery of your world, that world is like stage scenery in a theater. The scenery will be different for the next wave.
So what's going to happen to me then?
You'll be disincarnated here, then reconstituted in the future with perfect accuracy. Enjoy your last days in your home world. You should be happy you weren't in the last wave. Their winner won't have this luxury.
I turned to Elindi and Valiatis. Did you know? Valiatis nodded, averting his gaze. I wish I joined Juma's clan, I exclaimed. Can I refuse?
No, you can't.
Ghafor raised a warning hand, preempting any further questions.
Enough, human. Send him back.
No, wait! I shouted, suddenly remembering that back there I was being taken to some bunker in the desert by some crooks in a van, bound hand and foot. Could you send me somewhere else instead?" He nodded.
"This is possible."
I sensed the cold touch of his thoughts exploring my mind.
"I suppose you'd like to go home. Very well. You shall come round back at your own place."
I desperately racked my brain for things I'd forgotten to ask him about when the demonic rustling of alien thoughts re-entered my mind.
"You can forget them. They'll never bother you again. Do you understand? Then go."
Everything disappeared. Or was it me who did? Chapter 30. Not for fame alone.
"Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads."
Dr. Emmett Brown, Back to the Future. Once back home after meeting Hafor, I was overcome by a thirst and hunger so powerful that they gradually took over my thoughts, pushing all other worries to the background of my mind. I drank my fill of the oh-so-delicious icy cold water and set off in search for some food. I was ravenous, the kind of cravings from hell probably familiar to all of us, when you wake up in the dead of the night, your instincts driving you to the fridge, making you search its shelves, and then the whole of the kitchen, scooping up everything that's even remotely edible. The cold leftover borscht, a pack of cookies, slices of cheese and ham, a stale bread roll, anything in sight. I'd already experienced something similar the night I'd leveled up strength. That time I'd had food in the house. Now, however, I had nothing at all because I'd cleaned up the fridge before leaving for the U.S. According to the clock on the wall, it was just past 4 a.m., judging by the early morning dusk outside. Not a single potato in the whole house, otherwise I'd have made myself a hearty plateful of French fries. The smell of their sizzling golden slices enveloped my nostrils, filling my mouth with saliva. I had to grin and bear it, didn't I? The silence in my apartment made my ears ring, filling my heart with a desperate rush of loneliness. I switched the TV on and began zapping through the channels until I came to a sports channel showing a tennis game. Something snapped in my head, forcing me to leave it on. Should I go out and check the area for a 24/7? I rummaged through the shelves looking for some money. Everything I'd had on me I'd left in Vegas. Should I call Kira, maybe? Or Alec? How was I supposed to call them? The apartment had no landline. I'd lost my smartphone in the U.S. Should I just go to bed? Somehow, I doubted I'd be able to sleep. Then I had an idea. I could go and surprise my parents. Mom was sure to have something nice to eat. Oh, shit. They were at their summer cottage, weren't they? By the time I got there, it would be pointless. I might just as well get to the office. There was a bakery nearby. It opened 7 a.m. Surely the interface's penalty for stealing a loaf of bread or two wouldn't be too serious. The thought of freshly baked bread rolls sent my stomach in spasms. My mouth watered as I smelled the aroma of hot buns. My mind protested against the stupid risk of getting a penalty, or even being banned for committing a socially detrimental action. My instincts conflicting with my conscience, I was already putting my sneakers on, about to set off on a prowl for some food. Just as I grabbed hold of the front door handle, someone knocked. Blood rushed to my head. Unwanted visitors promised nothing good. I readied myself to activate inconspicuousness and slow down time, then swung the door open. Big sigh of relief. Elindi stood on my doorstep, smiling, disguised as Stacy. Hi. You hungry? I nodded and stepped aside. She gave me a peck on the cheek. Her short skirt, white sneakers, and a midriff-bearing t-shirt looked stunning on her well-tanned body. Suppressed by the trial, our participants' senses of hunger and thirst suffer a tremendous rebound once all the artificial suppressants have been removed, she said, offering me 2 shopping bags. There's cheese, ham, bread, some tomatoes and cucumbers, sugar, and instant coffee. Sorry I couldn't get anything else. As I took the bags from her and opened them,
A delicious aroma of ham and other foodstuffs filled the room. I felt inside for the ham, pulled it out, and sank my teeth into it, rind and all, growling with pleasure. Stacy gave me a critical look, shook a disapproving head, and slipped off a bulky backpack, the kind used by hikers. Now that her hands were free, she threw her arms around me and hugged me tight. "You did it." I shrugged, smiling. I would be a fool to deny it, but that's nothing. I'm absolutely starving. Come on, I'll make you some sandwiches, a salad, and some coffee. It's all right. I made another attempt to sink my teeth into the ham. She unlocked her embrace. I used the opportunity to take another bite. Phil? She gave me a stern look, raising an eyebrow. Reluctantly, I released my prey and followed her into the kitchenette. Stacy began rustling the shopping bags and rattling the cupboard drawers in search of a knife. She pulled out a few plates and started cooking. Tell me about the trial. How did you do it? Weren't you watching us? Not really. Valiatis and I only had access to the statistics, judging by which every day of the trial could have become your last. That's why your victory was all the more unexpected. She smiled. You should have seen Nick screaming and shouting with joy. We really wanted you to win. Got it. Thanks. In that case, I'll tell you all about it, Stace. Just let me eat first. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut. Having devoured, for lack of a better word, everything that Ilindi had brought, I felt terribly drowsy. Carefree little birds were chirping through the wide-open windows. The city was gradually awakening from its slumber. Car doors creaking, janitors swashing their brooms about, motors starting up as my neighbors left the parking lot. I was listening to the usual hubbub of a big city, which to me seemed almost surreal. This must have been the trial withdrawal. Back there everything was so strangely different. All those unearthly sounds, colors, and smells. Noticing my lethargy, Stacy used her healing ability on me. My drowsiness disappeared. I perked up no end. My spirit, mood, and confidence counters span, soaring to 100%. What an interesting effect. No drugs could compare with this. Talking about effects, I could do it myself, you know. I smiled to her. I have regeneration, don't I? She nodded impatiently, as if I were a little boy boasting his first plasticine model. I know. You'd better save it. You might still need it. She must have seen the surprised look on my face, because she added, I'm sure you must have a lot of unfinished business. You might not have much time to sleep. I listened to her without actually hearing her. Her proximity and the less than modest attire she'd chosen again were driving me crazy. I struggled to keep my gaze fixed above her seductive cleavage, and even more so, avoiding the sight of her thighs revealed by her hiked-up miniskirt. And you won't be able to come back to this time period. Banishing any raunchy thoughts, I replayed her last words in my mind until their meaning had sunk in. But why? Ghafor already explained. The selection requires your physical participation. Whether you pass or not, you'll have to spend the rest of your life in their time period. In other words, your future. What if I pass? You'll take part in the diagnostics of the junior races. And if I fail? She sighed. Phil, I really don't know all the details. I suppose you'll have to stay in the future anyway. Humanity's descendants have come up with a special program for forced time migrants like you. It offers social adaptation and benefits, as well as all kinds of privileges. That's right. My social status level is quite high, isn't it? My virtual assistant did tell me that the higher the social status, the more perks it gives you in the future. She sighed again. It's not that simple. What do you mean? You're going to find out. She averted her gaze. Whichever way it goes, you're not an ordinary human being anymore. And the 22nd century humans realize it perfectly well. They consider each one of you a potential hero and a champion for humankind, especially because they've been watching every step of your progress through the trial. Wait a sec. Were they the observers? She nodded with a vague, hooded-eye smile. Them too. As trial winners, you're all celebrities there. She rose to pour me some more coffee. As she did so, she peered at something over my head. You've got the sexual frustration debuff, she said, shaking her head in concern. Would you like me to help you remove it? Noticing my hesitation, she giggled, then exploded in a bout of infectious laughter. Embarrassed, I averted my eyes to the TV screen. My heart clenched. The tennis game was still on, with Giovanna's face filling the screen. She was serving, grim and focused like the first time I'd met her. I watched her for a long time. I knew perfectly well she wouldn't recognize me even if we met. Still, I decided to follow up on her request and try to meet her again. Try to start it anew, despite the precious little time I had left. Elindi whispered something. Her invisible touch spread a healing wave over my body. I shuddered, then breathed a sigh of relief as I felt good again. The debuff icon was gone. I grinned. Is this what you meant? I would have used an alternative method, but it would have been much more time-consuming. She winked at me, and time is the luxury we don't have. I agree, I replied. I already knew what to do next. Actually, Khafor was quite pleased with the results. He said that you had potential. Said the trial had done you some good. It was thanks to him that Nick and I managed to do something for you. She rose and headed for the hallway, then returned with a backpack. She opened it and began unloading my stuff on the table. My passport, my smartphone, the laptop, the wallet. Shit, we forgot the agents. Relax, Elindi said. The moment you'd won the trial, Khafor was fiddling with the memories of all those who'd showed an unhealthy curiosity in you. They've lost all interest in you now. Your passport has been properly stamped. Legally speaking, you've left the territory of the USA and re-entered that of the Russian Federation, so you can safely enjoy your last days here. Oh, really? Now, why would he be so charitable? How did he do it, anyway? I rose and sifted through my newly found possessions. I never thought I'd be so happy to see my ID papers again. What's with the generosity? Phil? You have any idea how many resources were invested into the trial? How many humans received the interface in your wave alone, and how many of them made it to the trial? How many abductions had to be performed? All for some overzealous local secret agents to turn you into a brain-scorched vegetable? Also, you're now a star with all of the observers, not just human ones. The senior races love some entertainment too, whatever we might think about them. She sneezed, wrinkling her little nose in the funniest way. You'd think that with her healing abilities. Bless you, I said. Thanks. That wretched allergy. I keep reactivating healing the moment the cooldown expires, but your local dust and pollution still manage to affect me. Never mind. Just tell me everything that happened to you during the trial, and I'll leave you alone. We'll see if we can use your experience to better prepare the final wave candidates. Back on the TV screen, Giovanna was losing, angry and emotional. I couldn't wait to get rid of Elindi and start doing things. I eased myself away from her, sat on a chair, took a swig of coffee, and began. So I arrived at the trial field wearing nothing but a pair of ripped jeans, and spent some time studying the rules. You can skip that, she interrupted me. Sorry, but it's important, because that's what made me realize I needed resources. So I got down that ravine and came across this Kraken, a local boss, who killed me on the spot. My sister Kira used to laugh at our mom's infatuation with physics, clairvoyance, ESP, and all that esoteric crap. When she'd heard that her mother had visited some sort of a local soothsayer to find out whether her daughter would ever get married, She freaked out and read our mom the riot act. I was there when it happened, and Kira's disgust of village superstitions, as she called them, had kept growing ever since. So I decided not to beat around the bush and confess my abilities to her in all honesty. Seriously, especially after her furious screaming monologue on the phone. I'd called her the next day, but barely managed to say hello. She did all the talking while I listened, occasionally taking the phone away from my ear to spare my eardrums. She didn't ask me any questions about having just become a founding member in my nascent foundation. Most likely, she simply hadn't yet seen the kind of sums Sanchez had wired her. On the contrary, she appeared to be quite content to wait for explanations until I saw her. But even so, her versions of the provenance of the millions arriving in my offshore account were a collection of fantastical fabrications which, funnily enough, weren't too far from the truth. I had indeed become involved with some bandits, read extremists. I had indeed gotten involved in some dubious scheme, read the trial, and everything that it entailed. There had indeed been a price on my head. Had I told her that on top of that I'd become mixed up with some aliens who'd signed me up for some time games, she would definitely had called the men in white coats and had me committed. So basically, we agreed that she'd come and fetch me next weekend, and we'd go see our parents at their summer cottage, where I'd tell her all about it. She insisted on seeing me straight away, demanding an explanation, but I put my foot down. I needed to spend the coming week in complete isolation in order to hone my plans and make sure I was well prepared. I only made time for Alec and Veronica's phone calls, trying to offer them some moral, if not physical, support. They were up to their necks in our rapidly expanding business, so much so that I'd had to find the time to visit them in the office once, to work through their enormous list of unemployed and give Kesha a few tips regarding our new staff and potential subcontractors. In the meantime, Gleb had already gotten himself 2 assistant designers and called himself no less than art director. Greg and Marina were both heads of disparate new departments, which was Kesha's idea. Mr. Katz had completely come to life. He looked 10 years younger and took the most active part in all our activities. Rose's bookkeeping department kept growing too, as the company could barely keep up with the influx of profits and the number of new contracts, especially now that the rumors started by Panchenko had finally stopped. You'd think I'd only been away for a very short while, but the changes in our office made your head spin. Before I left, I took another look at my workers' stats to weigh up all the possibilities and potential synergy ratios. I strongly discouraged them from hiring 2 very good experts who might create big problems for us in the future. Kesha and Rose tried to reason with me, because both experts were in fact their protégés, but my commander's aura helped me to talk them round. Both trusted my opinion, after all. The first post-trial week had flown by. I'd had virtually no time for sleep, using regeneration to restore both myself and my spirit numbers. I'd managed to finish everything I wanted. Almost. There was still the most important thing left, but I didn't doubt for 1 second that Kira would go along. My interface never made mistakes. Now we were both at our parents' summer cottage. Dad, Mom, and my nephew Cyril went in for a nap after the big lunch, which consisted of an assortment of salads, a hearty bowl of borscht, and platefuls of meat and cabbage stew. Kira and I stayed outside, lounging in the garden hammocks attached to a large pine tree. My sister produced a vape pen out of her purse and took a deep drag on it. "Don't look at me like that," she said, noticing my surprised stare. "With my kind of job, smoking is the lesser evil. At least this way, it's not as bad for my lungs." "I don't mind," I said. "Just didn't expect it, that's all. You've always been my role model, sis." "What if I'm fed up with being a role model? You have any idea how hard it is, being the big sister? Mom calls me every day asking me about you. She still thinks I'm responsible for you," she added with a sad smile. "Never mind. Spit it out. What's all this about, and when should I expect a visit from Interpol? Do you remember that day last May when Yana walked out on me?" "Sure," she nodded, letting out a thick cloud of vapor. The air smelled of sweet bread rolls, a warm flavor which mingled with the aromas of the last day of summer, creating a very special atmosphere. I took in big lungfuls of it, trying to commit to memory the moment scented with apples, flowers, pine needles, and roadside dust. Did you notice how I changed after that? You bet. She choked on her cigarette and exploded in a bout of coughing. So, is it because of her? To a degree, yes. She was instrumental in my transformation, sort of. But it started even before that. I'm going to tell you everything now. I can't discuss the really important things before I know that you believe me. But first, allow me a small demonstration to prove my point. Look at me. Kira froze. When I disappeared, she dropped her vapor and very nearly fell out of her hammock. "Fucking shit!" she exclaimed. A neighbor's dog began barking like mad behind the fence. "Phil, you shouldn't joke like that with me. I have a heart problem." "Where are you?" "I'm right in front of you. I'm going to touch you now, so don't be scared." I reached out, my fingers brushing her smooth cheek. Kira flinched but didn't recoil. She lay her hand on my arm and cussed in amazement. "Now, I'm going to make myself visible again. Are you ready? Look right in front of you." I disabled stealth and vanish, and was unable to suppress laughter looking at her long face and saucer eyes as she rubbed them with her hands. She was a sight. Normally, she never lost her cool, provided she wasn't mad at me. "What's this for, circus tricks, little brother?" She took another tug on her vapor the moment she'd recovered from shock. "What the fuck was that? Did you practice to be a magician? A flippin' conjurer? David fucking Copperfield?" Whenever she was nervous, she just couldn't stop talking. Still, I had no time to listen to her theories. "Shut up," I interrupted her. "Keep watching. I'm going to walk a few steps back, and you hurl your vapor at me as hard as you can." Why? "It costs a lot of money." "Just because. It's not going to break, don't worry. On my signal, just throw it at me and make it as hard as you can." I counted 10 steps back and raised my hand. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Just as she hurled her hefty vapor at me, I activated sprint. Time slowed down. I could see that she missed, her vapor flying in a different direction. I ran over to it, caught it in flight, then ran back to Kira, laid the vapor on the ground by her feet, and returned to my place. Then disabled sprint. Kira sat there, blinking in amazement. "What was that? You sort of blurred and where's that goddamn cigarette?" "Look down." When she saw the vapor lying by her feet, her jaw dropped. She picked it up and fumbled with it, studying it as if looking for a catch. Mechanically, she took a deep tug on it and fell pensive, tilting her head to one side. No points for guessing what she was thinking about. "Any more tricks?" she finally said. "Why not? Want to play questions and answers?" "You bet. I have lots of questions to ask you." She sounded pleased. "What about all those millions of dollars in my bank account? Where do they come from? What did you—" "Wait." I was forced to interrupt her again, the other way round. "I'm going to ask you questions, and you're going to reply. Then I'll tell you whether you told me the truth. But every now and then, you need to tell a lie. You think you can do it?" "I don't know. You're the expert in blatant lies in our family. But we could try. Go ahead." "Would you like to get married?" "No. You're lying. You'd love to get married." "Where are you going on vacation this year?" "To the Maldives." "That's right. Are you going alone?" "No. Cyril's coming with me." Her words breathed warmth. She told me a half-truth. There was somebody else going with them. "That's almost right. You're going with Cyril and someone else. Is that correct?" "Well," she drawled, "that's easy to guess." "What's the guy's name?" "Andrew," she said. Her answer sent a cold shiver down my spine. That's a lie. Okay. Michael, that's a lie too. Sergey. She blushed and fidgeted, then went pale. Another lie. I haven't got anyone. Her words felt warm, but not hot enough. I think you do, but your relationship probably isn't as intimate as you'd like it to be. Is that right? That's enough! This is all bullshit, Philly, she snapped indignantly, without actually answering my question. What else do you want from me? The fine thread of an emotional and sexual connection led from Kira to a certain Arvidas, a lower-ranking employee at the same bank. I studied his profile. Not a good match for my sister. The guy was an irresponsible Lothario. Kira, just trust me. Arvidas isn't the best choice for you. Apart from you, he also has a relationship with an Olga Vilskaya and Natalia Loseva. You know them? What? Kira flew off the hammock like a furious harpy, tripped, and very nearly fell. She grabbed me by the shoulders. What are you on about? How would you know about that? If this is a joke, it's a real cruel one, Phil. I'm sorry. I promise I'll explain it to you a bit later on today, but it's not a joke. Let's just finish with this demonstration, okay? I don't want any more of your demonstrations, she replied tersely, returning to the hammock. She stared at the sky, not looking at me anymore. Understanding her state, I didn't push her any further. She was tugging on her vapor, while I went and lay on the lawn next to her. Biting a sweet blade of grass, I lay my hands behind my head and stared at the clouds. We spent a good 10 minutes like that until she calmed down a bit. Didn't you have something else? She said dryly. Show me. This is the last thing I'm going to show you. After that, I'll have to talk long and hard. Have you got your telephone with you? Good. Give me the name of a good friend of yours that wouldn't mind you disturbing them right now. Okay. She scrolled through the contacts, looking through the names. Let's see. Here, Irina Atanova. I found her among Kira's connections, together with her address. Your friend Irina Atanova, born in 1986. You met her at a financial workers' conference in Istanbul 4 years ago. She's not married and has no kids. She works for the Pyramid Financial Group. She has a sister called Marina. At the moment, she's at the Canaries Emporium shopping mall. Give her a call now and ask her where she is. The moment she'd heard the name of the mall, she was already dialing the number. She spoke at length. This wasn't a brief masculine exchange along the lines of, "Hi, where are you? Cool, man, bye." This was a whole feline-style ceremony with lots of sniffing and circling each other, meowing about all sorts of irrelevant things. They started by discussing a few characters unknown to me, not realizing that I'd immediately look them up, just for kicks, and dispelled a few flawed bits of gossip the two women were exchanging. Then, finally, Kira moved to the point. Having heard her friend's answer, she hung up. She is at the Canaries. How did you know? By the way, she's not your friend at all. She can't stand the sight of you. I'll keep that in mind, she said, then repeated, emotionless, How did you know? Remember the day Yana dumped me? Good. That's when it all started. I had to delay my trip to see Giovanna. I called Valiaris to find out how much time I had left. According to him, the next wave of the trial wasn't to begin for at least another 2 weeks, which meant I had at least another month, provided the trial participants hadn't eliminated each other on their very first day in the game. Kira was the reason I was behind schedule. The things that had seemed so simple and clear to me, indeed, what could be easier when you have the money, the names, a step-by-step project development plan, and her experience in finance, had turned out to be not so clear for her. She'd quit her job at the bank, renouncing the severance pay and signing a statement promising not to seek employment with the bank's competition. That day at my parents' summer cottage, talking everything through had taken much longer than planned. In the evening, we left her son Cyril with my parents, bidden our goodbyes, and went to my place, where we'd sat up all night talking as I'd finished my story, then explained what was required from her and what was the actual purpose of the Foundation. I wouldn't have said that Kira was convinced by all the fantastical details, but at least my earlier demonstration had eased some of her skepticism. She'd refrained from her habitual retorts and sarcasms. The story of my abduction, Khafor, the senior races, and the trial made her gasp and clutch at her heart. I even offered to introduce her to Elindi, who was the Roan representative on planet Earth, provided Elindi agreed. But Kira refused to meet the alien point blank. "I don't think so," she said firmly. "I'm scared." I approached the last page of my story with a heavy heart, not knowing how to explain to her my upcoming disappearance. But she, with her powerful analytic mind, had already put two and two together. "So, this selection will take place in the future, in the 22nd century. How cool is that? And then the diagnostics. Does that mean that you'll be able to visit another planet and see it with your own eyes?" "Yeah, sort of. I've already been on Pibalau," I said with an inner chuckle, amazed at my lack of enthusiasm. "Philly, you're the luckiest person I know, and your abilities. Do you realize you've made the dream of every male on Earth come true? You can become invisible, damn it!" In reply to all her enthusing, I couldn't find anything better to do than to shrug and nod. She wanted to add something when a new thought struck her. "Will you be coming back?" she asked, in a soft, scared voice. I shook my head. She turned her face away. I glimpsed her eyes welling with tears. "Kira, I can't refuse. Think for yourself. Would you have refused something like this? Apart from you, Mom and Dad, there's nothing that keeps me here. I haven't got family here. And as for friends, okay, I've made some now, but I'll feel much better knowing you're taking good care of them." "I understand," she said softly. She turned to me, grabbed my head, and kissed me on the forehead. She drew me toward her and stroked my back for a long time without saying anything. She didn't sob, but I felt her tears drench my t-shirt. Once she'd calmed down, she pulled herself together and got down to business, as was her way, forcing all the emotional stuff from her head. I pulled up my notes regarding all the scientific and business projects based on my very first presentation for my future great job coworkers. Prospecting, pharmaceuticals, scientific research, investing in revolutionary technologies, augmented reality projects, a talent scout agency, a sports boarding school. Having studied it all, Kira asked me a number of clarifying questions, then concluded, "The sheer scale of the project is impressive, but had it ever occurred to you that I might not be able to pull it off on my own?" "Not on your own, Kira, definitely not. Look, Gary Grant will help you to run the Foundation. Next, if we take the sports boarding school, for instance, what better person to run it than Alexander Tereshchenko from St. Petersburg? And what better place than this empty plot of land over in Rostov? I'd already checked out the city officials' attitude toward a potential sports school. They'll go along with it. Here's a list of the most talented children in various sports, as well as the most suitable candidates of the coaches depending on the children's age. All you'll have to do is speak to Tereshchenko and provide him with financing. The rest he'll do himself. He'll poach the coaches, speak to the children's parents, and get busy building." "You've any idea what figures we're talking? This isn't just a sports school. What about all these science labs, the arts academy, and... These are all non-profit projects, Kira. Though, I'm sure that one day they might start paying for themselves. In 10 years' time, your first footballers will graduate and be brought up by some of Europe's biggest clubs. Each kid on the list has the potential to become one of the top 100 in the world, if not the new Messi. At the very least, they're guaranteed to make the Russian national team." She heaved a sigh. "This I understand. I'll just bite the bullet and do it. I'm sure I can. Maybe. I know you can. According to my notes, in the mid-2020s, your scientific group will come up with an effective cancer cure without any side effects. Here's a detailed list of things you'll need to do in order to not just monetize it, but make it available and affordable to everyone. Here, look. In the 2030s, you'll have an opportunity to develop an aspirin-like pill which will grant temporary immunity to the majority of now terminal conditions. Its action is simple. The pill will teach the body a more effective way of using its own immune system to combat any infections and viruses, destroying them at the moment of actual contamination. And all you need to do, in order for this to happen, is get 6 people together in a lab and provide it with some financing. The probability of their accepting your offer is almost 100%. I glanced through the list of talented children until I came to the few names I ticked off. Look, these names are especially important. For instance, in another 15 years' time, this boy is going to invent a tricorder. Do you know what it is? It's a portable machine which can evaluate a person's physical condition in real time. It can provide an accurate diagnosis without the need for any heavy apparatus and medical tests. Tell me that's not cool. It is, she agreed. She seemed to mean it. It was as if she'd only just begun to realize the whole scale of my plan. You bet. I'd like you to take him and others like him under your wing. I need your foundation to find an excuse to pay for their education, or something like that. Before they graduate, you can already engage them in research. Children I can do. But all this means more long-term investments. How do you want me to finance all these nonprofits? You have almost $500 million at your disposal. Here's a memory stick. On it, you'll find all the information you need regarding the buying and selling of stocks, the company names, the right amounts, everything. It's all in code. The password is the combined birthday dates of Dad, Mom, you, and myself with no spaces. This is valid until the end of next year. Trying to predict any further might cause mistakes, because there are too many unknown variables involved. The forecast's accuracy will start dropping already after the new year, albeit negligibly. So you'd better use the time left to your full advantage to accrue as much capital as possible. Leave this to me, Kira said, taking another tug on her vapor, and laughed nervously. I've been round the block a few times. Let's go for it. Fortune favors the brave. Hey, cool it. What's with the amateur theatrics? I need you to be focused. I knew that my every word weighed heavy on her, adding to the load of future responsibility. Still, I knew she could do it. Next, here in this file is the list of all major undiscovered mineral deposits. Do you have any idea how much governments and private companies pay for prospecting and seismic surveying these days? I understand that for you it's all double Dutch. That's where you're wrong. It all makes perfect sense to me because our bank owns one of the country's biggest geophysical companies, and I'm the liaison person with their local branch. In that case, there's nothing for me to explain. It's up to you to decide how to use this data, worth trillions of dollars. We continue in the same vein, going through all the other projects in view of the current global situation. We played around with order of project launches and the initial staff list, as well as the future holding company's jurisdiction. Finally, I moved to what I considered the most important thing. For me, at least. At some point, you will need security staff and personal bodyguards. You'd better get on with it now, before you get bogged down with other things. The more time they spend with you, the more loyal they'll be, especially because they'll associate the venture's success with their own efforts. Here's a list of potential candidates in this file. All of them will be absolutely loyal, both to you and the firm. Make sure they're happy. Pay them well, then you won't have any problems with them. Kira knew better than to argue this. She wasn't born yesterday, after all. She knew she'd have to deal with attempts to hijack her business, with competitors' sabotage, probably even with attempts on her life. Her enemies might try to apply pressure to her family, too. In the end, we decided that she should keep a very low profile, becoming an invisible mastermind. It would be a good idea to send Cyril and our parents out of the country. Not now, not straight away, but as soon as the moment was right. She stayed at my place for the night. I didn't sleep at all, too busy going through several lists of wanted criminals by country, sending the search results anonymously to those most interested in finding them. Those who, in the program's opinion, were sure to use the information. Talking about which, I'd already become an expert in online anonymity, bringing the corresponding skill level to 6. At a continental breakfast next morning, I brought up the subject of going to Belgrade to see Giovanna. But Kira asked me if it could wait another week. Having checked my remaining to-do list against Giovanna's game schedule, I agreed to finish everything I still had to do here. In 10 days' time, Giovanna was to participate in a ladies' tennis tournament in Tokyo, and I could go and see her there. Having received a Japanese visa, I spent the few days left until my flight helping Kira. I transferred my company's shares over to her, introduced her to the staff, I still had to explain my future disappearance to them somehow, and spent every spare moment with our parents. As for Great Job Recruiting Agency, Veronica had become its new director, the second most optimal choice, according to the interface, the first one being myself, with Kira as a founding member. Considering the sheer volume of future projects, she was unlikely to find time for a tiny local business like this one. Among other good news, Kostya Bekhterev had returned from Germany. His sister Julie had completely recovered. Kostya had perked up. He smiled more often these days, completely engrossed in his work in our company. He'd quickly blended into the team, but he'd quit boxing entirely. According to him, my rapid successes had made him lose all motivation. I suggested he concentrated on his IT skills instead. He had enough potential to become a top expert in that area. So basically, things just got going. The day before my departure for Japan, I remembered something very important. I called Sveta Messerschmidt. She picked up the phone straight away.
"Phil, it's so good you phoned," she chirped into the microphone. "Your puppy is so cute. Yesterday he climbed into a—"
Sveta, that's exactly why I'm calling you. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I'm afraid
You what? What happened?
I'm afraid I can't take the puppy.
Why?
She sounded very upset.
You wanted him so much.
I still do, but my job involves constant traveling. I ad-libbed off the top of my head. I'm afraid I just can't take good care of him.
You're right. That's not good, she agreed. A dog requires training and attention. Better not to have one if one can't afford the time. But it's such a shame. He's so cute.
I know, I saw him. He's adorable. Send my love to your dad, and please give Richie a pat from me, okay? Having said goodbye to her, I spent some time just sitting there, thinking how my life might have panned out, and how many wonderful things might have come my way had it not been for the wretched selection I was facing. Then I started thinking about everything I had to do. In actual fact, I'd already managed to do everything that I'd planned, and then some. Kira was spending every waking hour in the great job offices, working on her plan of action, making phone calls and arranging meetings all over the globe, trying to work out an optimal route for a protracted business trip. We decided to fly out at the same time to make sure we could spend as much time together as we could. She wasn't going to come back to Russia for quite a time, while I might not even come back at all if my next abduction took place while she was abroad. I'd been lucky that I was at home alone when the sudden torrent of level-ups had flooded over me. No idea what had triggered it, but it felt like a sudden downpour. I'd already had a similar, albeit much weaker outburst when I'd been sending out the anonymous tips about the criminals I'd located. That time, I'd received several levels, one after another. This time, however, I was transported to such heights of bliss that it took me over an hour to come to. Congratulations, you've performed a number of socially meaningful actions, triggering a chain of events which will lead to a multiple increase in your civilization's well-being, increasing the average satisfaction index of the humankind faction by 7.2 times, and its happiness index by 4.2 times. It will usher in a multi-level technological breakthrough, which in turn will accelerate the progress of the humankind faction. XP received 360,000. Congratulations, you've received new levels. Current social status level 45. Characteristic points available 18. Skill points available 9. Congratulations, you've received a new system skill level. Skill name Heroism. Current level, 4. XP received, 1,000. Congratulations, you've received a new system skill level. Skill name, Insight. Current level, 7. XP received, 3,000. Now you can receive an answer to any question by simply posing it. XP points left until the next social status level, 21,350 of 46,000. At this point, I asked myself a question, and I got the answer. So I activated Katung. I now knew exactly what I wanted to become to be the best in the annals of human history. I also knew why. The program's reaction was prompt. Katung activated. The message was followed by what appeared to be the already familiar skill notification. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Creative Writing. Current level, 99. XP received, 91,000. These 2 levels didn't bring me much joy, as their effect was too weak, and I was too excited about other things. Those few extra seconds of pleasure felt almost annoying, like I was wasting my time. I then invested some characteristic points into where they were needed the most: charisma, as well as some charisma-related skills. I also brought up the psi field of both my commanders and energy auras. To do what I was about to do, I needed the highest possible leadership and communication skills, as well as public speaking, as each new charisma level added 5 levels to each skill. That done, I worked on all the other requirements, even throwing in the taming skill for good measure. That allowed me to activate all the remaining heroic abilities: taming, berserker, persuasion, and invulnerability. Just for fun, I then tamed a little spider that had conveniently dropped into view. Obeying my request, he began spinning a new web exactly where I'd asked him to. Smiling, I sat at the desk, opened my laptop, started a new text document, and began typing at 1,000 strokes per minute. The book I had in mind wasn't going to be thick, if it ever got published. Then again, what was I saying? Not if, but when it got published. If anything, it was going to be thinner than all the others. Unlike all those other books, mine wasn't going to contain any moss-covered fairy stories, vague prophecies, unintelligible admonitions, and hopelessly dated life counsel. In it, I wanted to compile the answers to every possible question one could ask themselves. The questions that hundreds of generations kept asking themselves ever since man had first looked up at the stars. What is the meaning of life? What is love? How can you love and be loved? What makes one happy? Where do you find truth and justice? What is spirit? What is the universe? How to live your life so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted years? What is soul? Does it even exist? And what is the perfect ideal? Why? How? What? When? Smiling, I deleted the paragraph which answered the question about Kennedy's assassination. Not important. I tried to write so that everybody could find something interesting in it. An inexperienced child as well as a wise old man, the wealthy as well as the poor, a teenage idealist and a fickle young lady, a factory worker and an artist, a gamer and a professor, any and every man and woman on planet Earth. I was writing without stopping to reread or edit. There was nothing to edit anyway. The lines about Kennedy's assassination, added in a sudden bout of frivolity, were the only deletion in the whole manuscript. Kira had already come home and kept calling me for dinner in vain. I was on a roll and didn't feel like eating at all. In the last part of my book, I wrote about everything one should avoid doing in life. All the bad habits, selfishness, betrayal, greed, hypocrisy, lust, theft, anger, envy, laziness, and everything else you wouldn't wish on yourself or your loved ones. In order to get a move on, I wrote it in sprint mode. I'd also activated persuasion, hoping that would help. I'd finished the manuscript by first light, giving myself another regeneration halfway through the night. Then, I spent until midday writing an English-language version of the book, ignoring Kira's constant grilling. After lunch, I self-published the book everywhere I could, using the pen name Homo sapiens. I used the same alias to submit the manuscript to all the biggest publishing houses in Russia, USA, Asia, and Europe, renouncing all royalties. And when I'd finally finished, I was overtaken by such a bliss that it made me feel one with everything and everybody. This time, my euphoria lasted so long that I only came round late in the evening. I'd been showered with so many social status levels that they now required a 3-digit number. Congratulations, you've received a new achievement. The first hero of your local segment of the galaxy. Location, planet Earth. You've received the highest social status level in the history of your race. Reward, time cheat, a passive heroic ability. Preserving the life of society's most valuable member is the highest degree of its social protection. A heroic ability requiring the combined investment of spirit from all the sentient beings of the local segment. Time cheat will reload the world at the exact moment of the user's death. Additional reward, the Sower, an active heroic ability, allows you to install an augmented reality platform home edition interface to all persons of your choice. In order to install the interface, you must maintain tactile contact with a potential user for the duration of 3 seconds. I didn't feel anything. You might think I should have, but I didn't. I was so drained that I didn't have enough spirit to even summon Martha in order to share my successes with her. Instead, I looked at the clock, then turned round to see a very scared Kira behind me. Phil? Are you all right? Everything okay? She touched my forehead. I thought you'd never come round. You didn't even breathe, but your heart was beating, she whispered. Your flight is in 4 hours. I should be going to the airport, too. Are you going to pack? Would you like us to leave together? I asked myself another question, received an answer, and nodded. Of course. I have nothing to pack. Let's just go. Can we pop by the office on our way? Please give everyone a call. Alec, Veronica, Kesha, Gleb, Kostya, Greg, Marina, and Mr. Katz and Rose. I'd like to say goodbye. There was only half an hour left till midnight. All those whom I'd asked to come to the office to have their interfaces installed had decided to come with me to the airport. Before fitting them, I gave my workers a quick demonstration, leaving, however, the superpowers out. The only thing I actually showed them was my lie detection ability. They already knew how my search skills worked. Having explained to them the principle of the augmented reality interface, I activated persuasion and told them that this interface was in fact a gadget from the future, where I was now headed, never to come back. You're something else, bro, Alec managed. And you ain't, bro? I mocked him. Now listen up. Whatever happens, keep your cool. The program will behave differently depending on your personal preferences, but the main principle is the same as mine. As long as you use the interface for the common good, you'll keep leveling up. Veronica, didn't you want to be a bit taller? Now you'll have the opportunity provided you level up charisma. Just make sure you don't focus on it to the exclusion of all else. You're a company director now, so there are other qualities that are no less important for you. Alec, I would like you to invest every available characteristic point into intellect. I'm serious. Gleb, you need to concentrate on self-discipline, because if you accidentally stumble into another poker club, you'll be tempted to cheat the system, and will be penalized for it. Here's a list of all your abilities with the biggest potential. You should be concentrating on them first and foremost. I have a heart problem, Mr. Katz interrupted me in a plaintive voice, then immediately cut to the chase. Will this, as you call it, interface in my head help me to extend my life? Quite so, Mr. Katz. The program will prompt you with what you should and shouldn't be doing. Once your social status level is high enough, you'll have special abilities available, including a complete recovery of the user's body. How's that for an incentive to cultivate kindness? Katz pursed his lips, about to say something, but reconsidered. Whatever, he said with a dismissive shrug. Go ahead and install it. I want to be the first. I knew he would say that. By the same token, absolute knowledge does take spice out of life.
First or second, it doesn't matter, I said. I'm programming the system activation for 6 a.m. tomorrow. That'll give you some time to prepare yourselves for what's coming. When you wake up, the interface will already be installed. You might have some problems with your vision at first, but it's normal, so you shouldn't worry about it too much. My decision to delay the interface installation till the next morning had been dictated by my desire to make their adaptation as smooth as possible. This was also part of my absolute knowledge. Once I'd installed all the interfaces, including Kira's, and repeated my instructions to everyone on how to find their way around them, we went downstairs and walked out onto the porch. Everybody started getting into their cars. Two dark silhouettes, Yagoza and Sprat, were hovering at a distance. Alec walked over to me and whispered, staring guiltily at the ground.
"Phil, could you wait a second? I promised to lend some money to the guys."
"Let's go together," I said. "I'd like to say goodbye to them, too. It's not as if we're strangers." Realizing who it was approaching them in Alec's company, Yagoza threw his arms wide and cracked a jailbird's crooked smile.
"Howdy, sir. Long time no see."
"Hi, Igor. Hi, Alexei." I used their real names for the first time. We exchanged long handshakes and a couple of meaningless phrases. Yagoza kept shifting from one foot to the other, scratching his chin. I knew he felt uncomfortable in my company, especially because he had no intention of paying Alec back. He realized I wouldn't tolerate this, expecting him to pay the money back by hook or by crook. In any case, it wasn't worth the trouble. Alec would surely survive the loss of a couple thousand rubles. One of us, Kira, impatiently honked the horn of her car. We had to leave. Time to say goodbye. "Okay, guys," I said to Yagoza and Sprat. "I'm already late for my flight. Just one final piece of advice to both of you. You've got to quit smoking and drinking. Find a normal job, and make sure you do some exercise. May your conscience guide you. Trust me, it's more reliable than your gang law. You're better than that. Good luck." I bade my farewells to them and headed for Kira's car. When I looked back, I saw Alec cast a furtive glance around, probably afraid of Veronica seeing him embezzle their family budget, slip Yagoza a few bills, and bid them a hasty goodbye. As Kira started the car, the idiotic smirk still lingered on my face. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., Sprat and Yagoza were going to start a new life. Not only had I just fitted their respective heads with alien wetware, I also managed to convince them in something that so many had failed before me. It was a good job that my increased spirit allowed me to use persuasion more often than just once every 24 hours. When I came down to breakfast in the Tokyo Hotel, where Giovanna Savage was staying, I took a table by the window opening onto the terrace. I melancholically poked at my omelette, finishing a piece of cheese on toast, then just sat there drinking coffee and waiting. I knew she'd come here at 7:20 a.m. sharp, just like she'd done for 3 days already. I'd been admiring her from a distance, because I knew that any attempt to approach her was going to fail. She was too focused, too concentrated on the game to afford being distracted by stupid stuff. I could have activated some of my skills, of course, but I really wanted to attract her attention without all those bells and whistles. And knowing Giovanna, I would only get one chance to make a first impression. This girl spoke as she found. If she rejected me outright, I'd never get another opportunity. The date of my next abduction was approaching, so I spent all my spare time working on my optimal travel route and arranging all the visas. Regardless of whether I got a second chance with Giovanna or not, I wanted to find my old friends I'd met on Pibalau and have their interfaces reinstalled. I didn't care if they didn't remember me anymore. The trial had shown their worth. I'd also added Ken and Stryker to the list. You can call it indulgent, if you wish. My book, The Answers, had already become a new internet sensation, its popularity growing with each passing day. Some people were apparently already translating it into Spanish and Chinese,
which would guarantee it an almost worldwide readership. Millions of new readers kept quoting the book, recommending it, or arguing about its entries. One thing they all agreed on was that it was a must-read. Some were coming up with a variety of conspiracy theories, trying to second-guess the identity of its author. But they, too, were about to accept the book's message, imbibing it without really bothering about the authorship. I even knew that some time from now, a lot of people would suggest a theory of the book's origin, one which would mention God's name. Jokingly, and tentatively at first, their voices would soon ring with confidence as each would offer their own God's name to put on the book cover. This version, too, would eventually be mired in arguments and fade into oblivion, simply because the book already had the answer to the question about God. It wasn't some higher being. God was something within each of us. All the tables in the hotel restaurant were taken, so Giovanna headed for my own.
"Excuse me," she said. "May I sit at your table? Do you mind?"
"Absolutely not. I've almost finished my coffee anyway," I replied, with an ulterior motive. She set 2 plates on the table, overflowing with what looked like an athlete's perfect breakfast. A boiled egg, a chicken breast, some vegetables, a bowl of porridge, a muesli and yogurt mix, some hard cheese, and a few slices of toast doused in maple syrup. She sat opposite me, picked up a salad leaf, and sent it into her mouth without lifting her head. I admired her long lashes, her chiseled face, and the graceful movements of her strong, sun-tanned arms. "You're a tennis player." I dared speak to her first. She didn't reply. Her mood dropped by a notch, my reputation with her losing a few points. Never mind. Let's do it again. My foresight suggested the right approach. She set her breakfast on the table and sat opposite me. Without looking up, she picked up a salad leaf and sent it into her mouth. I finished my coffee, wished her a good day, and left the restaurant. The next morning she saw me there again and sat opposite me, even though this time there were empty tables available. I scrolled through my smartphone, apparently ignoring her. The hype around The Answers was gaining momentum as celebrities all over the world had picked up on it. A Russian footballer's ex-wife, now a reality show star, had posted a brief review in her Twitter account, garnering tens of thousands of reposts. In the West, the Book of Answers hashtag was trending like mad. I could sense her gaze. I raised my head and smiled. Slightly embarrassed, she didn't lower her eyes. "I'm Giovanna. What's your name?" "You have an interesting life," Giovanna said. "Now my head spins from all the flying. Kazakhstan, South Africa, Cameroon, Colombia. And we never stopped anywhere for more than a couple of days at a time. And this is the 4th American city in 3 days." Her head was resting on my chest, her hands stroking my body. We were in bed in our Las Vegas hotel room, taking a break after our flight and resting after another passionate session. In the last week, we'd traveled all over the globe. As soon as the Tokyo tennis tournament had wound up, I'd offered Jo, as I now called her again, to join me in my travels. Her coach wasn't happy, but I'd managed to talk him into it. Considering my current level of persuasion, it hadn't been that difficult. First of all, I went to Kazakhstan to visit Ken. I bumped into him as if accidentally in a packed elevator inside one of the governmental buildings in Astana, and fitted him with a delayed activation interface similar to those of my friends. From there, we dashed over to Johannesburg, an 18-hour flight with a stopover in Dubai. I left Giovanna in the hotel and went to see my South African friend. I found John Carter in a recording studio. Having maxed out my charisma in order to get past an uncooperative manager, I spent more than an hour sitting and listening to my friend sing. Afterward, I introduced myself to him as one of his fans and asked him for an autograph. As you might have guessed, I shook his hand long and hard as we parted. When I left the studio and walked back out onto the colorful, noisy street, I spent a long time struggling with the temptation to see the actual woman who had been Martha's prototype. Jenna Peterson.
According to her marker on my interface map, she was in town. With my abilities, I might even get to know her. Still, I decided against it. The arrival of Giovanna in my life had admittedly changed my idea of female beauty, so there was no point in being impulsive about it. What's more, it felt as if a load had fallen from my shoulders. The very thought of meeting Jenna felt like I was betraying Giovanna. We took a 24-hour break in South Africa before embarking on the next flight to Cameroon, where I met Ola. Luckily, he wasn't in his village anymore. He'd already moved to the capital city of Yaoundé, where he'd found a job as a math teacher. I caught up with him as he was leaving school and asked him how to get to the library, then thanked him by shaking his hand. "He who is covered in cotton shouldn't get near a flame," I said as we parted, leaving him totally befuddled. "Granddad?" I heard his confused voice behind me. It took us almost 24 hours to get from the Cameroonian capital to Bogotá via Paris, and from there another hour to Medellín. There, I walked right into some problems. While Giovanna was waiting for me in the hotel, my search for Manu had brought me to some particularly dangerous criminal areas in the city. I activated Berserker, Sprint, and Invulnerability, then had some fun knocking 7 shades of shit out of some truly macho types whose aggression numbers were big enough to make a Tyrannosaurus blush. The fight had attracted a rather large audience, one of which turned out to be an MMA fights promoter. He didn't speak a word of English, and my Spanish wasn't enough to explain to him that I wasn't interested. He snapped out a command into the crowd, summoning a new bunch of local troublemakers, which took me another couple of minutes. I dare say that the resulting fight surpassed anything out of Bollywood. By then, Manu had already left. Cussing, I had to steal somebody's push bike. I knew whose bike it was, but it was stolen already anyway. After which, I just had to pedal like hell against time. After a dozen blocks, I finally caught up with my Colombian friend as he was leaving the car. I rammed him on purpose. While he was trying to crawl out from under me, cussing in Spanish, I installed the interface. "Lo siento," I offered an apology in my best Spanish in response to his threatening frown. As if nothing had happened, I picked up my bike and pedaled off to the hotel to see Giovanna. Later that night, we flew off to Orlando, where I visited Eddie, then on to New York to see Stryker. And now, Las Vegas. Mike was the only one left to see. I'd already installed Giovanna's, delaying the activation until I'd split. I had no idea why. Actually, I had, but I was too ashamed to admit it. But I didn't want her to see my actual feelings too, and my reputation with her. By now I was pretty sure that even if I didn't have to travel to the future, things wouldn't have worked out for us. As soon as I'd come back home after the trial, the impassive interface had already shown me our extremely low compatibility levels. That had been the first thing I'd done, tormented by my longing for her. The thirst and hunger had only come later. So, why was I with her now? It wasn't me being selfish. I simply had to do it. In fact, I'd already done it. Giovanna was pregnant with my son. Leaving the girl to sleep it off in the hotel room, I went to see Mike Hagan, busily pummeling the punching bag in the gym. "Hi there," he exclaimed on seeing me. "Are you new here? Fancy a bout of sparring?" It seemed that apart from losing the interface and all the achievements that came with it, he'd also forgotten me. He must have fallen an accidental victim to Ghafour's memory wipe after I'd been rescued from the U.S. "No thanks," I said, smiling at his enthusiasm. "Oh, come on. Don't give me that. You're no chicken shit. What's your name?" "Phil. But you haven't got a hope in hell against me." "Ha! You're really funny." He turned around and shouted to a swarthy Mexican sitting on a bench next to the old Coach Ochoa. "Hey, Gonzalo! Throw me the gloves. I found somebody's ass to kick instead of yours." Oh, why not? Just to get my circulation going and get some kicks. I ducked under the ropes, fully intending to have a quick scrap, when my phone rang. I answered it, knowing who it was and what I was about to hear. Phil, you've got an hour to get ready. I hope you've managed to finish up all your business, Valiatis said dryly, then hung up. Sorry, man. I gotta be somewhere quick. No offense. I gave him my extended fist, which he bumped with his glove. Ha! Didn't I say you were chicken shit? He teased, still hoping for a good punch-up. I grabbed his arm, installed the interface, and let him go. What the hell was that, man? Nothing. Just wanted to look at your tattoos, bro. I'll see you around, Mike Hagen. He watched me leave, wondering how the hell I knew him. In the end, he decided that I must have already seen him fight. Thus reassured, he promptly forgot all about me. His interface would be activated tomorrow. Giovanna's son would be called Luca. He would bear his mother's surname. His youngest son, my grandson, would be called Zoran. For the umpteenth time, I remembered one of my first conversations with my virtual assistant, at the time when Martha had been nothing but a bunch of scripts. Who was the founder of the first Martian company? The company was started by Zoran Savic. Is he a human being? What planet is he from? He is originally from Earth, born in the Eurasian Union in 2058. Giovanna was smiling in her sleep. The timer was counting down the last minute before my abduction into the future. I'd already written my farewell note. On the bedside table sat the ring of Velez and the figurine of Netsuke Jurojin, which I'd recovered from a local pawn shop. Giovanna would keep them and give them to her son when he grew up. As an afterthought, I hurried to leave Kira a message, telling her about my future son and asking her to keep an eye on him. A few seconds later, the answer came back. I swear to God, brother. Wherever you are, Philly, I love you. Look after yourself. I kissed Jo on the neck, taking in lungfuls of her scent while I still could. I needed to remember it once and for all, never to forget. Even though I might still have a few flings, I knew that I would never love anyone the way I loved her. 3, 2, 1. Abduction. Abducting the user. Success. Uninstalling the interface. Error. Uninstalling the interface. Error. Uninstalling the interface. Error. Error evaluation. An unauthorized AI detected. Resetting spirit to 0. Success. Deleting the AI. Success. The AI has been deleted. Transferring the user's mind to the local segment server. Success. Disincarnating the user's physical body. Success. Analyzing the user's mind. Unauthorized skills and abilities detected. Resetting the unauthorized skills and abilities to 0. Success. Resetting the user's main characteristics back to their initial status. Success. Generating a new physical body. Success. Integrating the user's mind into their new body. Success. Teleporting the user's body. Success. Preparing to awaken the user. Success. The user has